Aight. Get this. Our boy's got an ability so broken. It's straight up a cheat code. By just clearing mobs and dungeons, he literally farms all their stats. HP Absorption. Yo. You can already feel that power-up coming. Can't you? Cue the epic showdown music. 'Cause he's about to solo the final boss of the universe. Asterisk. Absorbing physical points. Asterisk. His body gets absolutely jacked in an instant, overflowing with a ridiculous amount of mana that even S-rank elite students would kill for. So the whole quest kicks off with our MC just chilling, liking his waifu's posts on the timeline. Then out of nowhere, this sus system window pops up, and bam! He gets instantly isekai'd into another world. A system notification hits his screen, announcing that his ranking entrance exam was about to begin. Bro barely blinks, and he's suddenly in a cave darker than my search history. Totally shook. He's screaming at the top of his lungs, "What the heck is this place? Who am I?" And out of nowhere, from behind, two fugly, stank-ass goblins jump him with clubs the size of telephone poles, ready to send him straight to the respawn screen. Then it clicks. That light bulb moment. They're blind. They can't see him. Applying the big brain logic from the thousands of manhwas he's binged, his quest was obvious. Defeat them. But right then, his broke underdog sandals make a tiny, betraying squeak, and the blind goblin, rocking some serious bat-like hearing, swings a club that almost logs him out permanently. Luckily, Yu had those main character reflexes and dodged by a hair. Otherwise, he'd be pushing up daisies for real. After the scare of his life, my guy is frozen to the floor, clamping his mouth shut so they don't hear his heart pounding like a drum solo, while his inner strategist is cooking. Okay, so these mobs are blind, which means their hearing is buffed to the max, and they know how to 2v1 gank you. At this rate, I'm the one who's going to get farmed. So, pulling a classic prodigy move, Yu yeets 2 rocks to create a diversion, and he totally exploited the bug. While one of the goblins was lagging out, he landed a massive rock right on its dome. Since the creature couldn't see, the giant mob, running on pure instinct and rage, swung its club backward, and absolutely decked its own teammate with some friendly fire. At that moment, the goblin getting hit screamed, "The noob's putting up a fight, turn him into paste." The one who just ate that club thought the enemy was right in front, and returned the favor with all its soul. And just like that, with a 2-100 IQ play, he made the 2 goblins PK each other. Good thing that Isekai truck didn't hit his brain cells too. Take that, you noob. But hold up, the smaller goblin was still alive, though it was pinned under its buddy's loot drop and couldn't move. In the end, he delivered the finishing blow with a club, sending it to join its friend in the great beyond. And then suddenly, some seriously mystical golden glyphs flowed out of the bodies and surrounded him. Boom. System window. The power of the Code of Babylon has been unlocked, activating his OP ability to absorb and analyze concepts. Basically, my guy can now farm the power of fallen mobs to get more and more broken. With his mana at 100% and his confidence through the roof, he dove in to solo this tutorial dungeon, rocking a psycho grin that was low-key terrifying. Time for some serious grinding. In the blink of an eye, he had completely raided the place, leaving a sea of goblin corpses. And just like that, asterisk bling, asterisk another system notification. Congratulations. You have cleared the test. Our protag was already picturing himself back home, ready to catch the new episode of his favorite anime. But what the heck? Suddenly, he materializes in a dorm room at the Union Magic Academy. They hand him a school uniform, and even though he usually has total NPC energy, the second he equipped the uniform, boom, instant glow up into an S-rank protagonist with an insane aura. Next up, he goes to meet his instructor, a green-skinned elf. Not your typical elf. But hey, as long as the waifu is a 10, it's all good. She introduces herself as Ya, the Academy's combat magic instructor. With a little smirk, she's like, "Alright, kid, are you using hacks or some kind of cheat engine? In the last 500 years, no one has ever gotten a score this ridiculously broken on the test." But my dude could not care less. He just wanted a portal back to his world. Like, right now. Then, his eyes locked onto a colossal tower in the distance, and the prof explains that times that thing times is the entire reason the Magic Academy even exists. Here, we train heroes from every dimension so they can conquer that tower, with its countless dungeons and hidden secrets. It's the legendary Tower of Babel. Our protag system almost crashed. He remembered the stories his grandpa used to tell him that his ancestors from a noble family were the original owners and lords of that very tower, and that he was the chosen one, destined to reclaim the lost glory of the Ban clan, the lineage of masters. After that massive info drop, the prof helped him open a portal back home. After spilling all the tea to his family, his grandpa went absolutely wild with excitement, screaming, "You found the Tower of Babel? Heck yeah, that's my grandson." His uncle had to literally hold the old man back so he wouldn't have a heart attack from the hype and just keel over right there. Once things cooled down a bit, Yoon started prepping to enroll in the academy. Now, we catch up with him in a low-level Union dungeon, deep inside a goblin nest, ready for his next quest. Wielding an AK-47 with an infinite ammo cheat, a truly busted artifact, he started giving the goblins an intensive lesson on the power of modern civilization. Needless to say, the goblins didn't even get a chance to pull out their clubs, to rush in before they got absolutely wrecked by a rain of combat magic. And Yoon, like any self-respecting MC, was strolling with legendary chill, and not a single noob dared to cross his path. I'm here. It's go time. Before, my only real skill was my smooth talking. But now that I've farmed that from these goblins, sheesh, the whole game changed overnight. With the Code of Babylon, I can recite and absorb, and manipulate the concepts of everything that walks this earth. Every time I clap a mob, I can farm the concepts my brain processes. The more I grind, the more OP I get, and the concept I looted from that first dungeon, the Cave of the Blind Goblins, I juiced it right into this club, turning it into an artifact that's completely busted. And this little buddy right here is the proof. Yun dropped, eyeing the spiked mace that was already on its own, handling a kamikaze goblin that tried to gank him, sending a haymaker straight to its chin that absolutely deleted it. This is the Goblin's Club. The first item Yoon crafted by infusing it with pure demonic energy. This legendary artifact pops up whenever its master calls, and as if that wasn't enough, it transforms and moves however it wants. Seeing his sidekick go so hard, Yoon couldn't help but pet the mace with some serious proud dad energy, even though it was a total fluke. Thanks to this crafting session, I aced the evaluation test with an SSS rank, satisfied with the absolute massacre. Yun scanned the mob corpses and muttered, "All right, business time. Farm the loot and check the codes." And just like that, he started absorbing the concepts from the bodies at full speed. Getting from the goblins, life, 5 points. Mana, 3 points. Demonic essence, 5 points. Body, 3. Soul, 2. Leadership skill, 1. Killer instinct, 1.7. And family, 0.5. While scrolling through the system notifications, a special drop caught Yun's eye among the concepts he'd farmed from the monsters. It was a stat he'd never seen before. Yo, what's the deal with soul? The second he finished his sentence, the Bang Manga mace zipped over to him, excited like a puppy with a new toy. "What's up? You want this for your build?" Yun asked. And Bang Manga instantly nodded. Seeing that, Yoon didn't hesitate and transferred the concept. "Bet. It's all yours. Hold up. I'm gonna buff you with the life points too. Monster essence. And demonic essence." After saying that, Yoon focused his mana, controlling the pictograms, dancing in his hand and compressing them into a sphere of pure power. This is part of my new build. Taking the farmed concept fragments and imbuing them into the mace so it can level up. As he processed this, without a second thought, he slammed the power sphere into Bang Mang. Instantly, the mace let out a blinding flash. Looking like it was about to evolve into its final form, the concepts merged in perfect synergy, resulting in a super rare transmutation and an artifact that just shattered the system's rules. Reading that notification, Yoon's eyes went wide. "No way. How did this happen? Did one of the concepts I separated just transmute on its own?" he exclaimed. Right after, the sphere of light exploded, revealing a tiny snake at its core. Through the high-rank fusion process, an M-class magical beast has been born. A magical beast? So, you're telling me if you fuse a monster and a beast, you get a magical beast? That's insane. Can I pet it? Yoon said, reaching out with the excitement of a kid, but the caution of a veteran. Luckily, the snake was totally chill. It recognized its creator and rubbed against Yun's arm, showing its loyalty was still at 100%. I wonder if it still has the ability to transmute into a weapon or a shield. Yoon thought to himself, what a cool little thing. From now on, Your name is Y. Before we dip, let's check my growth chart. And instantly, he pulled up his personal status panel. Yun's stats. Life, 45.1. Body, 32. Soul, 324.5. Mana, 38.7. Swordsmanship, 14.2. Leadership, 1. Omniscient eye, 105. Omniscient ear, 100. Divine tongue, 100. Okay. The life stat is pretty mid for my level. Body defines my physical condition. But why is my soul stat through the roof? And the omniscient eye and ear are definitely buffs from my language skills. For now, I'm not going to fry my brain over what I don't get. After saying that, Yun turned to Y and asked, "What do you think?" "Y, you think with these stats we can lay low with the other elite students at the Magic Academy?" Hearing him, Y shook its head repeatedly, with a total no way bro vibe. "Don't sweat it. What really matters is the growth potential. Right?" Yun consoled it. Just then, the system dropped a new alert. "The dungeon core has been destroyed. You can now leave this dungeon. Do you wish to exit?" "Heck yeah. Let's bounce. I'm gonna be late for the Union Academy entrance ceremony," Yun said as he hit the button on the interface. Instantly, a teleportation circle dematerialized him. The next scene dropped him right in the Union Academy auditorium. In the massive hall, the first-year aspiring mages were already finding their assigned seats. Bam! Yuan just gets teleported right into the middle of the hall. An entrance that makes several cadets jump out of their skin. Yo! This place is packed. But as he says that, he activates his ocular skill. The all-seeing eye. This legendary power lets him scan literally everything. Depending on his mastery level, it allows the user to instantly read a target's aura and mana pool. In Yuan's vision, stat windows for everyone around him start popping up. This dude, who looks like a walking lava rock, has BBC rank stats. Brolic. Beastly. And clueless. What a wild build. While that golden-haired pretty boy over there is rocking S-rank stats. Sheesh. Not bad. Seeing these OP abilities, Yuan can't help but shake in his boots. Just as I expected, these elite students from the main branch are on a whole other level. They're at least 10 times more cracked than me. But where the hell am I even supposed to sit? He wondered. Right on cue. A raid boss-sounding voice booms from behind him. Hey, if you're a transfer from some subdimension, stop blocking the way. Get moving over there. Pleb. The owner of the voice was a massive dude who looked like a literal boss fight pulled from a dungeon. Yuan knew he stood zero chance in a PK. So he just waved his hand and replied, Bet. Thanks. Bro. Seeing him act so meek, the dude's posse just bursts out laughing. Yuan, however, gave 0 Fs. No wonder the elite students from the noble families are such arrogant pricks. They're just messing with me, 'cause I'm from a subdimension. It's the same story in every world. The S-rank always clowns on the F-rank underdog. He thought to himself. Just then, as if sensing Yuan's total loner aura, a blonde kid in the distance raises his hand and calls out to him, Hey, the special transfers sit over here. Yuan immediately scurried over. Is this the zone for subdimension transfers? Looks like they stuck us in the outcast corner. He thought, feeling super awkward. When he scanned the stats of the people around him, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. You gotta be kidding me. Are these guys seriously from the subdimensions? Their power levels are so broken. They could probably 1v100 all the regular admission students. In Yuan's line of sight, the blonde kid had SAA stats. The white-haired girl was a textbook SSS prodigy, and the pink-haired one was ABS. On top of that, he spotted 3 other stat windows, one with nothing but question marks, 1 C rank, and 1 F rank. After getting a good look at their faces, Yuan realized he knew the blonde dude. Is that you? Lai? The one and only. Yo. Is this our spot? This is perfect. Yuan thought to himself. This guy is Lai, the prince I met in the dorms before the entrance exam. Our first meeting was pretty random. We ran into each other in the room. And Lai's welcome was to press his mana-infused sword right to my neck and shout, Who dares enter? Seeing that sharp blade glowing with combat magic at my jugular, Yuan's eyes went wide. Dude, I'm wearing the Magic Academy uniform. Who else could I be? Genius? I'm a new cadet. Your roommate, I yelled. This threw Lai for a loop. who realized his combat instincts had gone way overboard. My bad. I just finished my ranking evaluation, so my killer instinct is still maxed out. You good? Yeah, I replied. Though honestly, I was still pretty ticked off. Then I thought to myself, this guy looks like some prince from a Magic Tower novel. He's a bit impulsive. But he apologized. So I guess he's not a total jerk. Before I could even tell him about my placement quest, which was fighting a blind goblin, Lai let out a mocking chuckle, his voice dripping with the arrogance of the noble families. That was your ranking exam? Even a noob with basic training can farm goblins without breaking a sweat. My opponents in the test were an entire horde of dungeon ghouls and ogres, and with a super cocky tone, he started flexing his glorious feat, making my Raymater skyrocket. I had to take a few seconds to cool down. Okay, so he's not a total jerk. But this dude definitely needs to respec and put some skill points into charisma. Anyway, my expression slowly relaxed. By the way, we haven't even washed off the dungeon grime and we're already here chatting. It's been a while since I had someone to talk to. Me too. Lee nodded, agreeing with me. Right after that, the guy smirked, took off his shirt, revealing a physique that screamed maxed out strength stats. Well, let's hit the showers. The bathroom here is communal, right? We can keep talking while we wash up, I suggested casually. But on the other hand, Lai suddenly turned as red as a fire slime. You go shower first. Huh? I turned back to ask. But Lai was so embarrassed he couldn't even look me in the eye. I'll show her later. Lai stammered out, making me give him a total what's up with this guy. Look, back in the present, I told myself, well, time will eventually erase this super cringe moment. Besides, this is a reserved area for the Academy's heavy hitters, so those two must be prodigies as well. With that thought, I turned to greet them. What's up? Hello, the pink-haired girl replied, and seeing her innocent and adorable appearance, Yuan almost suffered from mana shock. She's a total smoke show. Nice to meet you guys, I repeated, trying my best not to sound like a complete simp, and then he clocked the silver-haired girl. You too. Of course. Big yikes. And dead ahead, this girl with silver hair and eyes as deep as the abyss was locked onto Yuan, not even blinking, which totally threw him for a loop. Yo. Am I glitching or something? He muttered. Her voice was ice cold. That artifact on your arm? It's giving off a really unusual aura. And just like that, our boy Yuan got the memo. Without a second thought, he summoned his snake familiar. And what? Y'all don't see the hype? Bro, this thing is adorable. Tell me that's not an epic tier summon. The second they saw W's mega kawaii form, all three girls had a collective meltdown. Even the Ice Queen herself, the silver-haired chick, was blushing hard. It's so cute. This familiar. It was that artifact from before, right? It's only been a few days since the entrance exam. How did you level it up so fast? Lai blurted out. Can I give it a little pat-pat? It's just the cutest little thing, the pink-haired girl begged. The silver-haired girl stepped up. All business. My name is Dujo, heir to a clan of combat masters. And you are? Oh. Ooh. I'm Yuan. Our underdog protagonist replied, and Yuan, ever the curious one, shot a question right back. Wait. So what's the deal with combat master? Like, do you do martial arts? Can you use key manipulation to shoot mana blasts or something that OP? Hearing such a total noob question, all three girls absolutely lost it, leaving him looking like a confused NPC. Even Dujo's shoulders were shaking, and she had to cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. Well, your theory isn't times far off. I guess. For real? He laughed. Hey, this is basically an isekai setting. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a legit fighters guild around here. The pink-haired girl jumped on the opportunity to introduce herself. I'm Ruo. Super nice to meet you. And I'm Alan. But my friends just call me Lai. Nice to meet you all. Dujo. Ruo. Lai. He said, flashing that classic shonen protagonist smile, but the moment the words left his mouth, Dujo shot him a look that screamed, "You're an F-rank bug," which earned a massive eye roll from Lai. Seeing the drama unfold, Yuan just let out a nervous chuckle and said, hey guys, looks like the welcome ceremony is about to kick off. And that's when his internal radar pinged, locking onto the one and only Professor Yumina. sitting on the main stage. Dumb. Yo. Look. It's Professor Yumina, he exclaimed, which immediately got Lai's attention. Wait. Professor Yumina was your personal tutor for the exam. Yuan? Yeah. And you. Lai. But before he could even finish his sentence, everything changed. The lighting in the auditorium shifted dramatically, and with a silent incantation, the entire ceiling began to retract, revealing the infinite Stardust at Cosmos above. Whoa. The dome is opening. What kind of Magic Academy event is this? The group shouted, totally freaking out. Suddenly, a voice that applied a server-wide fear debuff echoed through the hall, silencing every single chatterbox. Silence. Attention. That commanding voice unleashed a wave of mana pressure so insane that every student felt a spiritual weight trying to crush them into the floor. It made everyone's gamer instincts scream, "World boss has spawned. What the hell is this? Where is this insane mana release coming from?" Yuan wondered, trying to keep his cool. He felt like a total noob who'd accidentally wandered into a legendary tier raid. But even so, he gritted his teeth and forced his head up, searching for the source of that overwhelming presence. And way up high, a cosmic-level entity began to manifest, and its deep, otherworldly voice continued to boom across the hall. With this, the 2557th entrance ceremony of the Union Magic Academy officially begins. And yep, the entity was a literal cosmic eye. A divina tier. Super enigmatic being. Time skipped forward, and Professor Yumina was now debriefing her squad of newbies. That was next level, wasn't it? The headmaster's speech was epic, she said with a smile that could give you a charisma buff. But the other elite students were still clearly suffering from the fear debuff left over by that insane aura, so nobody said a word. Except for Yuan, who, cool as a cucumber, just took a sip of his drink and nodded. Yeah, that was pretty OP. So, wait, that Eye of Sauron thing is the headmaster? His question made the entire squad's jaws hit the floor. They all whipped around to face him, completely shook. Yuan, you actually saw that thing? You dared to look right at it? The mana pressure was so thick most of us couldn't even lift our heads. It was straight up cosmic horror, but Yuan was just kinda confused. Because yeah, he felt the pressure, but it didn't feel like the game-breaking debuff everyone else was describing. Some hidden talent. Maybe? Meanwhile, Dujo was scanning Yuan. Her eyes narrowed, like she was trying to analyze his stats and figure out how he tanked a hit from a being of that caliber. That entity was using a high-level concealment spell to mask its true presence. So how the hell did he see it? Feeling the passive effect of her analysis skill on him, Yuan got a little nervous and quickly cooked up an excuse. It was just like a gut feeling. You know, a sixth sense. Like I could feel this massive presence watching us from the astral plane. Meanwhile, Professor Yumina brought the conversation back on track. Okay, so long story short, that's the headmaster. Unless you guys complete an S-rank quest, or get into some world-ending trouble, you probably won't ever see him again. Although, from the looks of it, you might just have a personal side quest with the final boss. Yuan, she added with a sly grin, which made Yuan's eyes start to twitch. Why do I feel like you just hit me with a bad luck debuff? Professor? He muttered under his breath. Yumina just chuckled. Haha. Well, as your supervising professor, your experience points are my experience points. So from now on, I expect you all to be grinding, like your lives depend on it. Hearing this, Lai's eyes lit up. Wait, does that mean Professor Yumina is going to be our party leader? That's just how the elite roll, she replied, casually sipping her mana tea like it was nothing. A reveal that big literally caused Lai's brain to blue screen. One of the 9 S-rank masters from the Magic Academy is going to be our personal mentor, he thought, trying to process the info dump. After setting down her cup, Yumina introduced herself by flexing just a fraction of her overwhelming aura. I guess we haven't done the formal intros. Have we? I'm Yumina, master of the Combat Magic Division, and I've been assigned as the mentor in charge of your party. Party number 11. Let's do our best to level up together for the next 5 years. Lai, his jaw practically on the floor, couldn't help but blurt out the question. I thought first-year newbies were only handled by assistant instructors? Yumina nodded. You're not wrong. However, this year's batch is a whole generation of prodigies with ridiculously high base stats. So I'm taking over this quest personally. As she said it, she couldn't help but think with amazement. So ridiculously special. I'm seriously wondering what kind of bug in the selection system grouped all of you together. Then, like she'd activated a seriousness skill, her whole vibe shifted as she dropped a quest warning on them. You better watch your backs. Be ready for some PK and bad blood from the filler students. Hearing that, Yu was totally thrown for a loop at first, but it didn't take long for the true meaning of her words to click. The PK and bad blood the master was talking about wasn't just about competing for the top of the class ranking. It was about the underground duels and straight-up ambushes between students. If that beef escalated beyond an official duel regulated by the Academy's system, not even the S-rank masters could intervene. To survive in this PvP arena against the other cadets, they'd need to grind enough power to one-shot any obstacle or debuff. Otherwise, from now on, you four will operate as a single party. You're a unique class, the chosen ones with absurd growth potential. And not only that, you'll be party members who will raid the tower all the way to the top floor on graduation day. Alright, enough of the lore dump for now. The Academy system has a little welcome item for you. I'll drop the quest mechanics and the deets after you receive your artifact. And as soon as she finished talking, she snapped her fingers, and a rare grade item materialized right in front of the party, leaving them all with a full-on, surprised Pikachu face. It was an amulet. For real? This is our cadet ID? It looks like a low-level accessory. It serves as your ID and gives you access to all the safe zones in the Academy. And if that wasn't enough, it also has a warp function within the Union campus. To test out the teleportation skill, you just have to recite the activation incantation. The warp command is, Master Yumina is a goddess. The second they choked out that phrase, the system force-warped them. Master Yumina is a goddess, Lou screamed, his eyes wide with panic. And just like that, bam, they were zapped right back to their starting point. And as for that activation command, the three of them were just speechless, processing the god-tier level of trolling from Master Yumina. Ugh, what a mental debuff. The party sighed. We need this ID amulet to even get into the tower's dungeon. So, like it or not, we gotta protect it like it's a legendary tier artifact. Lai said while stashing the artifact in his personal inventory. Across from them, Ruo, the pink-haired girl, finally asked the question, but why did the system only ping you? Beats me. Lai replied with a shrug. Maybe it detected my hidden aura or something. Hoso dropped his own theory. As he spoke, he remembered the artifact communication Master Yumina had with someone a little while ago. Nah, that's not it. We've prepared a little tea party. And just his luck, out of all the newbies, he was the only one with high enough willpower stats to endure the director's presence. Cut to the final boss's office. He was sitting there, stiffer than a default NPC. What even is this event? A private quest with the director on my first day? Don't tell me I accidentally triggered a death flag already? You thought. His brain completely bugging out. Seeing the pure panic on his face, the director finally broke the silence. Look me in the eyes. My main body is not present in this instance. The voice was coming from a communication golem on the desk. Hearing this, you finally worked up the nerve to look at the golem and asked, the director? Negative. I am the chairman of the council. Just call me Master. He instructed. Yes. Master. You replied instantly. Then, the chairman cut straight to the main lore. I must explain the reason for this private quest. Normally, I don't intervene in the students' grinding. Whether they level up or stay as noobs, whether they successfully farm the tower or get deleted by mobs, is of no concern to me. My only personal quest is to witness with my own eyes the player who manages to clear the tower's final raid. Everything else is just an insignificant side quest. Hearing a declaration that heavy, he was dead silent. For real, the tower is my ancestors' legacy. My clan, the B clan, has an inherited quest to reclaim it with all our power. I'm willing to sacrifice everything on this run to clear the tower completely, but now, in front of this god-tier NPC, in front of all these other players, what does the tower even mean to them? Why do they get to come to this world and just farm times our time's main dungeon? Unable to contain the hype, you just had to ask. So what's the deal with this tower? Headmaster? Is it some kind of special dungeon? Hearing the question, the headmaster went silent for a few seconds, like he was calculating the potential of his new prodigy. Then, with a chilling calmness, he dropped the lore bomb. The tower is the path to godhood, and at the same time, the most hardcore final trial. Godhood? Is he talking about those divine rank beings the rumors are always about? Yo. The lore in this world is getting seriously deep. Yu muttered to himself, totally shook, his brain lagging from the info dump. Meanwhile, the headmaster continued his monologue. Normally, I don't play support for my cadets when they hit a progression wall. But for you, I'll make an exception. Because I see in you a potential that breaks the scouter. The most insane hidden talent I've seen in my entire existence. I'll make the arrangements so you can grind to your heart's content on your quest to conquer the tower. The second he finished his sentence, the arm of the small puppet on the table moved with a creepy elegance, firing a beam of pure mana that fused directly into Yu's identification plate. Whoa! What is this power-up? Yu exclaimed. Feeling the sudden surge of power, the headmaster was quick to clarify. I've just leveled up your access rank, expanding your privileges beyond the Academy's safe zone. You now have an all-access pass to enter any dungeon you come across. Use this chance to farm EXP and polish your skills before you start the raid on the tower. Outside the tutorial zone? Yu asked again, still trying to process this insane buff. That's right. Now, it's time for you to go. Remember, level up your abilities before you attempt the climb. If your performance is cracked, I will unlock the next tier of privileges for you. As he said this, he waved his hand, and a teleportation magic circle appeared out of thin air right under Yu's feet. Sucking him in? The next tier? Yu managed to shout, completely mind-blown. Correct. The right to solo raid the tower. I look forward to seeing your character development. As soon as he dropped those words, Yu was basically PK'd from the office, landing right in the arms of Professor Yuma, who was waiting just on the other side of the portal. So, how was the chat with the final boss? Everything good? Yuma asked with a dazzling smile. Yu looked up, but his line of sight was immediately obstructed by two massive assets. Blushing hard, he jumped back to get on his feet. The headmaster always kicks people out with a forced teleport. He's a little bugged. Isn't he? Yuma shrugged with a little smirk, while Yu had no idea where to look. Yeah, he replied, red as a tomato. He's been waiting for a player like you since the game began. Yu, after his system finally rebooted from the shock, Yu gave her the rundown on his meeting with the headmaster and the deal they made, leaving Yuma's jaw on the floor. No way. Giving a cadet permission to leave the Magic Academy? That's a triple S-rank privilege, Yuma exclaimed, totally scandalized. For real? Is it that big a deal? He just said I need to level up fast because my stats are basically F-rank. Yu asked again, not getting the full scope of the situation. Of course it's a big deal. You can farm in dungeons outside the tower and explore new maps. That means you're going to gain EXP like crazy and be more OP than anyone. No cadet has ever received a buff this broken in the history of the Academy. Yuma explained, finally making you understand the VIP treatment you were getting. Haha. So that was it. And here I was thinking he saw me as such a noob that I needed an extended tutorial. What a relief. Yu laughed to himself. Yuma continued, with a tone that couldn't hide her jealousy. You're one lucky bastard. Yu, I swear, I'm literally sick with envy. We instructors are stuck grinding paperwork up to our eyeballs. Seriously? Yu asked again. It's true. Since the Union is an academy, the whole system is player-centric. So for support NPCs like us, it's a total nightmare. With that pass, you can raid dungeons, travel to other cities, and go shopping. You can even try all the recovery items you want. I hate you with my entire soul. And the more she talked, the closer she got to his face with a scheming look, causing a drop of cold sweat to run down our poor MC's face. Soaked, you watched as Yuma finally revealed her true side quest. There's this beautiful city map you should check out. It's called Ronica, and its Spring Temple is a legendary zone. Before your professor could even finish assigning the mission, you cut her off, panicking that she was about to eat you alive. Professor, how about I bring you back a souvenir item? Time skip. And the scene changes to the outskirts of the academy. Now Yu was on a journey to complete the quest Yuma had pawned off on him, remembering the specs for the honeymoon wine, a legendary potion crafted by monks, famous for its sweet aroma, thick foam, and an aftertaste with a flavor buff that'll blow your mind. Bring me one. No. Better make it 2 bottles. Got it? The professor said. A total connoisseur. Her eyes sparkling like they were mythic-grade artifacts as she assigned this personal main quest to the rookie. You had no choice but to sigh on the inside. An instructor using a cadet for a booze run. This world definitely had some bizarre game mechanics. But luckily, he already had his own dimensional inventory. And just as that thought crossed his mind, with a smug little quest complete smirk, he dove into his inventory to check out the loot. That's when, out of nowhere, an item he didn't even remember looting popped up. Oh, right, this thing, the little keepsake Grandpa gave me before I enrolled in the Magic Academy. Yu was just staring, totally mind-blown by the item pouch his grandpa had crafted for him. It was radiating a super dense mana aura. Its rarity was unknown, bro. This could easily be an SSS rank artifact. Asterisk, flashback times to the day before the entrance exam. Just as Yu was about to start his character development arc as a cadet, his grandpa, the clan leader himself, materialized with the pouch in hand. You ready to cross the portal? My boy Yu? Ugh. Pretty much. Gramps. Did you get some rest? Yu shot back. And hearing his grandson, the old man dropped the bag on the floor with a times thud, times that screamed high-tier loot. Open it. Take all the loot you want. What is this? You asked? Your eyes going wide. Just open it and you'll see the magic. Your grandpa let out a mischievous little chuckle. The second you opened the dimensional pouch, a flash of golden mana straight up blinded you for a sec. No freaking way. It's a mountain of pure gold. Are you for real? I can just take some? You asked. Completely shook. Haha. Go nuts. Kid. This is the clan's fortune. A treasure our ancestors left behind for the legendary quest to find the Tower of Babel. Now, all this treasure is yours. Use it however the hell you want. Your grandpa said. Looking proud AF. That hit you right in the feels. So hard you almost teared up. Thanks. Gramps. For real. Thank you. This is gonna be a gigantic help. But, doesn't it look kinda hardcore to carry? You stammered. Why'd you say it's hardcore? The old man shot back. Well, just eyeballing it. This looks like it weighs a literal ton. You complained. You absolute idiot, the old man yelled, his patience finally snapping. Back in the present, after opening your inventory, you dumped all your personal items into the pouch in one go. Seriously, having an expanded inventory is a total game changer. My grandpa told me. Gold is a universal resource. It works in any dimension. So I'm just gonna grab a few bars. Aight. I'm ready. Time to start this new arc. You told yourself, staring at the techno metropolis ahead before walking into the city. You were completely tripping out over the tech level of this place. Whoa. Even though it's another dimension, this techno city has the same vibe as mine. For real. But while you were spacing out, you suddenly saw a bunch of people zipping through the sky on floating vehicles, and your jaw hit the floor. Nope. Never mind. I take it all back. This is on another level. What the heck is that thing? It's flying. How is that even possible? You thought. Your eyes sparkling with excitement. But your fresh out of the tutorial noob look had already caught the attention of some guards. Hey. You. Which portal did you just pop out of? You turned around. But before you could even get a word in, the two guards clocked your uniform, and their whole vibe did a 180. By the seven heavens, are you a cadet from the prestigious Union Academy? A pleasure. We're the border guards for the west sector of Ronica City. They immediately stood at attention and snapped into a crisp martial salute. The whole welcome wagon made you feel super awkward. All this drama just for being a Union student? You scratched the back of your neck and said, Hey, I'm Ban Yuan, a first-year rookie at Union Academy. After that, the two of them just stared at you with a super nosy look they couldn't hide. But still, how'd you even get all the way out here? Cadet Ban Yuan? Did you get permission from the headmaster of the academy himself? Yep. He gave me a free pass to explore the campus grounds. You just nodded and played along. Roger that. It's thanks to the headmaster and the teachers that our city has this magical protection barrier. We owe them a life debt. Un es-rank tier favor. At least, the two said with a grin, which made you seriously rethink the true power level of this magic academy. If you have any questions, just give us a shout. And for you, a total noob who still didn't grasp the big picture, how could you possibly let this golden opportunity slip by? Instantly, you pointed at the flying artifact cruising through the sky and asked, I want to buy that flying mount. What's the damage? Time flew by. And now Yu was flexing hard, cruising over the training grounds in his slick new flying vehicle. Holy crap. This thing is insane, Yu yelled at the top of his lungs. Asterisk flashback times to 1 hour earlier. Hearing Yu's question, a cold sweat started trickling down the guards' backs as they explained. If you're referring to that specific model, that's the HA-class flying motorcycle. The base model, with 0 upgrades, already costs 250,000 ronias, which is a massive fortune. Hearing this, Yu kept a complete poker face and asked, is 250,000 ronias a lot of money? And so it was called an HA flying motorcycle. In that exact moment, he casually whipped a solid gold bar out of his inventory and asked, you guys accept this as a payment method? Seeing this kid pull out an item of that rarity so calmly, the guards' eyes practically bugged out of their skulls. Is that pure gold? Where in the world did you get a bar of this caliber? Is this thing for real? Oh, it was a gift from my grandpa, Yu replied with an innocent little smile. Back in the present, even he was still reeling from the whole situation. A single gold bar was worth 75 million ronias. He seriously needed to thank his grandpa for basically force-feeding it into his inventory. Gold is a universal currency. You blockhead, make sure you take it, the old man had yelled. All pissed off. But it's super heavy and a total pain. Yu had whined. I guess having too much loot can be a real problem for a young, OP protagonist. Meanwhile, as if it sensed a massive surge of pure mana, the little snake Y just poofed into existence, letting our totally hyped up MC flex on his familiar. Ayu. Why? You're just in time for the show. So, what do you think? Huh? Peep this, just like with you. I jammed a spiritual core into this hoverbike to trigger its awakening. Her name's Lilith. So from now on, I expect you two to be besties. I cast a soul into Lilith using the same incantation I used on you, turning her into a being with consciousness. A whole entity of her own. Basically your twin. Why? Hearing its master's words, the snake flicked its tongue. A gesture that was either a full-on meh of annoyance or a good game for its new little sister. Ignoring that totally random reaction, our MC hadn't forgotten the quest Professor Yumina assigned him. All right. Quest, buy wine for Professor Yumina. Complete. Side quest, create a sister for Y. Also complete. I've cleared out my quest log. So, it's time to head back. We're going back to the academy, he declared with a smile that was basically a charisma buff. But a little while later, our hero was an absolute wreck. Slumped over a table, his head spinning like he just suffered a god-tier mana drain. Ugh. My head. Our MC was whining like a low-level mob. Just then, Lee walked up, slammed a glass of water on the table with a look that could nerf him to F rank, and just shook his head. You are so cringe. You know that? I can't believe right after the party meeting, you just dipped without a word and came back with a debuff this bad. Lai hit him with a stare that dropped all his stats, making him stammer out an excuse. It was Professor Yumina. She ambushed me. I had no choice. As he said it, he got a flashback of the professor grabbing him by the collar, hell-bent on not letting him escape. Shot. Shot. Another round. Newbie. Until his face was redder than a fireball about to crit. It's the first time in my life I've ever tried that forbidden potion, he said, chugging the water like it was a life elixir. Meanwhile, Duko Cooley noticed the flower-shaped brooch on our MC's chest and chimed in. Yo. Is that insignia the loot you got for becoming the new class leader after that drinking quest with the professor? Our protagonist sat up a bit and answered. Class leader? If you mean squad leader, then yeah, that's the one. And right at that moment, Jiho surprised everyone by declaring, if we're picking a leader for the 4 of us, it has to be me, because my power level is the highest in this party. Any objections? Or what? She glared at him. Uli immediately jumped in, saying, hey, that's not logical. Jiho, even if we're a party of the same tier, I need to make something clear. That arrogant protagonist attitude isn't going to help us raid the tower. And I totally disagree that you're the most OP on the team, Uli shouted, pointing directly at Jiho. She just scoffed and shook her head. Haha. Did you seriously just say we're on the same level? That's hilarious. It was just yesterday that you were begging the professor to let you do a solo run in the tower. Where's the equality in that? Huh? She shrugged, hitting Uli with a massive shame debuff. Uli stammered, totally bugging out, with no idea how to respond. Yun and Ruo gave him the sus look. Oh, That's right. You did say that. Raw commented simply. No. I mean, it was just a theoretical question. Out of curiosity. It's not like I don't want to party up with you guys. Meanwhile, Yun just slumped onto the table, thinking, damn it. And I thought I could skip the early game guild drama at the academy. I mean, my plan was to propose a team strategy. But this party is already a total dumpster fire. It's not like I'm dying to be the leader. Either. But now, I get why the professor gave the role to me. Uli has 0 stats in charisma. But his pride is SSS rank. While Jiho is a straight-up tyrant, even if her DPS is insane, she's just going to pull aggro from the rest of the team. And Ruo is too passive. He doesn't have the build for a squad leader. Haha. What a party of randoms I got matched with. With that in mind, Yun raised his voice. All right. Hold on. Everyone. Lower your power levels and listen up. The party leader doesn't have to be the most broken one. In fact, they shouldn't be. He proposed. Jiho gave him a suspicious look and asked why. Because if the most OP player is the leader, they're just going to make all the decisions in solo player mode. And a real leader needs to create synergy within the team. That ain't it. Chief. The leader should be someone who finds strategies that give us all a buff. That's why I think a balanced character like me should be the squad leader. You? Balanced? Jiho nearly choked with laughter. All right. Fine. The professor has the final say on assigning the leader, so I'll follow your strategy for now. Jiho said with a sly little smirk, seeing the most dangerous S-ranker in the room actually back down. Yun felt like he'd just dodged a critical hit. His stress bar finally started to drop. Thanks. Jiho continued. In a tone that made it crystal clear, she was doing him a massive favor. Her voice went dead serious. For real. Ever since this quest started, you were the only one I wanted in my party. But whatever. Even if this is cringy AF. To complete my main quest, I guess I'll have to carry this pair of NPCs. And with that, she shot Uli and Ruo a look so cold, it dropped their aura temperature to absolute 0. And that was that. Later, with that, the silver-haired waifu dipped with the chill of an ice elemental, leaving Uli so pissed he almost got a rage buff. Dead weight? Uli gritted his teeth, his mana practically screaming with pure indignation. Seeing things were about to pop off, Yun had to use a diplomacy skill. Chill. Uli. Lower your aggro. After momentarily taming the beast, Yun felt his own mana bar flashing red. Damn. This morning feels more like a dungeon raid than a normal day at the Magic Academy. Any quest involving pride is automatically S-rank. A total pain to grind. Alright. Time to grind for patience. One skill point at a time. Our boy Yun told himself, trying to get his stamina bar back up. But before he could even pop a potion, Ruo jumped up, her voice buzzing with hype. Hey, Yun, didn't you bring that super kawaii snake familiar of yours? Let me pet it. The girl's eyes were sparkling like a noob who just found their first rare item. For the love of the 7 heavens. Why is this zone full of hidden traps? Yun sighed internally. I feel like I'm getting ganked by random events. One after another. Cut to a combat training ground. Hector, a tank with a magma bloodline straight out of a noble family, leaped to his feet and roared. Instructor, I want to gauge the power level of the cadets who passed the special entrance exam. His shout was like an AoE taunt, making everyone immediately inspect Yun's party, scoping out their auras and stats. The instructor, who looked like an NPC straight out of a maximum security prison, just nodded. For the first class, we'll have a little warm-up sparring session. What do you say? Rookies? Hearing that, the first years immediately lit up, practically screaming for a chance to get in the arena. Yo, teach. Let me show these noobs how a real fight goes. Move it. Extra. I'm first. Hey, you. With the weird emblem, you gonna take that artifact off? Or do I have to take it off for you? The aggro-filled shouts left Yuan and Lai in shock, as Lai gave Yuan a look that screamed that's a major death flag. So Union Academy ranks its students by their power level. No wonder Class 1 is the elite class. Looks like they're really targeting us. The underdogs from Class 11. Yuan stammered back. Well, maybe it's because my drip is a little flashy? While the mob of NPCs kept making noise, Hector shot a death glare at Yuan's insignia, his rage-fueled mana starting to go berserk. How dare this F-rank-looking noob to wear the artifact given to him by the flower goddess herself, Professor Yuma, and have the audacity to flex it right in his face, was the absolute last straw. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for Hector to contain his murderous aura. And finally, his patience bar hit 0 and shattered. Instructor, please, let me scan that guy's level myself. Allow me to challenge him to a duel. The instructor instantly agreed. All right. Then, step into the arena. Yuan, your PvP will be against Hector. Yuan felt like he'd just been shoved into a forced quest with no option to decline. A true game over if he failed. Meanwhile, Professor Yumina was watching Yuan's first class in stealth mode from the stands. The second she realized it was a joint class between Class 1 and Class 11, she started to feel like the whole system was bugged. What the hell? Why did they set up matchmaking between my kids and the elite students for their very first session? And on top of that, for all-out combat magic training, right out of the gate? How do they expect a new player, admitted through a special subspace quest, to even stand a chance against a high-ranking prodigy? This has to be planned. They must have rigged the matchmaking. I don't know which admin is pulling the strings, but I can feel their malicious aura. Yuma thought, a worry debuff stacking up as she watched her student. Back with Yuan. He was no noob. He wasn't about to just run headfirst into a PvP against the magma tank in front of him. So, without a second thought, he raised his hand to forfeit before it even began. Excuse me, instructor, but my combat level is still too low. I don't think I can gain any EXP from this duel. The instructor with the prison garb skin replied with stone-cold indifference. Oh, really? Is that how it is? Well then, that's 3 penalty points for you. That sentence left Yuan completely frozen, hit with a confusion debuff, with no clue what was even happening. Get in the arena and drop the lame excuses, the instructor said, adjusting his glasses with a final boss glare. In that instant, Yuan realized this dude was nerfing him on purpose. But why? Why was the instructor trying to force this PvP so bad? Was he trying to hit him with a humiliation debuff in front of the entire Magic Academy? The more he thought about it, the darker his expression got. They're not excuses. It's the truth. I was accepted through special admission because of my unique skills, not because of my combat stats. If the instructor is so curious about the hidden talents of a special admission student, I ask that you find another type of quest to evaluate us. Instead of forcing this pointless PvP, your speech was fire. But seeing you dodge the quest over and over, the instructor, rocking that prison jumpsuit skin, was totally fed up and just snapped. What's your deal? Rookie? Are you seriously trying to mansplain my own quest to an elite instructor? Hearing that, you just threw diplomacy out the window and dropped the unfiltered truth bomb. I don't care if you're an S-rank instructor or I'm an F-rank cadet. If you're clueless about something, you need to learn. That's just the law of this world. Besides, aren't I the MC? I mean, the class representative? And just like that, another 5 merit points went down the drain. The teacher yelled, making Yuan sigh like, what a drag. Asterisk, hey. So that's how we're playing it. You want to switch the quest to hard mode? Eh? Asterisk, he thought, and instantly dropped a counteroffer. How about a deal? Teach? Give me 1 week to grind. And we'll throw down next time. Just 1 little week. I'll hit the challenge tower once. And by the time I'm out, my build will be pretty much ready for combat magic. Yuan's insanely cocky declaration literally froze the mana in the air. And all the NPC students just stared at him like he'd completely lost his mind. What the hell did this dude just say? A class-ranking duel next week? Grind? What is he on? His combat power is a pathetic F rank. I mean, how the hell does he think he can challenge an elite from the special class with just 1 week of grinding? And to top it off, this total underdog. The instructor in the inmate uniform gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Now he's ignoring me and setting up his own duels. Fine. Do whatever the hell you want. Seeing him fuming, Yuan's face was pure contempt. Asterisk. So what if I ignore you? Clown? You're not even a named NPC. He let out a mutter so potent that even Lai, standing right behind him, felt a chill run down her spine, and after swallowing his rage like a champ, the instructor announced with a grand flourish, Yuan versus Hector, next Tuesday. They will have an official class-ranking combat match, and it will be broadcast live to the entire Magic Academy via the Manavision system. Don't miss it, he smirked with a malice you could smell, already picturing Yuan's public nerfing next week. Asterisk, So he doesn't just want to humiliate me. Asterisk. He wants to put on a media circus for the whole academy. Asterisk, Yuan frowned. Processing the play. Just as the teacher addressed all the background mobs, Yuan, since you asked for time to level up, you'd better prove you're not all talk. If you fail, Yuan, completely over it. Cut him off without mercy. Obviously I will. Hey, you. Hector. Right? We have an official PvP next week. I'm already dying to farm you, he said with a confident protagonist grin. Hector, in response, spat on the ground with undisguised disgust. Huh. You damn F-rank trash. Yuan cringed so hard. He didn't get why he was even trying to be friendly with this hothead. Asterisk, pff. Not like I expected a nice reply anyway. The quest was to scan his stats, not become his bestie. Hector's status window popped up crystal clear in front of Yuan's eyes. Hector. Main attributes. B and C. Rank. Vitality. 250. Physical strength. 300. Magic power. 120. Seeing those stats, Yuan confirmed that postponing the duel was a total big brain move. As expected from a cadet in the elite student class, his vitality and strength attributes are insane. His stamina is 5 times mine, and his physical strength is 10 times higher. But even with those numbers, asterisk compared to my girls, this guy is nothing more than a low-level mob. Asterisk, Yuan thought, glancing over at Lai and Ruo. Asterisk, if I want to conquer the tower with this party, I need a breakthrough to get way past the level of a simple goon like Hector. Yuan thought for a sec and then let out a laugh. Haha. What's with the long faces? Is my party actually worried about this humble underdog? But ignoring Yuan's attempt at a funny moment, Doha started cracking her knuckles, her gaze turning icy. What's this? No one brave enough to try their luck? Unlike the class rep. My thing is martial arts. Or are you guys not curious to see the OP abilities of a special admission student? Any heroes out there dare to step into the training grounds? If it's for a sparring match, I'm always ready for action. Doha said, her aura of power going completely off the charts. Her stats looked like they were literally about to break the system window. Turning to look at the crowd of mob characters, the entire room went dead silent for a moment after hearing Doha's challenge. Even the teacher in his inmate skin was speechless. The reason was super simple. Even an F-rank like Yuan could feel the monstrous pressure from Doha's aura. Asterisk, the silence is brutal. But it makes total sense. Even my ocular skill, Myriad Poisonous Eye, is having a hard time fully scanning Doha's power level. Asterisk, there's no way these first-year newbies can't feel her totally OP aura. Asterisk, Yuan thought to himself. Back to Doha. Seeing that not a single chicken dared to accept the challenge, she said with a look of pure boredom, what's wrong? You lack faith in your builds? How about I just pick my opponent? And her finger pointed straight at Hector. Hector, you're not the type to just PK noobs. Or am I wrong? Come on. I'm gonna nerf you into the ground. Faced with such a direct challenge, Hector froze solid, probably realizing that Doha's legendary power was in a completely different dimension from his own. Asterisk. Hector must be bricking it right now. His target was the easy mob, aka me. But now he's been challenged by a raid boss. Everyone in this room can feel that massive power gap. If he accepts Daz's challenge just for some cheap protagonist pride, he's gonna get nerfed. Hard. We're talking an S-rank level beatdown. And not even high-purity mana elixirs will get him back on his feet in a week. But low-key, even though it's not my problem, I can't just let the system clap him like that. With that new quest objective in mind, Yuan activated his support character mode. Hold up. Instructor Ha, my bad. But Hector's already got a class-ranking duel scheduled with me for next week. If you want a piece of him, you'll have to get in the challenger queue. Daz turned to face you, giving you a full-on vibe check, trying to gauge your power level, and ask, you sure about this play? Bud? Bet. Appreciate the concern. But this time, I'm gonna use my own mana to prove I'm not just some random F-rank. You declared this with an aura of pure confidence. Totally ready to crank up the difficulty on this quest. Daz had no reason to shut down your challenge. Huh. And here I thought you were just some slippery commoner. But it looks like you've got some fighting spirit after all. Aight. I'll grant you this little whim. Besides this brave one, are there any other challengers who dare to step into the arena? She asked one more time. But the crowd of newbies was absolutely frozen. Not a single soul dared to challenge Daz's legendary power. For real? Not a single warrior among you? The silver-haired girl threw out the question again. Seeing the cadets were still dead silent, Daz let out a disappointed sigh. A second ago, you were all leaking an aura of pure arrogance. But now that you're facing a real ranker, you're cowering like a bunch of low-level mobs. Hearing her provocation, the first-year newbies gritted their teeth in pure fury. But no matter how much their mana boiled with rage, no one dared to talk back. Until a golden-haired noble raised his voice. Who are you calling a cowardly mob? You common? It's so typical of F-ranks and the talentless to group up, acting like heroes and protecting their little clan with useless barks. What is this? Some kind of filler quest? The moment you felt the shift in the mana flow because someone actually dared to challenge Daz, you immediately focused up. But what's this guy's deal? This dude has the aura of one of the elite students. For sure. But his power level feels like it's from another dimension. Knock up. You frowned, analyzing the situation. From your perspective, this little golden prince was emitting an overwhelming aura. Completely stunning, the low-rank students around him. On top of that, seeing your total noob face, Lai slid over to give you the lore dump. That guy over there is Optima, the heir to the throne of the Centus dimension. Who? Centus. Optima? And who's that in this party? You asked, looking more lost than a player in a dungeon without a map. Your newbie question left even Lai speechless. For real? You don't know who he is? Besides the Union, there are 10 other SSS-ranked dimensions. Optima comes from the royal bloodline that rules Centus. One of those dimensions, after processing that info drop, you couldn't help but feel a chill run down your spine. So, he's the heir of one of the founding noble families. In that instant, under the gaze of every single spectator, Optima began to descend into the combat arena with the grace of a sovereign. Instructor, he ordered, with a voice that froze the surrounding mana. And the instructor, who was no NPC, caught the command instantly, moving at the speed of light. Of course, he said, whipping out an artifact in a flash. A magical device that immediately triggered your analysis skill. And what's that gadget? It's gotta be a combat log artifact. They're planning to record the whole thing so the tea goes viral on the Magic Academy forums. Lai theorized. So what's the move after they record it? You asked with a rookie's curiosity. They said they'll upload it all to the intranet. But honestly, I have no clue what kind of spell that is. Lai just shook his head. You could tell he came from a dimension where magi tech wasn't exactly an everyday thing. So he wasn't on the same wavelength. However, since you come from a civilization with maxed out tech stats, you instantly understood the instructor's strategy. Oh. So that's the play. I see. So they farm for popularity in this Magic Academy too. Huh? Seeing you look like you just cracked the code, Lai turned and asked, Yo, do you actually know what this intranet thing is? As you opened the Union's network interface, you explained, basically, it's like a digital grimoire that clans or academies use to share intel and quests among their members. After hearing your explanation, Lai was even more shook. Your homeworld is such a low rank that you don't even know the Union? And you still know about advanced systems? In my world, this is basic tech. But where's the portal to this academy's network? You said, as your fingers flew across your terminal. And R had to run over to point you to the access route. Right here. There's a live mana transmission channel with our class. Thanks. R, for real. You have a hidden talent for info gathering. Without wasting a second, you connected to the channel. And instantly, the projection of Daz and Optima popped up on the interface. What is this? It's a real-time broadcast. The instructor is trying to hit all the newbies with a morale debuff. But I've got a feeling this plan has a high chance of failing. You muttered. In the arena, both Daz and Optima were unleashing a massive power aura. After a brief stare-down that crackled with mana, Optima broke the tense silence. Go ahead. You have the honor of the first attack. Daz shot him a smirk, dripping with arrogance. Duel etiquette says the lower-ranked challenger attacks first. So be my guest. It's all you, she said, extending her hand in a taunting gesture. Lower rank. You say? We'll see how long that confidence lasts. Manifest. Kneel! Optima exclaimed as he thrust his hand forward, ready to begin his incantation and invoke his power, instantly unleashing some kind of domain ability aimed squarely at Dujo. To all the onlookers, it looked like a super bizarre mana wave erupting from Optima's palm. And the second his AoE technique hit Yuan's crew, Dujo was hit with an insane aura pressure trying to crush her very soul. What the heck is this? This is nothing like the power of the word I've been grinding. It feels like a waterfall crashing down on me. It's as absolute as needing to breathe to stay alive. This is a fundamental law of the universe. No cap. Everything inside this domain is screaming at me to kneel before him. Like it's the only logical and natural thing to do. Is he actually bending the laws of the world itself? Dujo wondered. Meanwhile, Lai, who was right beside her, turned to Yuan and shot him a look. Yo, you got a read on his OP ability yet? Yup, Yuan replied. But just before he could drop the intel, Ruo grabbed his arm, trembling like a leaf, her eyes wide and pale with sheer terror. At the same time, when Optima's AoE spell finally reached Dujo, it was about as effective as trying to knock down a titanium wall with a puff of air. It didn't even tickle her. From her own palm, a torrent of deep blue mana began to overflow like crazy. With a simple wave of her hand, she shattered that pressure like it was nothing more than dust, leaving the entire team with their jaws on the floor. Not even Yuan could believe it. No way. She just unleashed an even more massive aura pressure and straight up cancelled the enemy's skill. Was the on-the-fly analysis Yuan cooked up. The blondie, Optima, watched Dujo demolish his technique, and his eyes lit up with a pretty twisted curiosity. Haha. Well, so you're not a complete F-rank scrub after all. Dujo just shook her head, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Your ability is as mediocre as those ridiculous horns on your head. If this is your entire arsenal, what a massive disappointment. We're just getting started. Optima shot back, moving his arm and beginning the incantation for another spell, but that movement didn't escape Dujo's eagle eyes. Instantly, she channeled mana to her legs, blitzed forward like a lightning bolt, and slammed a kick right into his gut, interrupting Optima's spell, casting cold. Did you really think I was just gonna stand here and wait for your second attack? You clown? Or what? Do your spells need me to be standing right next to you to work? Dujo mocked. Optima threw up a mana barrier, but having to play defense like that bruised his massive ego. I can't believe I have to use both hands for such a low-rank combat encounter. He spat out. Annoyed. Whatever. You're just a brute with zero strategy. Dujo's voice suddenly whispered right next to his ear, causing Optima to instinctively throw a blind punch behind him. You damn insect, he yelled, completely oblivious that his own arrogance was 1,000 times worse. Dujo dodged Optima's wild swing with otherworldly agility, deflecting his arm with her left hand, while her right grabbed him by the collar. Then she slammed an aura-infused knee straight into Optima's jaw. Just as I thought. Your martial arts moves are straight-up F-rank. Or what? Do you need someone to explain the fundamentals of combat to you with puppets? Dujo taunted. But her attack was blocked by another one of Optima's mana barriers. However, being humiliated like that in front of everyone made Optima's blood boil. You damn trash! He gritted his teeth in fury, focusing his entire aura into his fist and unleashing a punch at lightning speed. But Dujo, with some seriously slick footwork, dodged it like it was a joke. Lai couldn't believe what he was seeing. Dujo was playing with Optima like an S-rank hunter toying with a low-level slime. It was a total slaughter. Optima, the so-called sovereign of Sentis, was getting an epic beatdown from Dujo. Watching the scene unfold, Yuan, still analyzing the boss fight in stealth mode, dropped his own theory. From what I can tell, that Optima guy is used to winning by just using his aura pressure to paralyze his opponents, or by straight-up altering the laws of physics to his whim. But that kind of crowd control ability doesn't even faze Dujo, and that's precisely why he's in deep trouble now, getting absolutely clowned on in front of everybody. The blondie was eating a full combo from Dujo, without the slightest chance to land a single hit. Every impact was a work of martial art. Precise, deadly, and humiliating. From a flurry of fists to the face to a high kick that almost sent his jaw into orbit. Bro, if it wasn't for his mana barrier, he'd be taking a dirt nap right now. Back to Yuan. Our pro-gamer analyst continued his breakdown. Even though his base strength and endurance stats are higher, it's super obvious. He has 0 skill points invested in close-quarters combat. That comment left Lai completely stunned by Yuan's analytical skills. He could barely see that Dujo was able to go toe-to-toe with Optima. And yet, Yuan was reading their power levels and abilities, as if he had a status window open. It's crystal clear. They're all elite students from the subspace. But What kind of absolute monsters are these guys? Back to the action. Optima didn't have half a second to even think about a counterattack. Dujo's fists were raining down on him at an absurd speed. "How dare you treat me with such disrespect?" screamed the deluded guy, not realizing he was already being treated like a party piñata. Immediately, Dujo's fist slammed into his face, shattering his mana barrier like it was wet paper. "Hey, did you just come here to run your mouth? Or are you actually going to start fighting for real? Or what? You feeling froggy? You want me to humble you?" Hoso shot back, his mana turning the air ice cold. Meanwhile, Optima was getting absolutely consumed by the rage of always being second fiddle. A summoning circle with glowing adamantine runes materialized above his head, unleashing a power surge that would give you goosebumps. The dude slammed both hands on the ground, causing the entire combat dome to shatter into a million pieces. "I'll never forgive you. If you're so eager to die, I'll send you straight back to the lobby," Optima roared, completely unhinged. Seeing him screech like that, Hoso replied with the calm of an SSS rank protagonist. "Death isn't a game, a noob like you should be playing with," and she began condensing her battle aura into her fist, getting ready to lunge and completely reset that stuck-up prince's system. Optima, just as wild, screamed, "Disappear," and unleashed his ultimate skill with his hands thrust forward. Just as the auras of the two combatants were about to cause a cataclysm, Professor Yumina's voice boomed across the arena. "That's enough." With a single clap, she straight-up cancelled their OP abilities like it was nothing. The training grounds were instantly flooded with a field of celestial flowers, leaving Hoso and Optima with their jaws on the floor. Yumina said softly, "Death duels between students are not permitted in our Magic Academy. Save all that legendary power for when you have to climb the Tower of Challenge. Is that clear? You two?" Then, with a simple gesture, she dispelled the incantation, making the garden of flowers vanish as if by magic. From the stands, Yuan was thinking, what the heck was that trip? An illusion-type technique? But the scent of the flowers is super real. Meanwhile, Optima. The moment Yumina stepped in, he knew the sparring match was cooked. The dude just huffed, turned tail, and bounced like the sore loser he is, with no clue that the professor's intervention had just saved his butt from an epic humiliation. Otherwise, Hoso would have sent him a one-way ticket to the respawn menu. Back to Hoso. She couldn't care less about that wannabe's tantrum, and turned to speak to Yumina. "Your mana level is on a whole other league." "Sensei." In response, the professor just gave her a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Hoso also sighed and returned to the party. "Phew. Welcome back. That was so clutch," said Yuan. Hearing him, the silver-haired girl turned so Lee could give her a score. "So? How was my performance?" "It was insane. Totally epic. Just watching made my mana core start racing." However, before our protag could finish, Ruo suddenly ran and jumped on his back like a panicked koala. That reaction left the whole group with a total what the fuck expression. "Ruo, what's up with you? Did Hoso's killing intent actually spook you?" he asked with a frown, seeing his friend shaking like a leaf. "Haha. What a scaredy cat. Alright. Chill. Get down from there. Champ," Yuan said with a smile while Ruo, clinging on for dear life, refused to let go. Out of nowhere, Yua's ticked-off voice was heard, a voice that echoed, making everyone turn to see the new drama. "You're going to receive an administrative nerf, Professor Farron, for allowing a class-ranking duel on the very first day, and you not only authorized the combat, but you played dumb when the duel went hardcore. You know, this is a serious violation of the Academy's regulations. Right? I'm very sorry. Professor Fen stammered. An apology isn't going to cut it. So prepare for the consequences." Yua replied with a total "I'm the boss here" face. Then she approached Yuan. "Oh. And for a class president, discipline is the main stat. Yuan, why are you wearing the Academy emblem all crooked like this?" And as she said this, the gorgeous professor adjusted the emblem on our protag's chest. It was a gesture with a suspiciously close proximity, which immediately activated the god-tier envy mode of all the other cadets behind them. However, completely ignoring the death glares being shot her way, Yua left as soon as she fixed Yuan's emblem. "Well, I'm out. Have a good day." Cadets, watching her walk away, all Yuan could do was let out a nervous chuckle. Huh. What the hell? The professor came to stop the duel, but in the end, all she did was jack up my aggro level with the entire class. After he said that, and without even needing to use his mana perception, he could feel a ton of hostile auras aimed at the back of his neck from the Class 1 elite students. Why did it have to be that lame-ass NPC? He's gonna pay for this. That lucky bastard. Some extra muttered from the side. Time flew, and the gossip about the epic showdown between Doc Ho and Optima spread faster than a teleportation spell among the first years. Yo, did you guys hear? The transfer student from the beta dimension actually faced off against Optima. Nah. She totally wiped the floor with him. From the secondary portal? You sure that's not just hype? But what the hell is going on with this year's stats? Curious comments on the Magic Network's forum started popping up instantly. And of course, our protag, Yuan, was also checking out all those posts. However, he wasn't digging this sudden fame buff at all. Looks like we're the hot topic all over the Magic Academy, Yuan said with a worried look. In front of him, his friend Lee was practically steaming from the ears, unable to figure out how that arcane tech artifact worked. Then, turning to Doc Ho, who had just finished farming the forum comments, her unique eyes narrowed just a bit. Asterisk, that's random. Asterisk, is that guy really times the #1 ranker? No shot. There's someone in this generation with an aura way denser than his. Doc Hoso gets hit with a flashback of a robed mage, all huddled in a corner of the classroom, right before she turns to drop a quest marker on our boy. You telling me you didn't notice either? She dropped. Yuan just shrugged, flashing that low-key troll smile. Nah. No way. I was too locked in on your boss fight. Meanwhile, Lai was just slumped over the table, looking like his mana pool hit 0. But yo, your name is blowing up the Magic Academy forums, right? What's this I hear about a new title? The King of Trash Talk? Lai asked. Yuan let out a classic tired protag sigh and spilled the tea. Well, see, since they're all too chicken to cancel the guy who actually challenged the #1 ranker, they're aiming all their hate at me instead. And that's not the only rumor making the rounds. Is it? Doc Ho cut in, giving a little side-eye. Come to think of it, we usually sit miles apart. Huh? Yuan blurted out, totally shook, spotting Ruo sitting at a whole other table, trembling like she was lagging out. The whole vibe at the table suddenly got super heavy. It looked like Ruo either felt Doc Ho's intimidating aura or was just straight up terrified to get any closer. I wonder how they're gonna manage being roommates. Maybe she's still tense from that whole showdown earlier. I should probably help her chill out a bit. Everyone loves a good sweetness buff, Yuan thought, and instantly pulled a small jar of jam from his dimensional inventory. This is fairy jam, a crafting item I made with my synthesis skill, using an extract from tens of thousands of fruits. It has a passive effect that, while it's a low-level buff, it helps with grinding EXP for all stats. Check it, he said, getting the whole party's attention. The two of them leaned in, their curiosity stat maxed out, and he let out a little laugh. Huh. What do you think? Pass the bread, he said, popping the jar open. Instantly, a super sweet aroma flooded the area. Out of nowhere, Ruo whipped her head around, eyes wide like she'd just spotted a legendary artifact, completely zeroed in on their table. He slathered the jam on some bread and passed the plate to Lai and Doc Hoso. Go on. Try it. Even though they gave it a sus look at first. Like, is this gonna hit me with a debuff? They both took a bite, and from that first taste, it was a flavor explosion that absolutely blew their minds. Dude, this is epic. What the hell is this stuff? They both yelled, jaws on the floor. He just smirked with that OP protag confidence. Hehe. Not bad. Right? Lai could barely even speak. It's good. Yo. This isn't just good. This is a whole different tier. This is SSS rank quality. Hoso nodded. Dead serious. I've tasted delicacies from all over the central continent. But for real, this is in a league of its own. He blushed a little at their reactions and turned to invite Ruo. Hey, get over here and join the party. The pink-haired girl was already practically drooling just from smelling that divine scent. She gulped and immediately pulled her chair over. Make me one. Please, she mumbled. You got it, he replied, full of good vibes. The second she tasted it, Ruo felt her soul ascend to the next plane from the sheer flavor breakthrough. The ultimate fruity deliciousness. The best fruit flavor in this entire crappy world, she said. Totally blissed out. Lai turned to him. You crafted this with your skill? Doc Hoso was already licking her lips. Ready for more. Can I get a refill? He grinned. Totally chill. Bet, go on. Eat until your mana bar overflows. Doc Ho licked her fingertips. I feel like I'm chugging a divine elixir. He just waved it off. Nah. It's not even a high-rarity item. Guild members gotta look out for each other. You know, just think of it as a small thank you for backing me up earlier. Doc Hoso laughed. Even so. This thing is way too broken. Well, I know how I'm gonna repay you for this legendary elixir. I'm going to personally train you in martial arts. Doc Hoso said, leaning in until her face was right in front of our boy's body, making him blush like a ripe tomato. After the feast, Doc Hoso led him to a huge mansion with a classic Eastern vibe. As long as there's room for a good sparring session, it's perfect. I didn't expect to find a training ground with such a serene aura, she said, scoping the place out with excitement. Meanwhile, our protag instantly clocked the reason for the room's design. This place is a reflection of your inner domain, isn't it? Just what I'd expect from someone with your perception, she exclaimed, and then turned to him. But we just finished eating. What kind of key manipulation technique are you going to teach me? Exactly. Without answering, Doc Hoso snatched up a bakken, mumbling. This length is perfect. Don't move, he said, slicing the wooden sword through the air with a times whoosh, times that. Not gonna lie. Made you a little tense. All right. First, we're grinding the basic form, he said, dropping into a combat stance and holding the bakken horizontally at his chest. Ready to begin your martial arts cultivation, with his right hand clamped on the hilt with otherworldly force, while his left barely rested on the pommel, and out of nowhere, Doohy used that hand to imbue the sword with some brutal power and yeet it straight at Yuan's face. The blade stopped dead in the air just a millimeter from his nose, unleashing a shockwave of pure aura that slapped him across the face. This is a thrust, Doohy said, totally unfazed. A decisive blow. No hesitation. A mortal attack that feels almost like a magic spell. In that millisecond, you unlocked a new concept, piercing. The art of running through absolutely everything. But why piercing? Is she just teaching me basic fencing? Or what's the deal? Yuan thought. More lost than ever. Doohy snapped at him. Hey, noob, are you even paying attention? Or are you away from keyboard grinding XP in the clouds? Yuan instantly reacted. My bad. Now, focus up. The thrust isn't a one-and-done skill. You can execute it with anything. I just showed you its base, meaning the core of the thrust, how many times you spam it, from what angle you attack, which critical point you aim for, and with what level of mana to imbue the strike. As she explained, Doohy threw down some combos, always finishing with a thrust aimed right at him. She paused, continuing her masterclass. Even though there are endless applications for this ability, its core, essence, never changes. Don't forget that. And even though he knew Doohy wasn't about to drop his health bar, every time he saw that sword tip flying toward him, Yuan's soul nearly left his body. The core concept Doohy had been grinding, taking a single idea to its max level instead of mixing a bunch of skills, gave off a vibe of power that was on a whole other tier. Maybe that's why her mastery of the thrust was SSS rank. No cap. After finishing her class, Doohy tossed the sword to Yuan and asked, "Want to try and see if your stats level up? Let's see what happens." Yuan replied, rolling up his sleeves and adding, "I'm kind of a noob, so be patient with me." Okay? Doohy let out a laugh. Haha. If you nailed it on the first try, all my years of grinding would be for nothing. But the moment she shut her mouth, Yuan's thrust unleashed a gust of cutting wind, a strike of such OP purity that it left her brain completely bugged out. What the heck? Did he just absorb the concept from watching me once? She wondered. Totally shook. Meanwhile, Yuan, despite having just launched an S-tier attack, looked like he was still missing a power-up. It's not right. This isn't it yet. Yuan complained under his breath. Okay. Focus mode. I still can't copy that skill 100%. Until now, I'd only focused on fusing concepts. I thought they only got more broken when you combined or complemented them, but that's not the only way. My power can reach a new tier if I just grind the skills I already have. Let's see. What's up with this? There are a ton of kanji that mean thrust. So why specifically the one for pierce? For her, a thrust means running the target through from side to side because it's a critical hit. The kind that sends you straight to the lobby. As he was mulling over the idea, Yuan had an epiphany. A true protagonist awakening. He focused all his aura and unleashed a savage thrust. An attack so fast it broke the sound barrier, creating a massive explosion in the air. Right after launching that skill, Yuan himself felt a recoil debuff that hit him hard. He went down. K.O.I.D. Completely drained. Dako who was watching, realized Yuan was going way too hard on the grinding and stopped him. Stop, you don't have to burn your whole stamina bar right from the start. If you remember the move you just saw, try using it in a larger area and apply it against the enemy you want to delete. Understood? Yuan replied, barely able to breathe. And at that exact moment, as if the system wanted to give him an achievement for mastering a new technique, a ton of notifications popped up in his face. You have understood and experienced the concept of piercing. You have understood and experienced the concept of martial arts. Seeing these system windows, Yuan couldn't help but let out a little laugh. Haha. I just moved the sword a couple of times, and my stats already leveled up. What a bargain. Suddenly, a special notification stole his attention. Successful additional skill update. The concept of teleportation has been observed and understood. The mastery of multiple poisonous eye has increased to 110. Martial arts to 36. Sword mastery to 20. And piercing thrust to 16. Seeing those numbers, Yuan almost had a heart attack. My stats just shot to the moon. The piercing thrust concept I just learned is already at 16 points. And sword mastery, which wouldn't level up even if I killed 1,000 goblins, just jumped to 20. My combat power basically doubled. Is this a bug or what? The more he thought about it, the more Yuan's mind was blown. Meanwhile, Duhu was also looking at him with a face that screamed confusion. I can't believe it. Now I'm the one with the disadvantage debuff. No shot. Are you kidding me? You broke the weapons limits on your first try and just yoinked the pure essence of my skill? Du blurted out, her face a mask of disbelief. What kind of cheat code did you use to level up that fast? Well, honestly, no clue. I just saw your martial arts and kinda copied it. You replied, playing it cool. But your words were like dropping a match in a gas tank for Duhoro's pride. Are you messing with me right now? If you can just master a skill by looking times at it, then what's the point of us grinding for years in hellish training grounds? Duhoro exploded. Seeing her aura get thick with pure rage, you instantly cast a charisma buff to de-escalate the situation. Maybe. But what if the credit goes to you for being an S-rank master? No cap? From the very first moment I saw your movements, I felt the core of legendary power hidden within them. For real. I was blown away that someone could reach that level of mastery. I got so lost in the complexity of your martial arts that I totally zoned out. Hearing your smooth talking, Duhoro's cheeks flared up like she'd just cast a fire spell. Dumb. This protagonist, we've only been on a couple of quests together, and he's already hitting me with these god-tier riz lines. Asterisk. She let out a sigh and turned away to hide her face. But you, being the main character, didn't forget to pay back the favor. After all, today's personal training session gave me a massive breakthrough. From now on, I'll handle crafting all your mana potions. Duhoro huffed. Phew. That doesn't even cover the intro to the grimoire I just showed you. She continued, with a tone that said you owed her your life. What? Seriously? So what do I do? Offer you a kidney, you asked? Panic stats rising fast. In response, Duhoro suddenly flashed a mischievous smile that totally rebooted your system. Haha. Chill. The XP investment I made in you today? I'll be cashing that in with interest later. You just wait. Anyway, it's time for class. Let's move it, Duhoro said, switching from Sundar mode to high energy mode. Oh. Yeah. Right. You replied, acting like you didn't notice a thing, and waited for Duhoro to open her portal. Once you were alone, you muttered to yourself in a classic main character monologue. Who? Unlocked a new facial expression. The scene cuts to a hallway in the prestigious Union Magic Academy. At that moment, your party members, Lai and Ruo, were just chilling, walking down the hall like it was any other day. However, a squad of elite students from another class seemed to recognize Ruo's noble family crest and immediately mobbed up on her. Hey, little princess, which noble house are you from? The blunt question made Ruo's mana freeze in her veins. From behind, Lai saw these random mobs trying to farm intimidation points on Ruo, without a second thought. Moved to the front, acting like a true tank to protect his healer. That move made the blue-haired noble raise an eyebrow, shooting him a death glare. "And what's your problem? Commoner?" he asked with disgust. Lai shot back in a tone that could freeze hell over. "She's my party member. What's your quest with her?" And for some reason, hearing this made the blue-haired dude's mana flare up with pure rage. Asterisk. Huh? What kind of F-rank nobody dares to challenge me? Asterisk. Get out of my sight. You F-rank trash, he yelled. Just then, Yu and Duhoro popped out of a portal out of nowhere. Phew. I hope we didn't miss the start of the main event, Yu said, grabbing the attention of all the surrounding NPCs. Looks like we're just in time for the cutscene. Duhoro added with a little smirk. That's when you spotted your party up ahead and asked, confused, "Yo, what's up with you two? Trying to farm some XP by skipping incantation class?" Meanwhile, the blue-haired noble clicked his tongue, super salty that the commoner had backup. And like a good filler villain, he didn't forget to drop his pre-scripted line of dialogue. TSK. You better watch your back. Commoner. And after dropping that cliché threat, the trio of minions turned around and bailed. You, having just logged into the server, were more lost than ever, while Ruo could barely whisper a, "Thank you." Yo, what debuff hit those guys? Did I miss a cutscene or something? You asked, totally confused as you watched them walk off in their arrogant noble skins. A little later, the scene shifts to an auditorium at the Magic Academy. At that very moment, a bald professor is casting an area of effect sleep spell, also known as Academy History class. Therefore, the history of the Union did not begin when the director, a man of legendary power, founded this institution, but when the tower appeared in the void dimension. Blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, in another corner, the same mob of elite students from before were aiming a recording artifact at Ruo, whispering, "Ooh, that's a great angle for a screenshot. This is going straight into the special projects folder," said the bald one with a seriously cringe voice. While the redhead in the middle was scanning her like she was a low-level item. Why is a useless F-rank like her even trying to raid the tower anyway? Hearing this, the blue-haired dude smirked maliciously and said, "I've got a side quest that would be perfect for her." "Oh yeah?" asked one of his minions. "If you accept the quest to be my personal servant at my mansion, I promise you the best buffs and VIP treatment every single day," he said in a slimy tone that could lower your magic defense. "That's so messed up." Haha. "If that's the case, I call first dibs on that raid." They all burst out laughing, not even bothering to cast a silence spell. The absolute scumbags, which caused poor Ruo to start shaking, her mental stability bar about to shatter. As expected, Yuan and Lai, sitting a few rows up, heard everything, and their auras instantly flared a murderous red. Man, it doesn't matter what dimension you're in. People are the same across every dimension. No cap. But for real, what is this professor's deal? There's a ruckus loud enough to wake a siege golem, and this dude's just meditating in his own private domain, completely away from keyboard. Is he straight up ignoring us? Or is his mana barrier just soundproof? Yuan wondered. Meanwhile, Lai's honor stat was taking a major hit from all this disrespect, and my boy just couldn't sit back and let it slide. So, he stood up and basically summoned the professor. "Professor!" Hearing his title, the instructor paused his arcane lore dump, turned around, and was like, you require my presence?" Finally catching the chaotic vibe in the room, Lai decided to cast his verbal incantation without any fluff. "Sir, the other cadets are causing a disturbance on the level of a dungeon boss, and I can't focus my mana on your teachings. Could you please, cast a silent spell or something to get this disaster under control?" Hearing this, the blue-skinned prof paused for a sec before going, You're right. Everyone hear that? Zero spam in the class chat. Please, channel your mana into my lecture. Now, where were we in the lore? Yes. The Renaissance of the Union. He tossed out the command like a low-level incantation and went right back to his grimoire, leaving Lai and Yuan with a total bruh face. Completely bugged out. For real? That was his big crowd control spell, they thought? Meanwhile, the three rowdy newbies saw that Lai's debuff attempt had zero effect and immediately started taunting him. "Yo, Look at the S-rank cadet. Playing the hero just 'cause he's got that main character skin. Oh, I get it now. Is this the dude you were with? Is that why you wouldn't give me your artifact ID earlier? Are you two in the same party or what? Not at all. Then why's the little paladin getting so defensive? That girl's got some next-level stats. Am I right? Haha. Facts. Haha. Their toxic comments totally drained Roos's morale bar, nearly activating her watery eyes as passive skill. Meanwhile, Lai was so pissed, his mana aura was about to go critical, snapping the griffin quill in his hand. But just before Lai could activate his berserker mode, Yuan put a hand on his shoulder to cast a calm spell on him. Yo! Dial back your key manipulation a bit. Lai shot Yuan a side-eye and snapped. Are you asking me to just tank this nerf to my honor? Even after hearing the trash talk about his party member, Yuan stayed totally chill and replied, otherwise, what's your master plan? Challenge them to a PK right here? That move's useless. It won't grant you any XP. And causing a scene mid-lecture will just earn you a major debuff from the professor. Just chill and check out this hidden talent of mine. As he said that, Yuan pulled out his communication artifact and showed Lai a recording of the History of the Union lecture, Class 01, which was up on the mana net. Lai, totally thrown for a loop, asked, what's the plot twist here? Yuan just smirked and said, there are many ways to complete a quest. To deal with these NPCs who only know how to spam trash talk. The best counterspell is to hit them with their own poison debuff. Hearing this, a light bulb went off over Lai's head, and he blurted out, wait. Yuan, don't tell me you're... Without answering, Yuan activated a command on his terminal. Haha. Keep laughing. Go on. You bunch of noobs. All the hate you're spewing in the middle of class is being live-streamed right now. At that moment, from the perspective of a floating arcane eye, the 3 F-rank cadets were still spewing their venom, totally oblivious. What's the point of a commoner with no background even trying to reach the top floor of the Tower of Challenge? If she came to my family's estate as a maid, I'd give her the noble treatment every day. She's nuts. This camera angle was coming from a small, worm-type familiar, holding the recording artifact in its jaws from the ceiling. The second those words hit the stream, the Magic Academy's forum absolutely exploded with comments. Bro, what the hell? Calling her a low-level mob? What guild are those guys from? What class is this? Gotta be the rookies from Class 7. Did they lose their minds? And where's the instructor in all this? This year's freshmen are totally unhinged. The spam of comments made Yuan grin from ear to ear. Oof. The reaction is hitting critical mass. In the blink of an eye, the problem cadets realized they'd just gone viral on the Academy network. Yo. What the hell is this? A damn stream. Who's the caster? Find the recording artifact. Now, they yelled and searched like madmen, activating their perception skills. Just then, the green-haired dude detected the worm familiar, holding the artifact up in the rafters. Up there, he yelled to his 2 minions. However, before the party of idiots could even try to catch the small familiar, it activated its stealth skill and vanished right in front of their faces, leaving the 3 of them with a serious rage debuff. But there was one thing they hadn't calculated. Their clown show antics and total lack of respect for the Magic Academy's rules, which were buzzing around the classroom like annoying mobs, had finally depleted the instructor's patience bar. Cadets, your attitude toward this lecture is, frankly, F-rank. You were the ones causing all this mental lag a moment ago. Correct? State your names for the class and then get out of my sight. Now, the professor commanded. His aura so intense, it could freeze the mana in your veins. The sheer aura of power rolling off him made even the red-haired punk take a step back. That's not it. Professor, someone uploaded a clip of us to the Academy's system, he explained in a rush. But the instructor just replied with a coldness on par with an ice-tier spell. Like I give a damn. And before that useless party could cast another debuff, he literally yeeted them out of the training grounds with one kick. I said get lost, he roared. Then he spun around to warn the rest of the cadets. Those guys are getting a permanent F-rank stamped on their academic record for the whole year. And for the rest of you plebs, stop griefing your party members. Focus on the lesson. And you, let's continue. Seeing the instructor's aura flaring with so much mana, he praised him internally. Dumb. Even a substitute teacher has some serious stats. This dude is not just some random NPC. Huh? Still, Just getting an F rank after throwing all that shade at Ruo. Seems like a pretty light penalty. You muttered. And Lai nodded, confirming your take. True. But with that, their main academic quest is basically a game over. As for Ruo, seeing how both of them had played the tank for her, the pink-haired mage smiled victoriously and said, "Don't worry about it. This nerf is more than enough. I'm okay now. Thanks for the support. You too." Seeing her super cute expression, you took a critical hit of cringe and had to look away. Nah. I didn't use any strength-based skills. My stats are nothing compared to his. That was pure strategy to de-escalate the situation. And luckily, the plan worked. You don't have to thank me, he replied modestly. Still, since you're the class leader, I feel way safer with you shot calling for the party, Lai said with a smile. After a quick time skip, the scene shifts to the duel arena. Just then, that trio of side characters track down Lai to trigger a revenge quest. Yo! You! The silver-haired protagonist, they shouted. Lai turned around. His voice so cold it dropped the temperature. What now? You want to enable PvP mode? What is it you want this time? You bugs? The three of them were glaring at him, looking like they wanted to zero out his entire HP bar. The green-haired dude growled. You better explain yesterday's class ranking nerf. You damn bug. The redhead gritted his teeth. 2. Because of your stupid stunt yesterday, my academic stats are completely trashed. My noble family is blacklisted by the upperclassmen now, and my own classmates avoid me like I've got a plague debuff. Do you have any idea what you've done? Completely ignoring these low-level mobs, you turned to check on the instructor, who was just sitting on the sidelines in spectator mode to see his reaction, and just as your perception stat warned you, the guy was just watching the show with interest, with zero intention of intervening like a game master. Some magic academy, this is. 3 cadets, armed with sharp artifacts, are about to gank a fellow student, but the instructor couldn't seem to care less about stopping them. Wow. Looks like both the teachers and the elite students at this academy see anyone from a lower dimension as just another NPC. He thought to himself, I guess it makes sense. Who cares about the HP bar of some low-level mobs? Meanwhile, a scared Ruo hid behind him like he was her personal tank. Back to the PvP. The 2 side characters, blue hair and red hair, brandished their starter gear, growling like aggroed mobs. What did you say? You bug? Hey. You! Say it again if your courage stat is high enough, they yelled, putting on a show just to farm some attention. Lai let out a low growl, and the artifact in his hand suddenly unleashed a murderous aura, hitting the entire group with a fear paralysis debuff. Everyone's jaw hit the floor. The guy was that OP. And this was the first time they'd seen a glimpse of his true legendary power. The other 3 side characters were scared, stiff, their faces pale, as if they'd just seen an S-rank ghost, realizing they had just tried to PK the wrong protagonist. Meanwhile, Lai, with his rage bar maxed out, was unleashing his entire mana reserve and was about to send them on a one-way trip to the infirmary with a 1-month respawn timer. Luckily, Dojo appeared out of nowhere and landed a legendary rank bonk on Lee's forehead, instantly canceling his spellcasting before he did something crazy. Ouch, what the heck? Dojo, is that really you? Lai said, rubbing his forehead, with little tears in his eyes from that massive critical hit. But before he could ask for a status report, Dojo beat him to it. You're already causing a scene. Just because you have a high sync rate with that cursed artifact, you think you're the #1 player on the server? And as he said it, he gave him another bonk to bring him down a peg. Looks like Lai got Dojo's message and instantly stored his artifact in his inventory. The moment the sword vanished into his inventory, you felt that oppressive mana pressure dissipate too, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the cerulean-skinned instructor leaning on his staff looked annoyed. TSK. A mere being from a satellite dimension. And with such main character syndrome, he muttered under his breath before turning and bailing like the filler villain he was. His pathetic performance left Yuan and Ruo just looking at each other like, Broo. Phew. That was almost a TPK. Don't you think? Yuan glanced over at his pink-haired friend. Meanwhile, Dojo was still busy nerfing Lai's ego. You get 1 high-rank item, and you're already flexing it in the global chat. Is that your actual character build or what? Just as I suspected, Lai is a ticking time bomb with an unstable berserker debuff. He analyzed internally. When the party finally sat down to recover their HP and mana, he didn't start eating right away, but instead fiddled with his combat rations before turning to Lai and saying, Hey, I've been running some simulations, and if we stick with this current party strategy, they're gonna treat us like a couple of F-rank plebs with 0 mana in this magic academy. Bet. Lie. Looking totally lost. Goes. Boo. What? Yuan's eyes are practically bugging out from pure frustration. Who? And me? Did I not literally try to de-escalate with the instructor? I only accepted that class-ranking duel because they were griefing me. How are you and I even in the same squad right now? Hearing that, Lai's voice shrinks to a whisper. Yeah. About that whole thing. After I saw your legendary rage quit the other day, I wanted to try and clean up the mess. For real. That was the plan. And you ended up creating a next-level boss fight by sticking your nose where it didn't belong. I just don't get your logic. You let the actual mobs get away tangent-free, and on top of that, you dare to try and PK the Time Sensei asterisk? I'm sorry. Li Shtamas. His eyes about to leak. But low-key. Yuan was way more worried about the sinister aura radiating off Lai while he was gripping that sword. In a normal situation, Lai would never act that reckless. Going full kamikaze mode. It was like someone flipped his berserker switch on. No doubt. It was all that cursed artifact's fault. To make sure another cataclysm wasn't on the quest log. Yuan's brow furrows as he hits Lai with the hard question. Keep it 100. Did you actually have control over all that mana you were blasting? Or not? Lai slams his fist on the table, yelling. Of course I did. If I couldn't control my own mana, how the hell would I have passed the Magic Academy's entrance exam? I was just heated because of the instructor's lies. So it was the lies. Yuan shoots back. Well, lying is like a super F-rank offense. Wouldn't you say? Yuan smirks, and his voice has a sharp edge that sends a chill straight through Lai's core, making him shiver. Trust me. I swear on my honor that today's dumpster fire will never happen again. Leah declares, thumping his chest. Do ho ho. Never missing a beat. Slides in with the salt. Good thing the whole situation didn't escalate into a full-blown S-rank incident. Watching you get possessed by that legendary artifact. Man, that was a whole show. Someone should probably knock some sense into you now and then. Yo. Back off him. Yuan cuts in. Noticing that Lai's combat aura had completely fizzled out. The poor guy was just slumped over the table. Totally soul-crushed. Duhojo turns to Yuan and says, Ayo. By the way, Yuan, I'm starting to get the vibe of that prophecy our sensei dropped on us a few days ago. If we keep on this route, our whole Magic Academy life is going to turn into one big failed raid of pure chaos. If you've got some god-tier strategy for our future, spill it already. I want to hear the class delegate's master plan. Hearing Duhojo's question, our protag was just, completely floored for a sec. My strategy? After just these first few days at the academy, I've already pinpointed the real system bug. It's this cringe belief that some people are just born with S-rank stats, or that their noble family bloodline defines their entire potential. It's that main character syndrome arrogance they can't fit in their chests. The way they look down on us underdogs, and this whole ancient caste system that lets them get away with it. So what's a party of noobs like us supposed to do in a place where that's the meta? With his brain doing gymnastics, Yuan turned and dropped the quest on his party. Aight. Team. What's the main quest for getting the masses on our side? To grind out some serious reputation. What's the optimal play? Hearing this, the party, even though they were kinda shook, still tossed out their theories. Diplomacy. Lee suggested. Obviously. A showcase of our combat magic. Duro shot back. Yuan just shut them both down immediately. Big, nope, it's a passive ability you all already have maxed out. Your looks, he exclaimed, scanning his whole party of certified S-rank visuals. After that, Yuan laid out his master plan. Okay. Hold up. So your grand strategy is to start a channel and livestream our daily quests? One of them asked. Completely mind-blown, and our protag just nodded. Yup. Back on Earth. My homeworld. That's the textbook strat for grinding popularity. We're gonna build a personal brand and broadcast it to the masses. When that image gets hardwired into their subconscious, it generates a massive affinity buff. You feel me? And that can level up into respect and even absolute loyalty. Iwan explained, while calibrating the angle on the recording artifact in the set. Before turning to Lee, The dude seemed to be getting the strategy, but he still had one major existential question. But Yuan, if the main quest is to earn respect and admiration, why are we doing a sparring match in the training grounds? It's not a sparring match. It's a real boss fight, Yuan clarified with a total poker face. At that exact moment, Dohuru launched himself forward, unleashing a flurry of martial arts strikes. Li was still processing, thinking to himself, a random battle royale just like that? This is wild, he muttered, throwing a right hook with all his might. However, the punch was instantly dodged by Dohuru, who sidestepped it with some S-rank agility. Relax. Bro. Don't sweat it. In a good brawl, all it takes is a couple of solid hits to get you to activate your tryhard mode, Duro said, grabbing Li by the neck and slamming him into a submission hold. The impact was so insane it left a crater in the training grounds floor, leaving Li staring at the game over screen. Dohuru taunted. Yikes. Is that your max power level? That's pathetic. The other day you were just a puppet for that cursed artifact. Why even pull out the sword if you're such a noob at wielding it? In your dreams? Come on. Your power level is so pathetic you couldn't even scratch my mana barrier. Duro spat with the arrogance of a noble family's prodigy, causing Li to grind his teeth, his entire aura about to explode with pure rage, unable to stomach such a diss to his lineage. Li let out a battle cry and charged in for another round against Dohuru. Seeing these two absolute beasts unleashing their mana without any chill, Yuan couldn't help but get hyped. Let's go. Li. Hit him with your full power. You're on fire, Yuan screamed, totally hyped while trying to find the perfect angle to record this legendary showdown. Seeing Yun so hyped, Ruo gave him a look that screamed, are you serious right now? Hey, Yun, you really think uploading this is going to improve our class ranking at the Magic Academy? 'Cause I'm not really getting the 5D chess strategy here, she asked. Yuan just let out a mysterious chuckle, like a protagonist who knows a secret the side characters don't. Well, check it. This isn't an instant effect buff, but trust me, it's gonna have an impact, he continued, breaking it down. Just imagine, if the bullies who always use us as training dummies knew about the OP abilities you two are hiding, they'd never dare mess with our party again. See? It makes sense. Right? Rua nodded, her intelligence stats finally getting a level up. Now look at those beasts. They're wrecking the training grounds like it's made of paper, our protagonist said with a laugh, watching the craters their attacks were leaving. Anyway, we won't know what stats will increase until we upload the video, so just chillax. Ruo, a beauty of your S rank shouldn't be worrying about quests for mere commoners. Don't you know that people with your level of beauty activate a charisma buff when they smile? It's a pro gamer tip. Ruo, your face is a divine-grade artifact, a national treasure in any empire. It's a crime to nerf it with that worried expression. You feel me? So, forget those angsty side quests and focus on the main event, Yoon advised, and as if he'd cast a charm incantation, Ruo instantly gifted him a smile. Ruo's mind cleared, like someone had cast a calm mind spell on her, and for some mystical reason, a smile bloomed on her lips. It was pure magic. Every time Yoon spoke, she felt like everything would be okay, like it was written in the protagonist's grimoire. But returning to the battlefield, even though Lai was using all his combat skills, Dakozone was basically using him as a training dummy. Where do you think you're running? Insect? I'm just in my warm-up phase, the swordmaster said as she cracked her knuckles. Meanwhile, a Lai with crocodile tears looked over at Yuan, begging for a rescue teleport. By the seven heavens, Yuan, get me out of here. This psycho isn't human. She's an SSS-rank dungeon boss. And while he thought the MC would save him with plot armor, the harsh reality of combat was a different story, even as Lai was burning 100% of his mana. The scene cuts to Ruo. I can't eat this. It tastes like a failed potion, she complained with watery eyes. But I guess it's all for the sacred quest of farming subscribers for the channel. You winked at her and dropped some protagonist-level wisdom. Relax. Ruo. It's like leveling up. The grind is tough at first, but then you get used to it. But why are we filming this torture? Ruo whined. Time flowed on, and at the class president's suggestion that delegate of the gods, the 11th grade cadets started uploading vlogs of their life at the academy to the channel. Like it was a full-on side character rebellion. And just as your precognition ability had predicted, the reaction was a pure mana explosion. Especially for the video of the practice duel between Lai and Duzone, Just seeing the level of destruction on the training grounds left everyone's jaw on the floor. No shot. Seriously? Aren't they from the special subspace class? They're just first-year newbies. Before they could process it more, a video of the party playing what looked like a strategy game popped up. "And what's that thing?" asked a random. "It's called the Demon Emperor's Game. An ancient game. Created by a legendary master strategist. You move your units on the board following the system's rules, using tokens and a paper map." What? And they call that archaic thing a game? Those subspace people are really in another dimension. Look. The system rules are mega simple. How does that dude not have the INT to understand them? Laugh my ass off. Someone typed as they watched. Lai suffer a humiliating defeat. The next scene showed Professor Yuma, and the moment she appeared on screen, her fan club flooded the chat with comments. Oh my god. Sensei Yuma is a goddess. An angel fallen from heaven. The next shot was of Ruo suffering with her bowl of strange vegetable noodles. The viewers didn't take long to troll her. Haha. So cute. She looks like a little chick. Adorable. Ruo. Are you a reincarnated saint? Anyway. Next video. The next one is a live stream? It's gonna be epic. Wait. The stream is tomorrow? That's right. First thing in the morning. Hold up. Isn't tomorrow the day of the tower assault? One student exclaimed. After checking the schedule, they saw it was an already scheduled stream. And back with our party of protagonists at that very same moment. Not even in your most optimistic calculations, did you expect the video to get such a massive popularity buff? No. This is insane. Why are there so many viewers? Ruo wondered. Completely overwhelmed. As for you, you honestly couldn't care less about the fame. You were just focused on the system's results. Our channel got 100 subscribers in a single day. We are seriously popping off. You announced with a strategist smirk. Meanwhile, Lai was rocking the face of a dude who just lost all his rare items. Not even trying to hide his frustration. Bro, why is the one video where I get nerfed into the ground the one that's going viral? The poor guy lamented. And at that exact moment, the beautiful and elegant Professor Yumina noticed the commotion their party was stirring up and strolled over to congratulate them. This is marvelous. The Union Magic Academy is a place where the most unexpected events are always happening. Where things finally chilled out. No other cadet had the big brain idea to stream their epic quests. But you guys, absolute legends, started your own Magic Academy channel. And you're totally slaying in this new meta. Putting on a whole entertainment show and connecting with the normies. Real talk. Even I wouldn't have cooked up a side quest like that. Hearing that, you immediately started to flex. Our first combat magic stream totally blew up and went viral. Yo. Check your ego. Dude. Lai shot back with a pout. All right. Leave him be. The professor clapped her hands and took charge. Okay. Party. It's go time. Today's the tower raid. You all know the game plan. Right? Ready to start grinding for some legendary artifacts? At the sound of this, the whole squad nodded. Their auras practically screaming confidence. Meanwhile, our boy Yuan turned to inspect his team and suddenly got hit with some major confusion. Hold up a sec. It's just now hitting me. Am I the only rando here rocking the standard Magic Academy uniform? Why are you all decked out in full combat gear? In response, the entire party just stared at Yuan with a collective look of bruh. Are you for real? Since we're going to be grinding non-stop inside the tower, we obviously picked gear that boosts our agility and won't get in the way of our spellcasting. Exactly. If I gotta enter combat mode, this set gives me a major confidence stat buff. Ruo nodded in agreement. I see. Yuan mumbled. So, is your equipment drip? Then? Li asked, hearing that. Yuan paused for a sec. Oh. I get it now. Since I'm basically from a low-level starting zone, I literally don't have a single piece of combat gear. But this is the build I chose. If I have to get into a straight-up PK situation. Thinking this, he slickly adjusted his tie. With the aura of a true OP protagonist, declared, "This skin is all I need." Looking over at the professor and noticing his party was ready to roll. She gave a nod. Huh. So you're all prepped for the grind. Let the raid begin. With that, she snapped her fingers, activating a teleportation circle right under the party's feet. A blinding flash of mana erupted. And just like that, they were yeeted right in front of the massive Tower of Babel. And right there, a whole mob of other cadets were already lined up to enter the dungeon. When they saw our crew materialize out of thin air, the crowd instantly recognized them. Wait, aren't those the underdog kids? No way these F-rank newbies actually showed up? Some rando with brown hair exclaimed. Meanwhile, Ruo was looking around, totally lost, like an NPC who wandered into a boss fight. Wait, this is the main entrance to the tower. The tower portal opens at dawn. But you gotta queue up to get in. Based on our current class ranking, we're party number 52. Juan explained. This news basically drained Ruo's mana bar to 0. Are we seriously the first rookie party to ever qualify for this raid? Eh? Just take it as a sign that your power level is completely busted, she said with a shrug. While they were waiting for their turn, Lai noticed the 3 bullies who always gave him grief were lurking nearby. Oh, it's those NPCs. I feel like the aura they're giving off is way different than before. Right? The swordsman wondered, watching the little clique of extras immediately look away, too scared to even make eye contact. Seeing that total noob reaction, Yuan felt that classic OP protagonist satisfaction. Well, looks like they subscribed to our channel after all. Huh? On the other side, the swordswoman Hojan commented. Yeah, but I'm still sensing a couple of auras with some serious killing intent. She said this, side-eyeing Hector, who was basically trying to hit Yuan with an intimidation debuff just by glaring at him. Yo, watch your back. Yuan, she warned. But honestly, our boy had already detected that hostile key. Yuan had already sensed that killing intent. I know. Let's hit the dungeon. And after saying that, he led his party toward the portal. As he walked, he thought, today's quest is the tower raid. And next Tuesday is the epic showdown with Hector. I only have 4 freaking days. In that time, I'm going to achieve a breakthrough and grind to a level that chump Hector couldn't even dream of reaching. Before the party officially began their tower raid, Professor Aluminina gave them the final mission briefing. Alright, last thing, and this is so you don't get yourselves unalived. I expect you to clear this quest as soon as possible and be back before the weekend. But it's probably best if the raid participants decide the timeline. Right? So, what's the ETA on completing this quest? Hearing the question, Yuan turned to his party and said, since we're all on the same page, let me take the lead on this one. Bet. You got it. Roger that. The other 3 members nodded. Yuan turned back to Illumina, radiating the aura of a true party leader. We'll complete the quest as promised, in 3 days and 2 nights. As he spoke, he activated a mini-drone to get the live stream ready. Seeing that the party already had a solid raid strategy locked in, all Illumina could do was wish them good luck. Alright then. Please don't do anything reckless. After saying goodbye to their professor, the party of 4 plus the drone stepped through the portal. Yuan thought to himself, Ancestor, wherever you are, please guide my mana. We then get a flashback to when Yuan's party asked Illuminina about streaming inside this high-tier dungeon. You're talking about recording the tower raid, right? Illuminina asked. Just to be sure. And Yuan nodded. That's right. I'm gonna stream the entire quest from inside. And this drone will handle the live broadcast? She pointed to a teardrop-shaped arcane drone floating beside her, a magical construct from Yan. Basically the same type of artifact as Evie and Lilith. Illumina dropped some lore, saying that old-school recon parties used to map out strategies, which is why she gave them the heads up. But for real, you think that's gonna help? The tower's layout literally mutates every single second. Get it? Yuan just stared back, his face a total question mark. Like, seriously? This dude was more lost than a level 1 noob in a final boss fight. Meanwhile, Sir Lai, who was deep diving the data on his HUD, just nodded along. That's correct. Yuan, if you'd actually bothered to read the mission briefing, you know. The tutorial, you'd know the tower floors are procedurally generated. Plus, any artifact from the outside world gets nerfed into useless dust almost instantly in here. Yuan was completely thrown. And what the heck is that supposed to mean? So Illumina broke it down for him. Nice and simple. Every floor of the tower is its own mini-dungeon. When you clap a mob or clear a trap, the entire map literally resets and ports you to the next room. We call that phenomenon a shift. The more shifts you rack up, the deeper you dive into the tower's guts. Yuan, totally hooked now, asked, so you're saying the rooms literally rearrange with every shift or something? Illumina confirmed it. Bet. Once you level up to the next stage, there's no going back. Zero backtracking. Lie. a look of pure dread washing over his face. Asked, and the mobs and traps, they get an upgrade too, right? Illumina shot back. You know it, with every single shift. The mobs get a massive stat boost and the traps become deadlier than your mom's final warning. After taking a calm sip of his tea, dropped the million-dollar question that froze them solid. So, what happens if someone, kicks the bucket while climbing the tower? The color instantly drained from Yuan and Lai's faces, as it finally hit them that this wasn't some kid's game. No cap, what happens if we get deleted? They'd almost completely forgotten about that tiny little detail. Full-blown panic mode. Activated. Illumina answered, choosing her words carefully. That is the critical question. But, to your relief, in most zones within the tower, players don't suffer permadeath even if their HP hits 0. Yuan could finally breathe again. Phew. What a relief. You had me sweating for a second there. Both of them let out a huge sigh. Knowing there was no permadeath on this raid, locking her gaze on them, she continued the briefing. To be precise, if you get taken out, you just respawn at the tower's entrance. Wait? What? You mean we have to start over from floor 1? Yuan asked. Completely floored. Not at all. Your student IDs log your shift history. So when you return, you can just continue from the last checkpoint where you got wrecked. That's why your student ID is basically a legendary artifact. It's the key to conquering this entire quest. You'd better not forget that. Drill it into your skulls. As she laid down the law, she pointed to a necklace in her hand. An artifact displaying the word teleport. No simple Hearthstone here. Back to our pair of noobs. After their instructor's explanation, they were feeling like the main characters in a video game. Haha, this is just like an RPG with an autosave feature mid-quest. If I can just respawn after getting wiped, I can just keep grinding this tower until I'm old and gray. Lee said, already feeling like a total pro gamer. Meanwhile, only Du was actually processing every detail from their sensei. Hold on, you said that most times of the time, in almost times every zone of the tower, challengers don't suffer permadeath. Right? Does that mean their times are time zones or specific moments with a risk of permadeath? So, this tower isn't exactly foolproof. Hearing such a sharp question, the entire party whipped around to look at Illumina, waiting for the answer. Is that for real? You've got a sharp eye. Kid. Du. Yes. That's correct. Now, I'll explain the special conditions where even you guys, with all your OP stats, could get permanently F-ranked. The sensei's tone suddenly got dead serious. But the rest of that juicy info dump was conveniently nerfed by the author. Scene cut, and we're back with the party. Now we see them casually farming a horde of toxic green slimes inside the tower. These mobs are known as glitz, infamous for their special skill, shredding your gear set and yoinking weapons from unsuspecting noobs. But for Yuan's party of elite students, they were nothing more than low-level jello. Just pure XP grinding. With a single sword slash, Lai dispatched 3 slimes without breaking a sweat, while Dako Jan, with a snap of her fingers, unleashed a volley of mana bullets that popped them mid-air. And while this OP duo was on their mob-slaying spree, Yoon was over here testing a new skill on a wall lamp, but it looked like he was having 0 success. Just as I suspected. It's not working. I can clearly feel the fire essence, but I can't seem to extract the elemental magic from the object. I could do this in other dungeons, no problem. So why not here in the tower? Figuring this out is the key to unlocking my hidden talent. As Yoon furrowed his brow, going full concentration mode, Daojan noticed he was completely mesmerized by the lamp and yelled out, "Yo! Yoon, who? Oh. Sorry. I was totally zoned out." Yoon said, jumping a little. "You said you needed a moment to analyze things. So, did you figure anything out?" she pressed. Yoon just shook his head. "I was trying to see if I could extract the fire element, but it seems to be a total fail." "Oh. Really? That's a bummer. If you could pull that off, we could use the tower's environment to our advantage," Dao Jan said, looking a little disappointed. "Yo. Pump the brakes. You really gonna throw shade on my skills like that?" Yoon clapped back. Low-key, salty. While they were talking smack, a green slime started oozing their way. Just as the mob crept up behind Dao Jan's heel, it lunged for a gank, puffing up its body like it was about to swallow her whole. But before it could even get a taste, a sonic chain materialized out of nowhere. popping the mob's body and reducing it to a puddle of jello. That slick piece of spell casting, all Yun. Baby. Seeing him deploy such a wild weapon, Dujan let out a rare whoa. Ah. So that's what that autonomous artifact looks like in action. You already know. Yun nodded. And with a flick of his wrist, he ordered it to attack. Thanks to its own consciousness core, Yun barely had to do any micromanaging. The artifact moved on its own, clearing the area of mobs with insane speed. Even Dujan had to admit it. Not bad. It has an impressive attack speed. Yun just hit her with a smirk that screamed. You ain't seen nothing yet. No cap. I've got an even more broken ace up my sleeve. But it's a little flashy. Hearing that, Dujan glanced at Wuzhou and asked, is it on the same S-rank level as a monster like her? And right on cue, under their watchful eyes, Wuzhou unleashed her combat aura, going absolutely feral as her hand morphed into a beastly claw. With a single, devastating swipe, she carved a massive crater in the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris that covered everything. She's a complete maniac. Rule number 1 of any dungeon is to keep a low profile and not pull unnecessary aggro. And yet, she's over here causing a scene and screaming like she's at a concert. Dujan shook her head, totally done with Wuzhou's style. Meanwhile, Yun was just vibing with the chaos. Haha. Wuzhou's combat style is pure berserker instinct. Am I right? Grah! Wuzhou's roar made Dujan, standing right behind her, get a serious eye twitch. Such a loudmouth. Does she really have to scream her incantation every single time she casts a spell? She muttered. Time flew by, and the party finished grinding through the dungeon's first corridor. Looks like this chamber is only filled with low-tier mobs. Monsters of this caliber aren't even a warm-up for our party. Am I wrong? Lai said with total calm. But just then, you think so? Not a chance, exclaimed Lai and Wuzhou, making Dujan, who was right behind them, barely contain her aura of annoyance. What a clown show. And she's just releasing her mana and screaming in the middle of the academy, like it's nothing. Dujan shook her head, fed up with Wuzhou's vulgar combat style. Looks like this room is just full of minions. Monsters at this level are just for farming EXP for us. Right? Lai said calmly. But right at that moment, Yun activated his mystic eye of multiple venoms to scan the area and instantly detected a seriously sinister mana fluctuation coming from that stone slab up ahead. Wuzhou? Wreck that tombstone now. Obeying the order without hesitation, Wuzhou let out a savage roar and charged head-on, landing a ki-infused punch directly on the slab, annihilating the hidden mob before it could even finish its summoning animation. The impact was so brutal, it made the entire dungeon hallway tremble. No way. We just PK'd an elite mob before it could even fully spawn. And to top it off, it dropped a high-grade mana core that easily, Lai exclaimed. Totally shook. He'd been prepping for an epic showdown and didn't even realize you had already looted the item that just dropped. But the exact moment her fingers brushed against the core, her pink hair ignited into a deep crimson red, as if it were on fire. And right then, you noticed a system notification floating above her head. The text read, Furnace Core. Hey, Yuchu, your hair color is getting way more intense. You warned her. While reading the status description above her head, Furnace Core, is that? Like, an internal reactor or something? It's a passive ability that converts your emotions into pure mana to buff your stats. Very on brand for the Berserker class. Oh, I get it. So, her hair is going to change color permanently? Now that I think about it, all the pieces of the puzzle are starting to click. He thought to himself. As if sensing his analysis, Yuchu nervously tugged on his sleeve and asked, Hey, was I really scary just now? Yu gave her a forced smile and said, Not at all. In fact, you were a super reliable tank. But, what if this state goes out of control? Yuchu stammered. Worried, Dujun cut her off flatly. I already told you it's not a big deal. Why so dramatic? If you're scared of losing control and going berserk, relax. I'll simply neutralize you to prevent the party from suffering the consequences, she said, with an icy tone that left no room for debate, causing Yuchu's eyes to well up with tears. The other two panicked and yelled, Don't you dare. Dujun, if a single party member gets eliminated, we'll have to restart the dungeon from the first room. The protagonist immediately raised his hand to de-escalate the situation, but Dujun, with a chilling calmness, laid out her logic. If the situation continues like this, It's possible only the three of us will have the level to keep climbing. At that moment, she paused, shook her head, and continued, her tone even colder. No. On second thought, it would be more efficient if just the two of us ascended. Hearing a declaration like that, Lai, out of nowhere, felt more left out than a level 1 mob. With crocodile tears streaming down his face. Whoa. Hold up, what about me? He yelled in frustration, feeling like he was about to get kicked from the party. And what's this guy's problem? Yu wondered to himself. Yo. What's his deal? Why'd his ki just spike out of nowhere? He then glanced over at Yu, who was giving him that classic concerned support healer look. Yu placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to apply a calming buff. Look, I'm gonna analyze this quest with everything I've got. I get why you're worried, but as the party leader, it's my job to cook up the perfect strategy. Yu's warm smile hit like a high-level charm spell, instantly lighting up Yuchu's face. She grabbed his hand and said, "Thank you, Yu." Her reaction made Yu blush redder than a max HP potion. He scratched the back of his neck, all flustered. It's nothing. That's what the leader's here for. Meanwhile, Lai and Dujun felt more ignored than a tutorial NPC and shot Yu a glare that could debuff his defense stat. Wow. So you're that type of protagonist. The second you see an S-rank face, your simp mode just awakens. Doyun said, spitting poor venom. Yu clapped back instantly. You're buggin'. My interest stat in you is at 0. Bro. Lai cut in to bring them back to reality. Hey. Did you guys forget we're in the middle of a live dungeon? Stop letting your guard down. After farming all the mobs on the floor, they popped a teleport scroll to descend to the next level. Lai announced with his usual stoic calm. Teleportation complete. We've arrived on the second floor. He crouched, picking up some low-level crafting herbs and added, just moss and weeds. This level is just a lazy reskin of the last one. Zero imagination. Meanwhile, Yu was still analyzing the mana core that the first floor's mini-boss had dropped, the one Yuchu had passed to him. As he focused, the item's status window popped up. Life, 8. Demonic Key, 11. Fusion, 12. Acid, 5. Resistance, 1. Seeing those trash tier stats, Yu felt his soul leave his body. Are you serious? This dungeon's drop rate is a total nerf. The essence drops per floor are worse than grinding in the F-rank Goblin Cave for noobs. Acid and fusion are corrosive attributes. Perfect for disintegrating materials. Probably because we just smoked a slime type. I'm gonna imbue my sword with the fusion essence. And as for the acid one, that's obviously for you. He tossed the orb to his familiar, the little snake EV. But the item was so massive, it looked like she was trying to swallow a watermelon. Her eyes were bugging out. Completely stuck. Dujun, who had crept up with assassin-level stealth, commented, Yo, your pet is farming EXP at an insane rate. Who? His sudden voice nearly gave you a system reboot. Dude, don't use your stealth skill to just pop up like that, Dujun complained back. If you put more points into your perception stat, you wouldn't get spooked by everything. Newbie. While those two were caught up in their teen humor drama, isekai'd, you guys are a lost cause. The second floor mobs are about to spawn. Could you please level up your seriousness stat? Right on cue. Several summoning circles materialized in front of them, heralding a new horde. Before Lai could even finish his sentence, Dujun fired a mana bullet that obliterated the dark miasma in front of them. And all that fuss for this? This floor is just a copy-paste of the last one. Huh? A high-level player doesn't lose to low-rank mobs, no matter how many there are. Right? He shrugged with an, I'm just built different attitude. At that moment, on the second level, a miasma entity with a human form emerged. It was a corrupted spirit, a spectral-type creature that drains the mana of its victims. Lai immediately shot down the idea of a head-on assault. If we keep up that, I can do it myself attitude, we're gonna get party wiped. I suggest we let Banyuan take the tank position on this floor. What do you guys think? Yuchu seconded the idea, which left Lai completely stunned. However, everyone knew Yuan's level was pathetically low, so the party instantly vetoed the motion. What are you talking about? That's a suicide mission. He'll get deleted in one hit. Dujun, still wearing that Joker-like smirk, chimed in. I think that's a 10 out of 10 strategy. Next week, we have the class ranking tournament. He needs to be grinding EXP like there's no tomorrow. Don't you think? As he spoke, He shot Yuan a look. Like he was casting a taunt incantation. Yuan could only let out a laugh. Dujun. Who? Man. You're really something else. Fine. Let me solo this floor. With that, he started warming up. His combat aura flaring to life. He looked seriously hyped for the upcoming fight. Lai, in his worried strategist role, warned him. Yuan. Their levels are way too high for you. It's dangerous. But Yuan was already in his own zone. This underdog was determined to level up. Chill. Like the clown, Dujun said. I need a breakthrough with my stats. And fast. It'd be a total waste of your MP for you guys to handle these trash mobs. You two will be my supports for this power leveling session. Right? Of course. If that's your call, I've got your back. You nodded. Fine. But if I see your HP bar drop into the red, I'm intervening instantly. Lai added. Appreciate the support, Yuan grinned. Then turned to Dujun. Hey. You. Mister. Big Mouth. Just save your stamina. I trust you'll back me up with your full power for the floor boss. Right? Dujun gave him a twisted smile. I can promise you won't die from grinding too hard. At least, not on this floor. Feeling that mana pact lock in, Yuan's confidence totally spiked. Aight. Bet, time to farm these mobs, he yelled. And on cue, Yuan activated his transmutation skill, materializing an AK-47 style artifact and unleashing a whole torrent of mana projectiles on the Spectre horde. They got absolutely fried before they could take a single step. Lai and Vucho saw the total wipeout, and their systems nearly crashed from pure shock. Bro, what the hell is that? Is that a unique artifact from your system? The speed he cleared that zone is on another level. If only our tanks were geared with an item like that. Lai thought to himself. Dujan was also watching, silently analyzing the data. Is that a Qiong? No. Those are physical projectiles. With that rate of fire, he could probably delete a rank 2 assassin. He might even be able to touch the threshold of a rank 1 assassin. That's a seriously OP artifact for the martial world. However, a long-range attack skill that's purely linear is fine. But in a closed-off dungeon like this, it's easy to get countered. For example, if a mob hits him from a blind spot, and right as she finished her analysis, a specter that was camping in a corner lunged to gank Yuan from behind. Lai and Vuo screamed at the top of their lungs. Yuan. Watch out. But Yuan's reflexes were on another level entirely. He pulled a great sword from his inventory, and with a single mana-infused slash, cleaved the thing in two. The specter collapsed before it could even connect its sneak attack. Huh. That was close. Almost lost half my HP bar. Yuan Saihe. Relieved. Lai and Vuo finally let out a breath. Phew. What was that move? Yo. Yuan. What's the deal with that sword? Asked Lai. Yuan. With a smirk. Replied, oh. This is my greatsword. Check the stats. Magic sword plus 12. Monster Hunter plus 19. Blood Toxin plus 9. Infusion plus 12. Y'all didn't know my secondary class is swordsman? After hearing that, the other two party members started hyping him up like there was no tomorrow. And while they were busy gassing him up, a horde of specters suddenly respawned out of nowhere, crashing down on their backs like an avalanche, taking the perfect moment to ambush them. Yuan. Heads up. But hearing all the praise didn't give our MC a big head. Instead, he responded with the humility of a true ranker. It's no big deal. For real. Compared to the power levels of Lai and Dujan, I'm still a rookie. As he said that, he tightened his grip on his sword, ready to farm the remaining mobs. Duyan observed Yuan's attitude, nodding slightly, impressed by his flawless character build that combined both melee and ranged combat. Our proto wasn't the least bit worried about getting ganked by the specters. In the blink of an eye, the dungeon's second floor was almost completely clear, with only a single, Seelan specter left standing. It had a face that just screamed, I'm about to send you back to the lobby. Calmly, Yuan commented, looks like we're out of mobs. This must be the last enemy of the wave. After we put this thing to bed, we'll keep raiding the dungeon. Let's take a breather for now. With that, he ordered his snake familiar to activate its chain transmutation ability, binding the specter tightly so it couldn't escape. The rest of the party also took the opportunity to regen their mana. Dujan then crouched down to examine the loot the mobs had dropped, and commented, your sword's aura melted and decomposed them. You used the skill you obtained in the previous chamber. Based on that and your swordsmanship, it's obvious you've never been on a real raid. So how did you level up so fast? She wondered to herself. Meanwhile, Lai and Vucho couldn't stop hyping him up, coming up with a way to coordinate Blink like that. You're a true strategy prodigy. Only veteran rankers from the Magic Academy would think of a strategy like that. Haha. For real? Yuan chuckled, scratching the back of his neck, a little embarrassed by the compliment. Even Du Jan didn't hesitate to admit. Good work. That last aura slash was brutal. Who? Really? Well, thanks, he replied. Totally stoked. However, she just shook her head and dropped this bomb. Besides the fact that you focus way too much on the skill's casting speed, it was still way better than what some meathead who just spams wild slashes would do. As she spoke, she stroked her chin, throwing some not-so-subtle shade directly at Lai, which made the knight's blood boil. What? Why am I the meathead? I was grinding my heart out. 2. Du Jan played dumb. Did I mention anyone specific? How did you know it was you? Spamming aura cuts in the dark while screaming. If that isn't F-rank rookie behavior, then what is? She shot back. As Lai stubbornly continued the argument, that's how my master taught me the way of the sword. With or without light. Anyway, back to our boy. He wasn't even paying attention to their beef and casually pulled a can of soda from his inventory. Laughing. Haha. You guys are something else. Can't even stop burning stamina during a break. Who? But his laughter died when he realized the other three were staring him down with the most sus expressions. Du Jan's face turned dead serious as she demanded, Hey, you. What is that item you're hogging all to yourself? Huh? Vucho was also looking at him with a face that was practically drooling. I heard a PST sound a moment ago. And then this sweet smell hit us. Yu quickly pointed to the can in his hand and explained, This? Oh. They sell it outside. It's just a common consumable. Lai shot back with a voice that could freeze hell over. Sure. That's because you have a pass to leave the Magic Academy. But us regular mortals don't. Yu tried to de-escalate the situation. Yo. Chill out. My bad for drinking it all. I swear I wanted to share. But there wasn't a single drop left. Besides, this elixir only activates its buff when your stamina bar is in the red. Drinking it now would be a total waste of mana. And with that, he yeeted the can into his inventory like a total pro. The real tea is that Yu was capping so hard he could build a house with it. But Du Ho-jan's party completely bought the story. Hook, line, and sinker. So what if we run out of stamina? I'll take care of clearing the third chamber, the swordswoman exclaimed as she started warming up. Seeing her so fired up, Yu couldn't help but think. Huh? Didn't you just say I should handle it solo to farm all the EXP? What's with the sudden change of heart? Hearing this, Du Ho-jan puffed out her cheeks and gave him the silent treatment. I've never tried an elixir like that. I'm not letting you chug it all by yourself. That's a legendary tier item. Hey, he's the one who used that potion in the first place. Lai reminded Du Ho-jan, giving her some serious side-eye. Putting that little squabble aside, once they finished their short rest, Yu delivered the finishing blow to the poor evil spirit to stop the party from psychologically bullying it any further. The second it was defeated, a magical teleportation circle materialized beneath their feet, zapping them straight to the next level of the dungeon. The portal's activating, Lai announced. While they waited for the teleport, Yu took the chance to check the results of his grinding session on the previous floor. This was his updated status window. Vitality, 129. Physique, 72.8. Soul, 350. Mana, 101. Martial arts, 62. Sword mastery, 36. Dong Shu Yen, 26. Leadership, 7. Piloting, 15. Resistance, 2. Anti-venomize, 115. All-perceiving ears, 105. Divine lips of persuasion, 107. If I compare this to when I first passed the entrance exam, my stats have absolutely skyrocketed. This is insane. For real, this power level is already average for the academy. And all I had to do was swing my sword a few times. Even my sword mastery and that lunge skill I just learned have already leveled up. With this growth rate, I should really focus on my swordsman build. That duel coming up on Tuesday. It looks like everything's gonna come down to how much I can level up my martial arts skills. My physique and my aura are separated by over 200 power points. If I'm being honest, It's almost impossible to reach his level in just 1 week, no matter how hard I'm grinding. But when I was training in martial arts with Do Ho Jan, I realized that getting skills is important, but maxing them out and evolving them is just as crucial. And to develop my combat techniques, if only Do Ho Jan could give me another boost. He looked at the swordswoman with total puppy dog eyes, but immediately snapped himself out of it. What the hell am I even thinking? No matter how much of a pro player Do Ho Jan is, depending on her is a terrible strategy. Our party would get completely unbalanced. Think. You. Think. I still have plenty of time. He rubbed his forehead. Just then, the teleportation circle flared to life, sending them straight into the 3rd floor. While Yu was lost in his own character menu, a blood-curdling scream from Vucho snapped him out of his bubble. Hey! Yu! What's wrong with you? Snap out of it. Hearing the shriek, Yu jumped and realized all 3 of them were in a dead freefall. After calculating the distance between him and the ground, his face went paler than a ghost. What is this crap? Why am I in freefall? You've got to be kidding me. Did the floor just disappear or something? Yu thought, completely weirded out. While Vucho was screaming her lungs out and holding down her skirt, Yu glanced down and saw a spike trap ready to turn them into kebabs. Without a second of hesitation, he gave an order to his little snake artifact, and it instantly transformed into a chain, wrapping securely around Vucho and saving her from becoming a shish kebab by a hair's breadth. Above, Yu clung to the chain with one hand, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew. That was way too close. Thanks. Yu. Vucho said quickly as he scanned the area, thinking, what the heck? What kind of teleportation spell is this? Why is this chamber so massive? And to top it off, a trap right at the spawn point. Could this place possibly be? The image of a certain place flashed in his mind, but before he could say a word, the swordswoman's voice boomed. Hey! You! Move or you're dead meat. Hearing the warning, Yu whipped his head around at the speed of light toward the voice, and what made his jaw hit the floor was seeing the swordswoman. Standing on the ceiling like gravity was just a suggestion. How in the world did you get all the way up there? Yu exclaimed, his mind totally blown. However, she didn't give him any explanation and just dropped another warning. If you just stand there gawking, you're gonna get turned into mincemeat. Huh? Are you talking to me? The dude still wasn't getting the hint. More lost than a noob without a party. And right at that moment, bam! Hidden gates in the walls slammed open out of nowhere, and a downpour of mana-infused spears rained down on him, putting him in a life or death party wipe situation. Crap, I can't just ditch my party member. Vicky Cho. With that resolve, Yuan flared his entire aura, and with some serious brute force in his right arm, ripped the chain clean off, launching Vicky Cho into the air while materializing his flight artifact, the Lilith motorcycle. To dodge a one-shot KO with some god-tier reflexes, Yuan managed to get them out of that nasty AoE skills range. Instantly, he snatched the magic chain and caught Vicky Cho mid-air, straight out of a manhwa, giving her the full princess carry treatment. Gotcha. You good? Sorry for being so rough, but this quest just jumped to S-rank difficulty. No cap. It was either that, or we'd get deleted. Hearing that, Vicky Cho's face turned redder than a max-level health potion, and she could barely stutter out. I'm fine. Then hang on for dear life. Vicky Cho. Apparently, this dungeon's difficulty scaling was totally busted. Yuan thought while pinging the area with his mana perception, immediately detecting a new volley of combat magic about to be fired from the pillars in another corner. Meanwhile, Nightlai was also dealing with a swarm of flying axes. But, please, those attacks from trash mobs were no match for him. With a few slashes from his runic sword, Lai dusted him without even breaking a sweat, as 2 pairs of pure mana wings burst from his back, letting him levitate. Still, Lai was thinking, yo, what the heck is going on here? Professor Illuminina literally said the traps only activate from the 20th floor and up. But we're barely on the 3rd floor. Isn't the level balance completely broken? And Yuan. What is that artifact you just materialized? Lai said, watching Yuan weave through the spears on the flying bike like his agility stat was maxed out. Back with Yuan. He gritted his teeth and thought, is this a bug or is the game just griefing us? These traps are popping off left and right. This structure. What kind of instance even is this? Meanwhile, Vicky Cho seemed to be low-key, enjoying the adrenaline rush. Maybe feeling a little too comfortable. She remembered Yuan's command, Hang on for dear life. Vicky Cho. With that thought and a cheeky grin, she wrapped her arms tight around Yuan's waist and pressed her. Ooh. Her 2 massive talent points right into his back, making Yuan's embarrassment stat go through the roof. Whoa. Whoa. What was that for? I'm feeling a weird heat buff on my back. He thought to himself. Just then, an enchanted arrow flew in and tagged the bike's tail, making Lilith let out a glitchy screech and wobble hard. Oof. That was a crit, Yuan yelled just before a blade of pure golden aura zipped past and shattered the spears that had them locked on. Lai materialized and asked, Yo, you were piloting like a prodigy. Why'd you pull that random drift? Yuan? Yuan slammed on the brakes and asked Lai. Totally thrown off. Lai. What's the deal with the wings? Is that a new skill or an artifact? Before I answer that, I got a question for you. What is that contraption you're riding? Is that another item from your original world? Lai asked with genuine curiosity. This is a flying motorcycle. You for real have never seen one? Yuan replied. Kinda confused. Flying motorcycle? And what stat does that even boost? Lai just had this look of total confusion, like he'd skipped all the lore dumps. Seeing his reaction, Yuan instantly got the vibe that the dude was absolutely clueless. Not wanting to drag out this cutscene, Yuan glanced around and asked, by the way, where'd Hojan get to? Hearing the question, Lai's brain basically blue-screened, realizing he'd completely forgotten about their other party member. Crap. Now that you mention it, she's MIA. You think she got caught in one of the dungeon's traps? Lai asked, his anxiety level hitting max. Yuan immediately shook his head. No way. She wouldn't fall for some F-rank trap. She's probably off doing some stealth recon, grinding for intel from the shadows. As the two kept moving, Lai asked again, So what's the play? How do we clear this room full of mana traps? Yuan thought for a sec, then answered, According to the quest's grimoire, the key to clearing this trial is to survive for a set amount of time. I'm not sure how long or how the runic mechanism works. But for now, you head that way. Lai, I'm gonna try and analyze their activation pattern. Lai nodded and blasted off in the direction Yuan pointed. Meanwhile, Yuan focused on the openings, firing mana-laced javelins, trying to analyze the trap's activation patterns. They're all pulling aggro on Lai. Looks like the targeting system prioritizes players with high agility stats. I shouldn't have rushed in. Total noob move. Yuan blamed himself. Just then, Vitskichol screamed. Yuan! Look out! Yuan spun around and yanked the arrow stuck in the back of his ride. TSK. This thing could have seriously dropped Lilith's HP. I gotta tell everyone to stop drawing aggro. But if we stop moving, how are we supposed to clear this trial room? As he racked his brain for a way to get through without triggering the traps, Yuan suddenly saw the arrow in his hand dissolve into particles of mana. Wait. What's happening? Did I just absorb its magical essence? It feels like I just read a concept. Why did my unique skill just activate on its own? Yo. My essence reading ability was totally bugged in the last room. So why the sudden glow-up? This hidden talent can't just activate randomly. Yuan's trying to parse the system log for a patch note he missed. But a sec later. He just shakes his head. Nah. Whatever. Probably just a lucky glitch in the system. I gotta QA test this new skill to be sure. He reaches out and touches a sword-type artifact nearby, and times whoosh times just as he expected. It disintegrates into pure mana right in his palm. Ain't no way. Yuan is shook, staring at these 2 runic glyphs hovering over his palm as the gears start turning. The concept I just extracted is decapitate, not sword. That last quest was also a total bait and switch. Nothing like the objective marker said. Bro, this system is so cracked. But before he can even process the bug, Vucho lets out a scream that chills your mana to the core. Yo. Yuan. Peep this. Yuan whips around instantly and sees a massive torrent of elemental magic just yeeting Lai across the room. Lai. You useless lump. Yuan yells. At that exact moment, Lai is burning through every last drop of his mana, using some basic key manipulation to reinforce his stance so he doesn't get swept away. Damn it, I got complacent. I thought only the artifacts were S-rank level traps. Never in a million years did I think a ceiling circle would just trigger a tsunami spell with 0 warning. This water's laced with something. For real. It's hitting me with a nasty debuff. I'm going numb, and my vision is blurring out. At this rate, I'm not going to be able to dodge the next wave of traps. It's so over for me. Seeing the rain of spectral spears heading straight for him, Lai starts to panic. His barrier can't tank all of them. I'm tossed. From a distance, as if sensing his party member's health bar was in the red, Yuan hits the nitro on his magic hoverboard and blasts off for the rescue. As she watched Yuan's mana trail fade into the distance, Vucho remembered what he had just told her. Sorry, Vucho. I'm about to pull a super high-risk maneuver. I can't risk another party member. Just hang back here for a moment. She whispered. Save him. Yuan. Back to our prota. He whips out his hand mid-drift, maneuvering at breakneck speed to tap the torrent of mana spewing from the seal. Instantly, his essence reading OP ability kicks in, siphoning new concepts straight from the flow. You have gained over 10 affinity points with the concepts acid and wave. Just as I thought. Same as before. Even though I touched water, the concept my system absorbed wasn't water, but wave. Now I get the logic. That's why the concept I absorbed before was decapitate, and not sword. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, unlike the rest who were burning stamina, dodging traps, the swordmaster Du Jan moved with breathtaking fluidity between the pillars, like she was grinding in a noob zone. However, her focus locked onto Yuan as he sped towards Lai, as if she were analyzing his strategy. Yuan, what the hell are you planning to do? She wondered. Frowning, back with Yuan. He was processing the newly acquired concepts as his hoverboard burned mana at top speed. The intent with which the energy manifests. That's what defines the concept I can pull. It's so obvious. Those hidden weapons were meant to take heads off, which is why the concept was decapitate and not sword. With that breakthrough, as if he'd just cracked the trap's algorithm, Yuan yelled to Lai, I'll take the aggro. Cover me. And with that, he cranked the thruster to max power, launching himself head-on into the wave of weapons. As he accelerated, he recited the incantation in his mind. May the depths of the myriad venomy open, and allow me to perceive their conceptual core, or better yet, let me read the intent of these weapons materializing from the traps. Upon activating the myriad venomy, Yuan's interface lit up with the concepts of every single weapon flying at him. Nightlai couldn't understand his strategy, and his eyes went wide in disbelief. What the heck? He's gonna face-tank all the traps head-on. But ignoring Lai's reaction, Yuan already had a plan. I get it now. I don't need to absorb each concept one by one. He thought, I just need to fuse them and corrupt their original form. In the palm of his hand, an orb of conceptual chaos began to form, acting like a black hole that pulled in all nearby concepts, causing the weapons to slowly dematerialize. Seeing the result, Yuan knew his plan had worked. Good game, easy, he exclaimed. When he stopped, Lai ran up to him and asked, Yo, dude, you good? Did your HP take a big hit? Chill. Lai, glad to see your health bar is still full. Haha. That was a close one. We almost got sent to the respawn screen. Yuan replied, laughing. So, what was that skill you just used? Lai asked. Yuan showed him the conceptual orb and explained, I don't even fully get it myself. Looks like all the concepts merged into this unstable amalgamation. But I think I just got a pretty broken item. Lai was impressed. Looks like you just had an awakening and got a new unique skill. To tank a trap like that head-on, that's next level. You killed it. Bro. He had barely finished speaking when a new wave of magic spears flew through the air from a distance. Without Yuan or Lai having to spend mana on a barrier, Du Jian and Wuzhou moved to the front and deflected every single projectile with the flawless martial arts mastery you'd expect from elite students. When the wave stopped, Du Jian warned them coldly. If you two keep being so reckless, sooner or later you're going to cause a party wipe. Phew. Thanks. You two. I almost got permanently nerfed. Yuan sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Du Jian shot a sideways glance at Lai with a mocking smirk. Just look at you. Almost down to 1 HP and you're still acting on impulse. What did you say? Lai shot back, gritting his teeth. Once the party finished clearing the trap room, a magic teleportation circle materialized beneath their feet, the signal that they had completed the room's quest. Oh. Looks like that was the final wave. They're gonna teleport us through another portal. Wuzhou freaked out. Meanwhile, Lai and Doko John were still in the middle of their usual teen drama. Yo. What's your damage? Seriously. Don't you think you're going way too hard on someone who almost needed to respawn? Lai clapped back. Doko-John couldn't care less, replying with all the venom in the world. Well, who told you to fall for such a noob trap? You showed up at the perfect moment to steal the main character spotlight. You had this all planned out, didn't you? Lai's aura was practically flaring with rage. But the other girl just shot back a smug little smirk. And you still have to ask? Whatever. I'm done with you. Seeing that their personal soap opera wasn't ending anytime soon, I decided not to get involved. Laugh my ass off. What a pair of drama queens. At the end of the day, when a mob is trying to send us back to the lobby, we all team up to save our skins. So, what's with all the beef? But hey, this also proves our party has next-level synergy. Right? I thought. Ever the optimist. But Doko-John popped my bubble in a split second. Oh, absolutely. I waited for the perfect moment. Now you owe me one. And trust me, I'm gonna cash in that favor with interest. The whole party just stood there, meme-faced and completely shook. Meanwhile, I was praying that whole power of friendship moment wasn't just a glitch in my brain. Scene change. Now we're on the 4th level. Standing in the middle of some busted-up ruins, I scoped out the perimeter and said, the ceiling on this floor is way lower. At least we won't get jumped by flying mobs like on the last level. That's a relief. And as I said that, I pointed behind me, and my little snake, in full-on AK-47 mode, unloaded a clip on a spider that was just creeping around. But when it took the hits, the spider just let out a high-pitched screech as the bullets ricocheted off, sparking uselessly. My happiness lasted for about a nanosecond. Lai used his analysis skill and gave us the instant debrief. It's a tower spider. It's a special type of mob that can spawn on any floor of the tower, whether it's the F-rank floors for newbies or the S-rank levels for pros. I gulped. Our DPS was literally 0. It even tanked Yi's attack like it was nothing. Lai stepped in front of me to explain. The stats on tower spiders are random. They're not tied to the floor level. Looks like your artifact doesn't have enough armor penetration. This room is all yours. Doko-John. Looks like it's your turn to carry the team. I'm counting on you. The swordswoman nodded. Got it. Back to Yan. Seeing his weapon was basically useless, he let out a frustrated TSK. Tisk. I can't believe a mob with such a high tier rating showed up already. Doko-John sighed and held up a hand to stop the party. All right. That's enough. Everyone back up. You too. You. Pay attention. Rookies. This is the kind of combat magic you wanted to see. Right? Ki blast, she yelled. And from the palm of her hand, a wave of pure ki shot out toward the horde of tower spiders. With a single skill, it turned them to dust. You smirked. No cap. Now that's times a real ki blast. It's in a whole different league compared to my little pea shooter. Most of the spiders were already out of commission. Beside him, Doko-John, after a quick glance, left him the job of cleaning up the leftovers. Haha. You're not gonna find another party leader as awesome as me. Are you? She said. Full-on diva mode. When a golden opportunity to farm EXP like this just fell into his lap, you would have to be a total fool to turn it down. Instantly, he pulled his greatsword from his inventory and turned to give his team orders. Lai, you take the rear guard. And Vuo, you keep an eye on the ceiling for any surprise mob spawns. Got it. They both answered in unison. Nodding. Back to you. Now with his party's support, he calmly advanced on the weakened spiders to farm that sweet EXP. Asterisk. Something's not adding up. Asterisk, you thought. Asterisk. Doko-John isn't my party leader. Asterisk. So why is she helping me out so much? For real though. I appreciate the gesture. Asterisk. While thinking this, you gripped his sword and charged head-on at a spider that couldn't move. He thought he was about to score a boatload of EXP with that one slash. But nope. The second his blade hit the spider's body, there was a loud, metallic clang. Yu's whole body vibrated from the recoil. It was like he'd just hit a solid block of steel. It's useless. Its defense stat is way too high. Yu cursed under his breath, his face a mask of pure frustration. Down below, the tower spider seemed to enter berserker mode, its eyes glowing with an intense red light. It lunged at Yu, ready to return the favor. He managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. Asterisk. It has to have a weak spot. Asterisk, he thought. Immediately after, he gathered his strength and launched himself forward with everything he had. plunging his sword right into its head. Looked like that was its weak point. And Yu wasn't about to waste the opening. He landed a critical hit. Vuo celebrated, as Lai let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Back to Yu. Even after taking down a tower spider, his face was far from victorious. Asterisk. If physical attacks are useless, then this ability is worthless against high defense tanks. Ugh. Grinding these mobs one by one is a total drag. No cap. These tower spiders are basically a raid boss for my current level. He thought. But then, out of nowhere, bam! He had a total breakthrough moment, and he was like, LOL. I'm such an idiot. I totally have that legendary artifact I looted from the last floor. How did I even forget? This is the perfect time to bust it out. With that thought, he pulled the conceptual orb of rupture from his inventory fully charged with 20 points and slotted it into his greatsword. Instantly, the weapon unleashed a brilliant aura, looking like it was fresh from a divine forge. Alright, let's see the synergy with my sword. A system notification floated in front of him. Item evolved. SSS rank synchronization detected. Executioner's Reaping Greatsword. Mana power, 30. Lethality, 30. Blood poison, 19. Corrosion, 9. Fusion, 12. Meanwhile, the spider mobs that survived the initial blast recovered from the stun and immediately re-aggroed. Sensing the absolutely brutal killing intent radiating from Yuan's new aura, the creatures launched a full-on Zerg rush, dead set on ganking him and wiping him off the map with pure numbers. Yuan, rocking that god-tier protagonist confidence, gripped his new weapon, prepping to activate its OP ability. Alright, let's test out this new toy. And with that, he unleashed a slash that dished out an insane amount of damage. With a single sword strike, he deleted 3 of those mobs, slicing them up like they were made of paper. We're talking about the same magical beasts that his damage couldn't even tickle before. Behind him, Lee's party was just staring, jaws on the floor, wondering what kind of insane buff Yuan just popped for that beastly power-up. Dude, what the heck? Lee yelled, totally shook, as Dujan scanned him with her eyes, like she was using Analyze to decode his new hidden talent. Back with Yuan. His face was a whole mood. Wait a sec. The cut was clean. The finita crit. But something felt weird. It was clunky. I think the damage output was total overkill. Okay. One more time. I need to calibrate the power so I don't waste mana. And with that said, Yuan kept dishing out greatsword slashes, deleting more mobs to test out his new build. Seeing that the horde was still massive, Lai and Vucho jumped into the fray to play support and pull some of the aggro off him. There's a freaking ton of them. Dude, let the party help you out, Lai yelled, as they jumped right into the middle of the chaos. But Dujan, the pro of the group, had already put the pieces together. That sword, it imbued him with a new legendary power. It's an artifact. He went from doing 0 damage to one-shotting an enemy that used to tank him without a scratch. How the hell does someone have such a broken combat instinct? And what's blowing my mind is that he's polishing his technique in real time, without even relying on his innate skills for his combat magic. Normally, when a noob gets their hands on a high-rank weapon, they just go wild with it. 0 control. But this guy doesn't have that adaptation debuff. Even if it takes him a bit of time, I'm positive he'll achieve sword mastery, the pure essence of the cut. And even though I shouldn't interfere with his awakening, it would be a total crime to let that kind of SSS rank potential go to waste. After overcoming the 3 calamities, I was so sure I was the top-tier prodigy of my generation in martial arts. But right now, I'm witnessing a hidden talent that makes my entire list of achievements look completely F rank. There's no 2 ways about it. This guy has to join my clan. Or better yet, he has to be mine. And only mine. As she was plotting this, a yonder glint flashed in Dujan's eyes. Meanwhile, our protag was still in his own zone, grinding mobs, with absolutely no clue that he'd just pulled aggro from the most dangerous girl in the party. All of a sudden, he felt a killing intent that sent a shiver down his spine, a total combo breaker. Yo. Bro. Everything good? Lee asked. Oh. Yeah. I'm chill. Just got a random shiver out of nowhere. For a sec, I thought an elite mob was about to spawn or something, he said, totally oblivious to the fact that Dujan's expression behind him had just turned colder than ice. He turned to her and casually dropped. Hey. Dujan. What's up? Did you go away from keyboard or something? You not gonna keep spamming your mana skills? Huh? You're carrying the whole party perfectly fine on your own? Why would you need me? She shot back. Completely salty. He grinned with the classic mischief of a troll protagonist. Oh. Really? Well, in that case, I guess you won't need this mana potion from the loot drop, since I'm doing so perfectly fine all by myself. What? Dujan's eyes practically popped out of her skull. Phew. We finally cleared this floor. Isekai'd. Totally relieved. It was then that Yuan pulled out 2 cans of soda, epically trolling the swordswoman. Guess I'll have to split this loot between just Lai and Vucho then. You're just trying to hoard all the soda. You selfish jerk, Dujan shouted while chasing him all over the room. But then, all of a sudden, a notification popped up for Lai. Huh? A system message from the real world? It wasn't just him. Dujan and Vuocho got the exact same pop-up. A message from outside? But why in the middle of a raid? Did the whole party get it? Lai read the message and his expression completely changed. The order was a forced and immediate withdrawal from the tower. What? Why so suddenly? Is the quest cancelled? It's a direct message from the Magic Academy's headmaster, like a major NPC. So this is for all the elite students? Well, I'm not budging. This barely even counted as the tutorial. I haven't even had my stamina potion yet, unless this is some major plot twist in the main quest. I'm not following that order. Dojian huffed, totally frustrated. And before she could keep complaining, out of nowhere, Vuo just lets out this blood-curdling scream. They're here. Fam! We all whip our heads around and bam! A ton of dimensional portals just rip open right in front of us, spawning an endless wave of tower spiders. Oh. So this times was the special event. No cap. This has to be the real quest they recruited us for. Lee says. Like the mission briefing just finally clicked for him. This is exactly what they warned us about. Right? Duyan nodded, totally connecting the dots. Huh. Now I get why the difficulty on this floor felt so sus. A nervous laugh escapes her. The swordswoman, Dujan, glances at her ID plate and just shakes her head, already resigned to their fate. The ID plate is totally bricked. Looks like we're actually trapped in this room. So this times is what the professor meant by a phenomenon where elite students could actually get permanently deleted. On Irregular zone. Lee muttered, his voice tight with tension, just as the horde of tower spiders aggroed and rushed them full send, and his mind flashes back, the meeting with Professor Illuminina, warning them about a danger that was basically S-rank level. When rookies try to conquer the tower, there's a chance that invading space pirates might show up. Hearing that, you immediately shot back. And what the heck are space pirates? Her reply? I'll give you the full lore dump later. The problem is, their random incursions create an irregular phenomenon. It's a super unpredictable event that doesn't happen on normal dungeon runs. Usually, there's no permadeath here. But the second an irregular phenomenon activates, the game rules get thrown out the window. All the tower's laws glitch out, and even the safe zones turn into death traps. And the mob spawn rate goes absolutely insane. The difficulty level of the room skyrockets. It's a total bloodbath. Basically, it's hell mode. And to top it off, a ton of other glitches pop up at the same time. Hearing that, the color drained from all 3 of their faces. They looked like they'd just seen a ghost. Just the thought of getting trapped in a game-breaking bug like that was terrifying. Back in the flashback, Profesora Luminina continue. As you can see, the tower is not 100% safe. Not by a long shot. So burn this into your brains. If you have the terrible luck to get caught in an irregular phenomenon, remember that you are playing for keeps. Your life is really on the line. Back to the present. The second the party realized the absolute mess they were in, they instantly decided it was a monumental L to even try and fight this horde of infinitely respawning mobs. You immediately activated his flight artifact, scooping up Vuo to start a tactical retreat. The other 2 also started burning through their mana pools to buff their speed. But, of course, those spider mobs stuck to them like glue, keeping the pressure on. Who knows how long these things will keep spawning? He thought, trying to tank them in this dungeon hallway is just asking for a PK. Yu's brow furrowed as he said, let's just assume the respawn is infinite. Duyan muttered just as the spiders started overflowing the corridor. Bam! Dujan unleashed a blast of ki from the palm of her hand, firing a shockwave of her internal energy that just wiped out the plague of pests. At the same time, Lai wasn't just standing around. He unsheathed his sword and started launching slashes of cutting aura that shattered the spider's exoskeletons, yelling at the top of his lungs while activating his skills. Du-jan, don't slow down. You better worry about your own HP bar. You idiot, she shot back. As the two of them comboed their attacks to keep the horde at bay, but Yu was worried about his party's stamina consumption. Du-jan had already soloed dozens of mobs on the way here. And Lai wasn't far behind. Their stamina was plummeting. And Vuo's hair was getting darker, a seriously bad sign. The poor guy couldn't even talk anymore. If his hair finished changing color, was it going to be game over for all of them? These mobs are way too tanky. What's the play, Yu thought. Adrenaline pumping. During a brief opening, Du-yan turned to him and said, "Hey, it looks like your familiar is going haywire. Who would have expected this kind of debuff? My mana bar isn't going to last much longer either. This is about to get really hairy if I don't get a chance to recharge." As she spoke, she rubbed her wrist, which was already aching from overusing her key manipulation skill. Without a second's hesitation, Yu whipped an energy potion out of his inventory and tossed it to her. "Hey, what's this?" Du-jan asked. Skeptical. "Just drink it. No worries. I'll tank for you guys. You take a breather and get your stamina back." At that classic underdog turned prodigy line, Du-yan's face flushed a little as she caught the potion. "Huh. You really think you can solo this entire mess? Bet. Just watch and learn." "Let's get it," Yu said, pulling an explosive artifact from his inventory. Pulling the pin and yeeting it right into the middle of the spider swarm. The device went off with a brutal explosion, sending spider mob parts flying everywhere. "What the hell was that? What kind of op ability is that?" Lai yelled, completely losing his mind. "How about that? Pretty broken. Right? Right? I put a lot of time into grinding for this little toy. You should recharge too." "Lai," Yu said with his typical protagonist smirk, before hopping on his flying bike and diving in to farm all that sweet EXP. As Vuo stormed off, Yu started grinding concepts from the spider corpses, trying to process the whole situation. Vuo's HP bar is still maxed out. But his mental state is completely unstable, like he's rocking a permanent berserker debuff. This mob horde is endless. No idea how much time we have left. The optimal play here is to let Lai and Du-jan regen their stamina. Meanwhile, my role is main tank and DPS. I gotta clear as many mobs as possible. I need to pull aggro so they can recharge their mana bars and get their second wind. You were deep in your classic protagonist monologue when, bam, a system window jump-scared you, stealing all your focus. The blood poison attribute of the Executioner's longsword has increased by 15 points. You have assimilated part of the slash concept. Skill mastery. Slash has leveled up to level 2. The second you read that, your sword got imbued with this wicked red aura, giving off major cursed artifact vibes from an S-rank grimoire. The hell? Is my sword changing color? You frowned, inspecting the blade. Even though I have no clue about the game mechanics behind this blood poison skill, I'll figure it out as soon as I test it in combat. With that thought, you gripped the sword with some newfound power and let a slash fly. You instantly felt the difference. Hold up. The skill's afterimage is expanding. Okay, so if slash is a damage buff, blood poison is a range and area of effect buff. The catch is, it drained my HP, so I can't just spam this ability. Every single slash is a self-inflicted bleed debuff. You thought in horror about your new cursed weapon. From behind, Lai saw the weapon's evolution and yelled, "Bro, did you just unlock another totally OP ability? And what's up with that edgy aura on your sword?" You totally ignored her and changed the subject. "And Vuo? Where'd he go?" Lai just glanced to the side and shook her head. Like, don't even ask. He's over there, farming spiders in full-on berserker mode. Better not interrupt his combo. You saw Vuo, roaring like a beast, and just deleting every spider mob that crossed his path. You let out a weary protagonist sigh and told the two of them, "You guys keep up your cultivation to get your mana back. Stay in the back line. I'll tank. I've already recovered enough stamina thanks to you holding the line. Bro, you should check the battlefield. The mob horde has thinned out a ton," Lee said quietly, which totally caught you off guard. You took her advice and, sure enough, the monster respawn rate had dropped like crazy. Now that you mention it, I didn't even notice. Du-jan added, scanning the area. The wave of mobs stopped. And when that happens, it only means one of two things. Either the raid is about to end, or the dungeon boss is about to make its grand entrance. And right at that moment, Vuo, still lost in his battle trance, also felt a massive fluctuation of power and stopped dead, turning towards a portal that was ripping open. From inside, a spider of colossal size made its appearance. Seeing the sheer size of the boss, Lai muttered with a grim look. It's so over. Your eyes went wide. Like, what the actual hell is going on here? Aren't floor bosses only supposed to show up on the higher levels of the tower? At your side? The swordswoman saw your total noob face and couldn't help but complain. For real. Do you ever get tired of making that unexpected plot twist face? I've heard that line of dialogue so many times it's getting boring. However, it wasn't just one boss. There were several, which made their blood run cold. Facing down that S-rank monster, you finally understood the power gap. Damn. And here I was feeling so OP a minute ago. What am I supposed to do now? For the F-rank mobs before, 1/ and my blood poison debuff was enough. But against a monster with this much HP, I doubt my DPS will even leave a scratch. The more he thought about it, the more his confidence got nerfed. Just then, the swordswoman stepped forward and said, "Didn't you just tell Lai and me to stay in the back line? Why the game over face? You still not planning on sending me a party invite? Is it your main character pride or just pure shonen stubbornness?" she whispered in Yu's ear, making him blush. "Oh, you're turning pink." "Huh?" she asked, holding nothing back. "You just know she likes this guy, right? He's a pretty weird character, but he's got his charm. Welp, now it's time to pay the price for that little fan service moment. The fee might be a little high, but it's not a quest with a failure penalty." As she spoke, Dujan slowly unsheathed her sword. It was the first time Yu had ever seen her equip a weapon. A sword? But her class is a martial arts fighter type. So why is she suddenly showing off her legendary equipment? Yu was lost in his thoughts when Dujan, as if she had some kind of telepathy skill, turned to explain. "I just don't want the loot to get all bloody. Don't get any weird ideas." Hearing that, Yu turned red as a tomato. "Oh, sorry," he mumbled. His embarrassed face made Dujan let out a little laugh. "You only need to unlock one more concept for a breakthrough. I'll give you a demonstration. Just once. For a prodigy with your hidden talent. A single slash from this sword will be enough for you to get it." After saying that, she started releasing an overwhelming amount of mana, and warned him in a serious tone. "Hey, Yan, don't blink." She drew her sword back, and the spiritual pressure in the air, this insane aura became so dense it was hard to breathe. But just then, all hell broke loose over at Lai's position. "Yo, Vucho, you absolute noob. Stop focusing me, go farm the mob." "Damn it," Lee spat out between grunts, barely managing to tank Vucho's skills with his sword. "Did your wiring get crossed? You're hitting a party member." And while those two were living out their own little soap opera, the elite spider behind them wasn't stupid and totally exploited the bug in their teamwork, launching a sticky web combat magic skill right at them. Vuo reacted with some S-rank reflexes, dodging it with a clean side dash. But poor Lai didn't have the same RNG and got stunned against the wall by the silk, looking like some low-level mob. Seeing the spider dare to interrupt his PvP, Vuo let out a growl with a killer aura that would freeze your very soul. This whole scene made our MC break out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Bro, what a train wreck of a party." Just then, Dujan's voice snapped him out of his mental lag. "Hey, Yan, why are you staring at the minimap? Did your HUD glitch out or something? Focus on me." "I'm your current opponent." You immediately snapped back and made a lame excuse. "I am paying attention. It's just, the elite mob is over there." Dujan replied with a calm that was seriously sus. "I told you to chill. There's only one spider mob left over there." And with that, she unsheathed her sword to unleash a skill at the speed of light. With a single divine cut, she split the spider in two before the bug could even finish casting a defensive spell. You were left completely gobsmacked watching Dujan's technique an upward slash from below. A simple martial arts move that contained catastrophic-level destructive power. With just that one ability, I felt the aura of death itself splitting reality in two. He thought, after witnessing that ultimate. Yu's mind was hit with a massive information overload, giving him a brutal dizziness debuff. A flood of system notifications popped up on his interface. Rank skill instantly comprehended. Dominion over authority has leveled up. Mastery of the eye of myriad poisons, and the ear of myriad listens. And the god of myriad tongues has increased by 5 points. A fraction of a transcendental level martial arts concept has been successfully assimilated. Soul Mastery, 390. Martial Arts Mastery, 97. Swordsmanship Mastery, 52. You have observed the essence of the divine cut. Mastery has reached 15. He didn't even get a chance to read the patch notes properly. His head was pounding like he'd just taken a critical hit. Unreal. Just by scanning her martial arts for a second, my stats got buffed to the moon. This hidden talent is on the same level as when I shattered Optimus's mana barrier. That has to be an upgraded version. A breakthrough from that secret technique she showed me before. How the hell can someone imbue such a savage aura into their sword? The essence of death I felt was so crisp, so real. It slapped me with a fear debuff that went straight to my soul. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Imagining having to tank that definitive skill. Seeing you basically lagging out after that flex of legendary power. Dujan called you out? Yo. Yan. You recording the gameplay or what? Don't expect another private lesson. And with that, she got so close to Yan that the poor guy almost fell backward in shock. Completely invading his personal space. Why are you dodging me? She asked. It's just. You're invading my comfort zone. Yuan stammered. Then. Dujan? Cool as a cucumber. Tossed him the core from the elite mob they had just farmed. Huh? Isn't this the drop from that elite monster just now? Yuan was bugging out, checking the stats on the 3-bodied vital core. Stamina, 11. Demonic energy, 12. Carapace, 15. Web skill, 10. And resistance, 1. Our boy was a little hesitant. Dujan was the one who soloed the boss. Is it really okay for me to take this legendary artifact? He turned to the swordmaster with a face that was a total meme. And as if she had some kind of telepathy skill. Duyan let out a mocking little smirk. Take it. It's your reward for the assist. Don't be a tsundere and just accept it. Hearing that, Yuan whipped around, hit with a blush debuff right across his face. And while these two were having their own little character development event and the romantic tension leveled up, poor Lai, who was stuck in spectator mode, had a front row seat to the whole scene. This romantic side quest in the middle of a dungeon. He couldn't take it anymore and had to shout, "Hey, you two show your protagonists. Pause your romance event and come give me a hand." Vuo just activated his berserker mode over here, who was currently going absolutely ham, turning the other elite mob into paste. Dumb. It looks like Lai is a complete scrub. He's about to get deleted in a heartbeat. There's only one person in the whole party who can tank that chaos. And who else could it be but Du Yan, Yuan thought, turning to look at the most OP player on the team. However, when he saw her just standing there, arms crossed, basically in away from keyboard mode, a cold sweat ran down Yuan's spine too. Don't even look at me with that kicked puppy face. I already did my part for this raid. The swordmaster replied with a chill that was straight up Arctic. But since he couldn't control Vuo's berserker mode solo, Yuan had to try and cut a deal with her. I know this isn't your main quest, but this is an emergency situation. A variable that wasn't in the walkthrough. If a party member gets eliminated, who knows what kind of penalty the system will hit us with. Just as he finished laying out his argument, out of nowhere, the elite spider's legs start twitching like its mana core still had some juice left. 8. Bet. Time for the main event. Guess I'll warm up a bit with this magic beast, Du Jan said, cracking his knuckles. Yuan's eyes were practically bugging out. Completely hyped up. Asterisk, you. Now that's the aura of a real prodigy, asterisk, he thought. But of course, Du Jan laid down one condition. In exchange, you're in charge of landing the finishing blow on that thing at your feet. And hey, beast, what are you doing just chilling up there like a gargoyle? Get down here. Now. And with that, he launched a mana cannon straight at Vuo's face, just to get her to listen. Aight. Now the real epic showdown begins. Absolutely fuming. Vu ground her teeth and let out a roar worthy of a dungeon boss before dive-bombing straight for Du Jan. The impact from her landing absolutely shattered the dungeon floor. But Du Jan, flexing that S-rank agility, just casually dodged it and hit her with a taunt to draw aggro. Over here. Sweetie. Dumb beast, he laughed. And just like that, Vuo went full berserker mode, throwing punches like a brain-dead mob. After one wild swing missed, Du Jan snatched her wrist with insane speed and slammed her into the ground without mercy. Whoops. That's not it. I told you the party's over here. Haha. Is that the only move they taught you in the tutorial? Just mindlessly attacking higher-level players. Come on. Get up. Beast. Still got some stamina? I'm gonna farm EXP with you until your sanity bar hits 0. Let's go. Pop that rage mode. Or what? Dujan mocked her, which, obviously, just made Vuo even more furious. Watching this one-sided beatdown, Yuan got goosebumps. Asterisk. No freaking way. He's literally just using her as a training dummy to warm up. Asterisk. And while keeping Vuo on her toes, Dujan also shot a yell at Yuan to remind him of his quest. Hey. You. Stop spectating. This isn't a Twitch stream. Asterisk snap. Asterisk. Hearing the order, Yuan drew his sword and turned to face the elite spider. I know, but don't you think this quest is a little too try-hard for my current rank? He stammered. Even though Vuo had chipped away some of its health, it was still a dangerous mini-boss. If you pay attention to my skills, you'll figure out how to do it. Dujan gave Yuan a look that was radiating pure confidence, causing our poor boy to just let out a nervous chuckle. Huh. And where are you getting all this faith in my hidden potential? Right at that moment, the spider launched its attack, slamming one of its legs down on him. The impact sent Yuan flying through the air like a ragdoll. Guys, is Yuan okay? Lee asked, totally panicked. But what the hell was that weak sauce hit? Yuan suddenly yelled, completely thrown off. In that instant, he felt like the spider was straight up mocking him, looking at him like a total noob. It barely has enough mana to move, and it still thinks it can delete me? Aight. Bet, come and try it. You filthy bug. Yuan shouted with a new fire in his eyes. Instantly, a few summoning circles materialized around the spider, and from them erupted mana chains that bound its legs tight. Did he just hit that monster with an immobilization debuff? Lee exclaimed, his mind blown by the scene. Meanwhile, Yuan instantly capitalized on the opening, diving headfirst to start his combo. Asterisk. I'll use this to stun it. Hit it with the blood poison debuff for some damage over time, and finish with a melee attack. Asterisk. That was the strategy. Right after, Yuan swung his sword with all his fury, landing a critical hit right on the monster's face. It let out a piercing shriek from the massive wound. Eat this, Yuan screamed, running on pure adrenaline. But Lai, stuck on the back line, frowned with worry. Asterisk. Now what do I do? Yuan. This is looking real bad. Asterisk. In the distance, Dujan, who was still dodging attacks like he was dancing, also muttered. Asterisk. That was a shallow hit. If you really want to delete it, you have to aim for the head. What's your game plan? Yuan. Asterisk. Back to our boy. He also realized his attack had only enraged the beast without doing any significant damage. Asterisk. Was the slash too weak? Why? Could the blood poison skill have failed to activate? Asterisk. Asterisk. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. This is my first time trying to chain a 2-skill combo. Asterisk. Just as he was realizing his rookie mistake, the spider channeled all its raw power into its legs, causing the mana chains to shatter into a million pieces. Instantly, its legs came crashing down on Yuan with their full weight, creating a massive explosion. Crap. Yuan cursed internally. Far away, Lai screamed in panic while even Dujan froze for a split second. When the dust finally settled, Yuan's silhouette reappeared. By some miracle, he'd managed to use his sword to block the insane blow just in time. However, even though he successfully pulled off the parry, the direct impact made him feel like every bone in his body was about to shatter. Panting sounds. Phew. That was way too close. When the leg hit my sword, I changed the angle to deflect the force. If I had tried to tank that hit head-on, my sword and my arm would have been toast. No doubt about it. But how did I predict that move? In that instant, a fraction of a second felt like an eternity in slow motion. Asterisk. Maybe it's because I saw Dujan's sword technique. Asterisk. Yuan thought to himself. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up in his mind. His stats had increased. Right in the heat of this boss fight, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Understanding the concept of flow, his flow skill mastery had leveled up to 5. Yuan used his sword to push himself back to his feet, confirming what his combat instincts were screaming at him. So that's what it was. That thrust just unlocked a hidden talent for me. Haha. This is wild. I never in my wildest dreams thought you could trigger an awakening for a martial arts class I didn't even know was in my system, even though I can't copy your sword art 100%. I think I've figured out the path I need to take for my own build. As he thought this, a super dense combat aura began to radiate from Yun's core, and he stood his ground with the confidence of a max-level protagonist facing the elite spider. Alright? You freak. Let's go for round 2. Hit me with your legendary power. Don't hold anything back. And as he dropped that line, he stared intently into its gazillion eyes with a look of absolute focus. And to answer that taunt, the elite spider started unleashing a brutal combo with its 4 front legs, as if he'd activated an auto-defense cheat. Yun moved his sword with SSS rank mastery, like a literal war machine, blocking every single one of the colossal boss's unstoppable attacks. Witnessing this intense PvE battle, Lai, who was just spectating from the sidelines, realized something incredible. Our MC was using the parry technique. It's a skill for deflecting or repelling an enemy's attack. If you pull it off with perfect timing, you not only nullify the damage, but you also avoid losing any HP, and can even create an opening for a deadly counter. But be warned, this technique is not for noobs in a real boss fight. Most warriors get sent to the respawn screen long before they can completely master it, or they just respec into a different build. At the end of the day, this is hardcore mode. You only get one life. That's the game. But how is this rookie executing that skill with so much mastery in this situation? Didn't he say his swordsmanship stat was level 0? The more he thought about it, the more Yun's absolutely broken leveling speed was blowing his mind. Back to our MC. At that moment, Yun looked like he'd activated a clone skill, moving in 3 directions at once to parry attacks coming from all 4 flanks of the giant mob. During the boss's brutal assault, his eyes were locked on, concentration maxed out, just waiting for an opening in its attack pattern. And just as the giant spider swung another leg to finish him, Yun knew his window to counter had arrived. It's now, he thought. I'll parry the frontal attack and deflect the one from the right. As he processed the strategy, Yun swung his sword, deflecting the incoming leg with a perfect parry. Instantly, the spider launched another attack from the side, reacting to this new move. But Yun, with some straight-up prodigy reflexes, just whips his sword onto his shoulder, letting the creature's leg slide right down the blade to parry the entire force of the attack in another direction. Once that insane maneuver was executed, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Okay, I'm slowly getting the hang of this class. It feels like I'm leveling up. Time to go all out. Meanwhile, the combat between Dujan and Woe was a total beatdown. A true stomp. Literally. The Beast Girl was just an NPC to Dujan. She looked like a max-level player farming in the starting zone, already bored with this tutorial. Dujan simply tripped Woe, just like that, making her lose her balance and eat dirt. Ignoring the crying noob, Dujan focused all of her perception on the protagonist's epic showdown. I can't believe it. I thought you would copy some of my sword art. But you're showing me a combat style I never even imagined seeing. There's a martial art in the Central Plains, based on the principle of flow, but it's a build that only the most chosen tryhards follow. Deflecting an opponent's ki is a technique that requires perfect timing, down to just 1/100 blank thousandth of a second. Since it's a high-risk skill and requires insane concentration, most warriors prefer simpler, less OP builds. For someone like me, who has always chased the most destructive DPS build, you've just opened my eyes to a whole new power meta. I never thought a skill I considered low rank, basically a trash skill, could have such deep and impressive potential. As she pondered this, the swordswoman's face turned a little red, until Wuo's screams snapped her out of her analysis mode. Thanks, Beast Girl, for reminding me of my own noob moment. Hey, let me go, the other girl shrieked again, paying her no mind. Dujan continued her analysis, but just landing parries isn't enough to win the fight. To claim victory, you have to understand the entire strategy. The macro game. Alright, you've been grinding and hit this level, so show me that hidden talent. If you've really mastered the martial art of flow to redirect an enemy's power, then bet. Use that same momentum for a devastating counterattack. Back to our boy Yun. The gears started turning. He went full monk mode. His cultivation of focus maxed out, just waiting for the perfect timing to make his big play. And then, the moment that elite spider mob lunged with another claw swipe, our prodigy protagonist just charged straight in to intercept. No hesitation. In that split second, Yun channeled the full piercing force of the enemy's own combat magic, executing a slick spin that fused two of his sword skills into one fluid motion. Bro was literally thinking, "Parry this," as he deflected the spider's leg with his blade, and at the same time, used that borrowed momentum to power up his own slash, stacking two more attributes, Poison Blood and Cleave, into the attack. He yeeted that sword straight at the monster's face. Bro landed a critical hit so massive it left a crater. The spider screeched like its health bar just hit 0. Behind him, Dujan was witnessing the epic showdown, clenching his fists with a level of hype that was off the charts. "That's the build. Let's go. What an insane skill. This protagonist is a literal god," he cheered internally. Meanwhile, after watching the giant mob collapse, Yun dropped to his knees, his mana and stamina bars completely in the red. To reward his insane performance in the boss fight, the system instantly pinged him with a notification. "System alert. A feat of combat has been recognized, temporarily synthesizing the origin of concept to forge a higher rank 1. System alert. The conceptual depth of poison, air, and language has increased by 5 stat points." Talk about a massive buff. Reading the system log, Yun was completely floored. No cap. Did I actually do that? Did my stats really level up that much? He thought. But before he could even pull up his status window to check out his new OP abilities, he heard Lai and Dujan screaming for a carry. "Yo! Yun, Liebert, get me out of this immobilization debuff. Please," he cried, still stuck to the web like a fly. At the same time, Yucho was still going full berserker mode on Dujan. "And you gotta drop this crazy chick's HP too," Dujan added, making sure she wasn't forgotten. Yun could only let out a nervous laugh. "Right. Because I soloed one elite mob. Now everyone expects me to be the tank, healer, and DPS. Hey, you're the one with the S-rank hidden talent." He shot back at Lai, who looked like he was about to cry. "Sorry. Bro, this debuff totally blocked my mana flow." Lai whined. Dujan nodded, confirming it. "This thing has ridiculous strength and endurance stats. I wish they'd immobilized me instead of this useless guy," she complained. But Dujan's words sparked a neuron in Yun's brain. "Wait. That's not a bad idea," he murmured. And just like that, he put his new strategy into motion. Skill, conceptual analysis activated. He scanned the spider silk trapping Lai, transferring the data to Yan. "I need a containment artifact for this mob." He absorbed the silk's conceptual essence and passed it to his snake familiar. Notification for Yan. "You have acquired the concept web. Current conceptual depth, 25. Surpasses level 16 of the original concept." After assimilating the concept, Yan's body transmuted into a cage of pure mana chains. Without a second thought, Yun yeeted the new artifact straight at Yucho, caught it completely off guard. Surprise attack successful. As a result, its whole body got wrapped in chains, hit with a nasty restriction debuff. The more it struggled, the tighter they squeezed. Yun just smirked. Huh. 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 Go on. Struggle all you want. Yucho, this little toy has high durability, and it drains your mana on top of that. The more you resist, the stronger the imprisonment debuff gets. Meanwhile, the chains started wrapping around Yucho's body in a rather spicy way, making both Lai and Yun blush on a godly level. Instantly, Lai covered Yun's eyes and yelled, "This scene is not for minors." Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. "Then why do you get to watch?" "Huh? I have a higher resistance to these visual debuffs," Li replied, stiff as a board. Dujan, meanwhile, scanned the area and nodded, satisfied. "Phew. Good thing this dungeon room hasn't been completely corrupted. That chain artifact is pretty OP. Not gonna lie." Just then, Yun's identifier started blaring with new alerts, putting some serious pressure on him as he hurried his party. "My identifier is going crazy again. We have to dip from this zone. Like, right now." Hearing that, Dujan nodded. Confirmed. Immediate tactical retreat. The moment she said it, and before the squad could even pop an escape scroll, a crimson sphere of energy materialized out of thin air right behind them. From the center of the sphere, a mysterious voice echoed. "You." The chosen ones who completed the secret quest before the time limit. Yun's party jumped and instantly switched into combat mode, and our prodigy protagonist locked his eyes on the source of the voice, demanding, "Who are you? Show yourself." In response, The manosphere began to slowly transmute, revealing the silhouette of a woman with an imposing aura. She extended her hand towards them and offered, "I have come to deliver the loot for your achievement. I will grant you the chance to sign a contract with the supervisor of the Countless Eyes." Time flew by, and the scene shifted to outside the Tower of Challenge. At that very moment, Professor Illumina was still waiting, her heart pounding, for her cadets who had yet to emerge from the tower, but her agony didn't last much longer, because Yoon's squad was teleported outside by a magic circle. "Anyone need a health potion?" Yoon asked. "Whoa. Where are we?" Lai asked, totally disoriented. "It's the starting zone." "Dummy." Dujan shot back. Seeing her students return, Illumina rushed towards them with a look of pure panic, asking, "Is everyone okay? Is anyone's health bar low? Does anyone have serious injuries or suffering from any debuffs due to mana corruption?" Seeing her face, which looked like it was about to unleash a flood of tears, Yun gave her a reassuring smile. "We're at 100%. Professor, everyone's HP bar is full. You can lower your stress level by a few notches." Hearing this, Illumina's heart was still racing like she'd just run a marathon. Even though the dungeon's emergency escape system had failed, she had been freaking out when she saw her student party wasn't coming out. But thankfully, they were all safe. "Now, I need a full mission report. What the hell happened in there? Tell me everything." Illumina's question hit the squad so hard, they all had the Pikachu shocked meme face. Yuan, totally bugging out, starts scratching his neck. About that. How about we find a more private channel to chat?" "Yeah?" And just like that, time skips, and the scene warps to a secluded spot. Finally, our underdog Prota gets to ask about the absolute chaos that went down in the tower. "For real. What the fuck is going on here? We got yanked into some super sus pocket dimension right after the fourth room glitched out. Literally the second we stepped in. The whole time, we were thinking, what absolute madness is popping off out here?" Hearing Yuan's question, Illumina answers, her voice totally drained of mana. "The grim reality is, a cadet was PK'd by an intruder, a player from outside the Magic Academy. The higher-ups are trying to get a handle on the chaos, but their party is completely wiped. It's high-key likely that's what caused the system glitches in the tower earlier. We've talked about these intruders before, haven't we?" Illumina's words hit Yuan like a flashback from a forgotten quest. Dimensional thieves, those griefers who specialize in PKing newbies just to loot their certification cards. There's no respawn for the victims. It's straight-up permadeath. They get soul-trapped in the system forever. Processing that info gave Yuan a serious fear debuff, and his voice shook. "So, did you guys catch this intruder? Or is he still on the loose?" Illumina just shook her head. "Vanished, like he used some high-level teleportation spellcasting. The elite students there couldn't even scratch his HP." Hearing this, Du Hoyan, who was just vibing on the sidelines, drops his own spicy take. "Sounds like this whole test was a trap quest from the jump. Even if they're not from this Magic Academy, other factions are definitely eyeing the tower. The noobs who are just having their awakening in the tower are easy pickings, basically low-level mobs. So these guys are hunting first-years who just passed the entrance exam, aiming to trash the Academy's class ranking and infiltrate using the credentials they loot. And of course, from the faculty's point of view, dealing with these gatecrashers becomes a mandatory main quest, pushing all the aggro onto the students. I'm not wrong, am I?" And as he dropped that truth bomb, Duhojan shot Illumina, a look dripping with smug mockery. Bro really landed a critical hit with that analysis, leaving Illumina unable to cast a single counter-argument, just giving him the death glare. Seeing her "you caught me" face, totally speechless on how to defend the situation. He just sighed and let out a smirk of pure superiority. "For real. This academy is a weird place. Intruders just waltz into the tower like it's a neutral zone. A place that's supposed to be under the complete control of the admins. And yet, the school is powerless to stop its own cadets from getting PK'd. What a sick joke. This seriously calls into question the S rank of what's supposed to be the best academy on the server." Behind him, Yuan's party was also shook, looking like their brains just blue-screened, leaving the instructor all alone. But Illumina was not having any of that logic. "You're twisting everything. Dean John, protecting the cadets is the Academy's main quest. It's our sacred duty. But once you enter the tower, it's your own campaign. You're on your own. Besides, The tower allowing invaders is a system mechanic. Something that can't be patched. It is the will of the tower. As she said this, Illumina looked down, like she couldn't even face the cadets. The swordswoman heard that weak excuse and gritted her teeth. Her rage bar about to max out. The will of the tower. Huh, if those are the rules of the game, then I'm rage quitting this quest. And with that, she activated the artifact on her necklace and teleported out of there, not even giving Illumina a chance to cast a spell to stop her. Next to her, our prota stepped up to try and explain. Please, try to understand her. Instructor, some pretty heavy stuff went down in there. In the tower, when she looked back at Yuan, Illumina finally noticed that ever since they returned, his party had a super strange aura about them, and she asked him straight up, Yuan, spill the tea. What the hell happened in that dungeon? Faced with the question, our boy paused for a sec, but then decided to just drop the whole unfiltered story. Right before we came back, we ran into a Star Guardian. Hearing that, Illumina's whole expression shifted. The omnipotent protectors, also known as the Watchers, entities that consume countless dimensions, and when they find a candidate with S-rank potential, they offer a sponsorship contract. They're transcendental level beings with massive influence across dimensions. They grant legendary power, combat magic, authority, OP abilities, legendary artifacts, and a ton of buffs in exchange for their chosen ones serving them. But in return, the price they demand is astronomical. And even though some might reject a pact like that, if you think about it, in a world where power is the most important stat, there's no more profitable buff than the one they can give you. The Star Guardians are, without a doubt, the most tempting sponsors in the entire universe. Back with Illumina. After a moment to center her mana, she dropped the question. Absolutely intrigued. A Star Guardian has descended to this mortal plane? Yuan just nodded, confirming the massive lore drop. Affirmative. The Watcher of all existence laid it out for me with a pretty cryptic vibe. That cosmic entity promised me a game-breaking power-up. In exchange, he'd have to accept the contract's terms. As she let him go, our MC was looking completely blue-screened. But Professor Illumina didn't even flinch. Quite the opposite. She gave him a look that was radiating pure legendary power and congratulated him. That's SSS rank. My guy. For a constellation to offer you a pact right after you enter the tower is a breakthrough that not even the Magic Academy's founders saw coming. Sealing a contract with a celestial patron that fast proves your mana core is shining like a freaking sun, it's no wonder they noticed your awakening. She was talking, totally hyped, completely oblivious that every word was causing a critical system error in our protagonist's brain. Meanwhile, our poor underdog couldn't wrap his head around being seen as an S-rank prodigy. Is she being for real? He insisted, his confidence stat hitting rock bottom. Professor Illumina was just nodding enthusiastically, with a face that screamed, "Are you serious? You're not just gassing me up. Are you?" He kept asking, though all this praise wasn't buffing his ego. It was just leaving him with more mental lag than before. "Professor," he blurted out, "no filter. What's the Academy's deal? How do they view these contracts with celestial patrons?" Illumina looked intrigued but answered instantly. "Well, they mostly turn a blind eye, maintaining a non-intervention policy. But if a legendary rank opportunity shows up, the kind that can change your whole character class, they basically give you a little nudge to accept the buff." He nodded, catching the professor's not-so-subtle hint. "So," he said, "just to be sure, the Academy is nerfing our free will and telling us to just sign here?" Illumina broke it down for him. "Exactly. Of all the realms and existential planes, the tower is like the premium server that attracts all the constellations. The ones sponsored by a celestial patron are the only ones with the right build to speedrun the tower." Hearing that, his danger perception stat absolutely skyrocketed. It was wild that a place like the Academy didn't even have a basic magic barrier against intruders. And while the constellations seemed cool, the intel on them was so scarce, it felt totally sus. This whole situation is turning into a massive mess, he thought, right before Illumina's voice snapped him out of his lag. "All right. Yuan, spill the tea. What was the quest the Star Guardian dropped on you?" Illumina asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yuan answered, his expression shifting into a mask of pure seriousness. "That divine entity demanded we start a massive PK. It promised a contract to two of the party if one of us sent the other to the lobby first." Illumina froze solid, her face screaming. This is about to get messy. Yuan pressed on. That was the Star Guardian's mission. Get it? It said only power-hungry tryhards were worthy of its buff. It wanted an epic showdown, a battle royale, to see who had the most OP abilities. He remembered the exact moment the Star Guardian dropped that twisted quest. Offer your party members as tribute. Sacrifice them upon my altar. I will make you my apostles, my most OP champions. Until you reach the final floor of the tower and claim the ultimate wish, my blessing will always be with you. Now, let the hunt begin. Its chilling voice, a perfect incantation of dread, echoed across the floor. With a gesture that basically screamed, let the Hunger Games begin. To Yuan. The whole mission was completely insane. PKing your own squad just to farm stats? It was absolute madness. Do they really think I'd betray my party like that? He thought, side-eyeing Dako-Jan. Just in case. If that guy's uncontrolled fury skill activated, nobody in the party could tank the damage. And, as expected, Dako-Jan, being the badass secondary protagonist he is, did not disappoint. He stepped forward, his icy gaze locked on the Star Guardian like it was a final boss. Don't stand in my way, he said, as he unleashed an aura of mana so intense it made you want to rage quit the server. Back to the present. Illumina was totally floored by the story. So that's what happened? That kid must have burned through his entire mana bar. Right? She asked. Yuan nodded. You bet. He put that guardian in its place and made it back down. But the way it played with us like we were low-level mobs. That was the kind of terror that leaves you away from keyboard. He paused before asking the big question. So, is the tower dungeon closed for grinding for the rest of the week? The danger level is set to nightmare mode right now. Illumina replied. The tower is going into maintenance and will be on lockdown until the end of next week, so no adventurers can sneak in. Yuan had to completely rethink his entire build and strategy. He needed to be grinding levels to stand a chance against Irregular. But right now, farming in the tower had become an impossible rank quest. The PvP boss fight against Irregular was on Tuesday. But without access to the training grounds, what the hell was he supposed to do, he thought. He felt a pressure debuff, tanking all his stats. Oh man. This is a major nerf right to the face, Yuan thought, feeling completely overwhelmed by the sudden difficulty spike. So how am I supposed to optimize my cultivation time now? As his mind raced, a light bulb went off, like he just leveled up his intelligence stat, and he turned to his professor. Ma'am, I was thinking of reporting the massive system bug that occurred in the tower, attaching the audio log we have as proof. Does that sound like a plan? Professor? Illumina thought for a moment before nodding. Bet. No problem. But if possible, I'd love to hear your full mission debrief over some good potions. The edible kind. Although, from the looks of things, that's not going to be possible right now. As she said this, he shot a look at Vuo, who was basically away from keyboard in the corner, radiating some serious downer energy. Feeling that heavy aura, Yuan just had to shake his head. Bro. It was like the whole squad got hit with a massive morale debuff. Turning to Professor Illumina, she tried to cast a comfort buff on her students. I totally get it. For real. Yuan. Vuo. You guys popped off like true pros. I promise. A quest this broken won't be in the rotation starting next week. Hopefully, the Magic Academy doesn't get a rep debuff for this absolute fail. For now, just focus on a full mana recharge and take a long rest. Hearing those supportive words, Lee's spirit seemed to get a small heal over time. He turned and said, Understood. Professor, by your leave, have a legendary weekend. With that, both Lai and Vuo activated their artifact earrings and cast a portal, just dipping out of there. Just as Yuan was about to start his own spell, casting for a portal, Illumina stopped him in his tracks, telling him to hold up a sec. Yuan, I've got a dialogue quest for you, and I'm gonna be real with you. Nullcap, that cosmic entity, the beholder of all beings, didn't just offer a contract to two of you four. It specifically tagged them. You and Dujan. Right? That crazy accurate deduction basically hit Yuan with a stun effect. He just nodded grimly, getting hit with a flashback to when the beholder of all beings called out his name and Dujan's. You two, no doubt, can have the potential to conquer the top of the tower. Together. That's right. It's a guaranteed clear. But only if you get rid of this dead weight. said the beholder of all beings, gesturing to Lai and Vuo with a look that just screamed, "Ew! Look at these low-level mobs." Both of them were just frozen, completely bugging out. But the entity ignored their mental lag and continued. "Now, my chosen prodigies, go and PK those burdens from your party. I promise, the two of you will conquer the tower, side by side, and you'll be left with pure, unfiltered potential to absolutely steamroll the other players. Accept the legendary power I'm offering. It's the system's rules. The law of this world." Back in the present, Yuan gets back to his dorm and finds Lai curled up in a chair, looking like he's lost in his own personal mental dungeon. Well, look who finally decided to log on. Is he not even gonna shower, or what the hell? Yuan muttered to himself before speaking up. "Dude, you look like you just lost all your loot." Even Vuo couldn't snap out of his depression debuff. "For real? Are you comfy like that? You look super stiff." "My guy." Lai turned and hit him with a glare that had a built-in ice debuff. "What? Are you making fun of my unique combat stance?" Yuan rushed to clear up the misunderstanding. "Whoa. No way. That's not what I meant. I swear." Li hung his head, his voice thick with a shame debuff. "I'm sorry. Honestly, I wish a void portal would just open up and swallow me whole. If you want, just hit me with a low-level spell." Yuan, completely thrown off, was like, I wasn't being serious. But for some reason, his words just made Lai let out this bitter, self-hating laugh. "Seriously? I'm not even worth the mana cost of the most basic curse." The more Yuan listened, the more he realized Lai's sanity bar was deep in the red. Why is this dude so extra right now? Normally this guy has the ego of a main character. What's his deal? Yuan wondered. Then, out of nowhere, Lai drops this line with an ice-cold aura. "Hey, you? The truth is, I kinda hate your guts." But Yuan didn't even flinch, like he had maxed out resistance to verbal attacks, and shot back. "Haha. So what? The feeling's mutual. Bro, look at that. We finally found a common stat." That's what Yuan thought. Obviously, but no way in hell was he gonna say that out loud. I really want to just say it to his face. But I gotta suppress this rage quit. I have to hold it in. 'Cause it's just bad form to tell an NPC that he's an NPC. Yuan clenched his fists, fighting the urge, after a few seconds to let his patience bar recharge. Yuan sat down next to Lai and said, "Look, Lai, if you've got something on your chest, just spit it out. I don't care what the complaint is. Just dump the entire lore. I'll listen to all your drama." As he spoke, he scanned the guy, taking in the full view of the knight sitting in front of him. It was only after hearing these words from our MC that Lai slowly opened up his emotional inventory and started dropping his origin story. Me too. Back in my world, I was considered an S-rank prodigy, and I'm not just saying that to flex. My noble family, my vassals, everyone admired my hidden talent. They entrusted me with the holy sword, and it wasn't because of some lucky gacha roll, but because of the blind faith they all had in my base stats. I made a contract with the holy sword and came to this magic academy carrying the main quest for my entire nation. But what is this trash? What the hell am I even doing here? Why did it treat me like some F-rank mob? As these words tumbled out, Lai's mental state seemed to trigger his berserker mode, which forced Yuan to try and hit him with a quick calm-down incantation. "Hey, Lai, don't get so hung up on the dialogue from that cosmic entity or whatever. It's just flavor text. It doesn't affect the main quest line." Before Yuan could even finish, Lai cut him off. "Cosmic entity or not, you call it whatever, because you're the one chosen by the system, the main character. But I'm different. I'm just a side character to the two of you who got picked. For starters, those are transcendental beings with ridiculously OP abilities and near-omniscient knowledge. They know way more than any mortal. With a quest offer of that caliber, how could you and Dujan just turn it down so easily?" Lai screamed at Yuan, leaving him completely speechless for a moment. So Yun, with that classic main character chill, broke it down for him, because that kind of ritual is a dead-end build, a corrupted mana path that leads nowhere. There are 1,000 ways to grind for power and level up without having to PK NPCs in the process. Or what? Did we enroll in this magic academy to learn the dark arts? I don't think so. Yun shot back. But not even that epic speech could dispel the dark aura swirling around Lai. Lai took a step back, shaking his head. "Sure. Easy for you to say. You're a prodigy born with SSS rank talent. But for a side character like me, if that's the price for an awakening, or to get a massive power-up, I might hesitate. But in the end, I'd sacrifice it all. I don't have that iron willpower stat you, or do Jan have to just reject that kind of legendary power? I'd take that route. And honestly, I feel frustrated, terrified. And it makes me so freaking mad just to even think about it. Lai's face glitched, showing a pure anguish debuff. Time flew by like a training montage time skip. And who knows how that super heavy conversation between the two actually wrapped up. Anyway, Yoon had now finished his shower side quest, and when he got back, he found Lai sprawled on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling like his system had crashed. As if his perception skill pinged Yoon's aura, Lai was the first to speak. Hey, Yoon. Sorry for my emo trip earlier. Okay? Chill. It's not your fault. I was the one who started talking about that forbidden lore. No. Seriously. I'm sorry. Lai said, his voice sounding like he was hit with a major guilt debuff. Hearing him, Yoon cracked a small smile and took the tension down a notch. We're party members, aren't we? I'll always be here to listen when your morale gets low. I'm gonna head out for a sec. If you want the hot chocolate, go for it. They say mood debuffs get cleared by a good sweet recovery item. With that, Yoon left a mug of hot chocolate on the table, looking just like a real-life health potion. Lai barely whispered, "Thanks." We cut scene to Yoon. After closing the door and stepping into the hallway, he thought to himself, man, he's gone through some major character development since I first met him. Next time, I'll have to choose my words more carefully. Haze. Right at that moment, Dujan appeared down the hall and locked onto Yoon. With that over-the-top energy she always has, she launched herself at him like a whirlwind of combat magic. You're back. Good. Now I don't have to infiltrate your room like it's a high-level dungeon. Hearing Dujan's voice, Yoon jumped like an A-rank assassin and yelled, "What the hell are you doing here?" "This is the guy's dorm," he said, his eyes as wide as if he'd just spotted a legendary boss. Seeing him freak, Dujan just put a finger to her lips. Shh. No witnesses. No crime. What? You don't know that unwritten rule of the Magic Academy? That said, she shot him a mischievous waifu smirk and grabbed his shirt, dragging him along like a low-level mob before he could even complain. Cut to a wooden bench just outside the building. Yoon asked, "All right, did you really trek all the way over here just because the cafeteria was swarming with NPCs?" Completely ignoring Yoon's question, Dujan switched the main quest topic to ask about Lai. "I got curious, so I came to farm some gossip. So, how's your dead weight? Is he still kicking or did he get nerfed into oblivion?" At that question, the prodigy's voice got seriously ticked off. "For real? What do you mean dead weight? Why are you always throwing so much shade at him?" Hearing that, Dujan scoffed. "Am I lying? He's just a brainless berserker. All brute force. A talentless underdog who can't even adapt to the meta. Am I wrong? Lai is not useless. He's a super skilled swordsman and he has a ton of other skills in his build." Yoon intervened, activating his defend the party member mode. But unfortunately for him, Dujan had already run a full scan on the knight's entire build. The problem is that all those stats are just a buff from the artifact he's carrying. You know it's true. His OP physical strength, his almost S-rank combat instinct, his special skills. It's all a temporary buff from that sword. Without that legendary item, he's a level 1 character. He doesn't even have the passive skill to read the room. He always gets hit with a panic debuff during key moments in a raid, and ends up captured. And he becomes a total disaster. A walking game over screen. The swordswoman threw all this shade at Lai's character build, making Yoon just massage his forehead, completely fed up, and cut her off. Okay. I get the point. Chill out. If I keep listening, you're gonna spoil his entire character arc with one of your eternal monologues." Hearing that, Dujan cut her info dump short, and her voice became way more serious. That's how critical the debuff is. If he loses his will to fight, it's good game. Game over. There's no point in us partying up together anymore. After all, that mob was already super nerfed, with barely any HP left. If he'd just kept his mouth shut, she wouldn't have continued her rant. But that was more than enough for him to catch the hint. Still, he wasn't sure if Dujan was just trolling Lai, or if she was actually worried about him. With that question bugging out his brain, he turned to ask her, "And anyway, What's your deal? You got super weird when we ran into that divine rank entity, and you had a serious bad mood debuff with the professor. Everything good? His voice, loaded with genuine concern, hit the swordswoman with a blush debuff and got her all flustered. Are you worried about me? Why don't you just activate your perception skill and check for yourself? Dujan stammered. Yoon just sighed like he'd just lost a chunk of his mana points. I don't need to waste mana on a spell. It's written all over your face from a mile away. It's a super obvious status effect. I just wanted to know if you were okay. After saying that, he pulled a mug of hot chocolate from his dimensional inventory and handed it over. Dujan accepted the mug, looking a little bit happy. Wow, this recovery item really boosts the morale bar. Huh? She took a sip and nodded, like she'd just chugged a high-quality potion. This is way sweeter than I thought it'd be. Well, Tudor, what'd you expect? It's hot chocolate. You dummy. You shot back with a poker face that was absolutely unfazed. Dujan's intense aura seemed to stabilize a bit, and she finally spilled the tea. Thanks for worrying about me. For real. But it's not that deep. I was just having some issues with my key manipulation at the moment. You, being nosy, had to ask, and what exactly had you looking like you were about to PK a whole village? Well, even I'm not totally sure. Do you honestly think that I, the observer of the 10,000 eyes, and that entity, process information the same way? Does that even compute in your brain? Her words basically made your system crash. What the heck? Dujan just kept going with her ice-cold logic. At the end of the day, it's the same play. If that pair of newbies turns out to be a debuff for the whole team, I was seriously considering just deleting them from the party. The more you listened, the more you realized her entire thought process was bugged, so you couldn't hold back and just blurted out. What kind of crazy logic trip are you on right now? Dujan's expression instantly turned into a mask of pure ice. This is exactly why my mana is so unstable. If I were more pragmatic, I would have only recruited elite students with S-rank potential or higher. If I had truly set my mind to it, without getting my own hands dirty, I could have indirectly caused them to get wiped from the map. Just by ignoring their calls for help, maybe I messed up accepting that quest in the first place. Dujan said, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Meanwhile, our boy, totally chill, took a quiet sip of his hot chocolate before jumping back into the fray. Oh, really? That's right. Dujan replied with a terrifying calmness. So, in short, you're just throwing a fit like a spoiled kid from some noble family, aren't you? Your troll-level commentary made the swordswoman's face turn beet red with pure rage. She whipped her head away, muttering under her breath, I show him my freaking status window, and this is the thanks I get from that little punk. What was that? Then she snapped her head back, locking eyes with you. Do you seriously believe that pair of F-rank newbies has any hidden talent? You met her gaze head-on. Your presence so solid, it left zero room for doubt. 100%. It doesn't matter how OP the artifact is. If they didn't have the base talent, they never would have cleared the tutorial. Lai has an innate gift for the sword. It's like a divine blessing. But his over-reliance on that holy sword is a massive debuff. It keeps him from adapting to random attack patterns. And as for Vuo, she's got the physical stats and growth potential of an S-ranker, but her own mindset is nerfing her into the ground. If they can just figure out their party synergy and cover each other's weaknesses, the awakening of power they'll experience will blow every prediction out of the water. You finished your strategic breakdown with a confident smirk. Your words left the white-haired prodigy just standing there, processing all the new data. Even though her trust meter for those two noobs was at rock bottom, she decided to give you a leap of faith. Fine. I'll accept your quest. If they actually take this hellish training arc seriously, their stats will do the talking. Hearing that, Yu's eyes lit up like he'd just gotten a legendary item drop. So, you're accepting the quest to be their master? Like you said, if they pass this trial by fire and achieve their breakthrough, I will admit your character analysis was on point. But if their final results don't even break C rank, you'll be the one paying the penalty for this failed quest. Are we clear? She said, hitting him with a look so intense. The sheer pressure of her aura nearly inflicted a stun status effect. Before you could even reboot his brain, Dujan hit him with the finisher. You made me ignore my S-rank instincts to waste my time grinding with that pair of scrubs. Think it over. I'll see you at the training grounds. And you better have those two brats there first thing in the morning. And with that, she vanished, using some kind of flash step technique, leaving you standing there, completely bugged out. Time flew by like a classic Manhwa time skip, and by the next morning, the hellish training arc had officially begun. Lai and Du-Jan were locked in a martial arts sparring match. Their blows, infused with pure mana, sliced through the air, sending shockwaves across the entire training grounds. The result was, as expected, a total slaughter. Lai was getting the beatdown of a lifetime. His fists couldn't even scratch Du-Jan's key barrier, while she sent him flying all the way back to Yu with a single blast of combat magic. "Hey! You!" Lee screamed, his health bar deep in the red, like he was dictating his last will and testament before respawning. "What's up? Hang in there. I'm coming." Yu sprinted towards him like the party's main healer. Lee shot him a death glare, his eyes filled with resentment. "You said you were going to teach me a secret skill. So how come I'm the only one getting my HP bar completely drained?" Well, this is part of the..." Yu stammered, unable to pull a good excuse out of his inventory. But before he could improvise, Du-Jan landed right in front of them, cracking the ground with a single step and yelling, "You're so pathetic. This is conditioning to strengthen your mana core. It's day one stuff for elite warriors. You're not some protagonist with a cheat system like you who can just copy skills by looking at them. So stop crying like a level 1 slime and get on your feet." Lai, shaking like a leaf, reached for his sword, sobbing, My sword? Give me my sword. In your dreams, newbie. Until you learn how to fight without depending on that OP artifact, you can forget about ever seeing it again. This is like grinding mobs on the bottom floors of the tower. Pure survival of the fittest," Du-Jan declared, and her words made the young swordsman's eyes practically pop out of his head. "But my class is Sword Knight. Taking a sword from a swordsman. That's like draining a mage's mana pool. It's a total nerf. It makes no sense." Du-Jan just stared at him like he was a level 1 mob. "And what happens if your weapon breaks in the middle of a dungeon? Are you just gonna stand there and wait for the game over screen? Real pro move." Lai shot back instantly. "No, my sword has infinite durability for me." That classic newbie stubbornness finally made Du-Jan snap. "Oh. It does. Does it? Oh. So you want your little artifact back to put up a fight? Bet. I swear you'd lose it again in less than 3 seconds. Noob." That savage clapback completely drained Lai's mana pool. He was totally floored, just mumbling to himself, "But without my holy sword." Sensing the tension in the air, you stepped into hype. "Lie up. Chill. My guy. This is a special training quest, so you can level up like a beast. It's a pact, and I already made. Just trust your party this time and grind without your artifact. This whole thing is for you to have a breakthrough and get your skills up. For real." Use words, dripping with conviction, basically rebooted Lai's entire system, and his determination bar started to refill. "If you has a strat, there's gotta be a reason." "Got it. I'll trust you guys and go all in this time. Let's go." "Round 2, Lai yelled, rocking a maxed out morale buff. But my dude barely finished his sentence before Du-Jan instantly pulled aggro, activating a sick axe kick skill that sent Lai flying like a low-level mob. "You got hit with the guard down debuff again? What the hell are you even doing? Your stance is garbage. Have you never heard of a block skill? Stop relying on your eyes to attack. Feel the flow of mana with your entire being. If you get it, then focus. Are your battle instinct stats really that pathetic without your precious little artifact?" Du-Jan yelled while unleashing a non-stop combo, her DPS so insane that Lai could barely even pop his basic defense skill. From the sidelines, you were analyzing the situation and peeped the problem. Everything Du was saying was 100% facts. Right now, Lai's stats were getting hit with a passive debuff that was draining them over time. Normally, this dude's a monster who can solo an Erector without breaking a sweat. But for some sus reason, he's in a boss fight without his main weapon. His growth potential is S rank. No cap. If this nerf is because of the sword, then his condition is a way more serious curse than I thought. As you realize this, your expression got grim. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Du-Jan kept up the trash talk. "You're getting weaker every second. Is your real identity the holy sword? Are you just an accessory for that artifact?" "Of course not," Lai roared. "What the hell are you even trying to say? Are you a complete noob if you don't have a weapon equipped?" Du-Jan provoked him. "That's not true," Lai shot back, gritting his teeth. "If you really think so, then stop whining about an item you don't have and face me with your full power." Dujan screamed, a wild look in her eyes. Her words were the trigger for Lai's awakening, and suddenly his entire body exploded with a blinding aura. Instantly, Lai let out a battle cry and threw a punch at sonic speed, sending a chill down Dujan's spine and making her dodge on pure instinct. The punch was packed with such a massive aura that the impact created a shockwave with a huge area of effect, blasting everything behind him into the air. But what really had everyone shook was that Lai's appearance had totally transformed. He was now rocking long, silky hair and a féminin physique. With, let's just say a couple of well-developed hidden talents. This new form left Yuan and Vo with their jaws on the floor. Completely stunned, Dujan just stared at Lai, scanning this new aura, and right as she was about to drop a comment, Lai's body started convulsing again as beams of sacred power wrapped completely around them. All that energy was instantly sucked into a cross-shaped seal that appeared on their chest. And this unexpected power backlash hit so hard that Lai just collapsed to the ground in pain. Seeing that, Yuan bolted forward to check on his buddy, but Dujan just stuck out a hand and stopped him dead in his tracks. Chill. Their ki flow is stable. But this abnormal condition isn't something you can fix with a simple health potion, she said. Her eyes narrowed, and her face dead serious. A little while later, Lai started shifting back to their original form. They looked at Dujan seriously. You were right. I don't think I can keep going with this mana overflow. So, Dujan proposed, in that case, let's have a rematch. And first, I apologize for underestimating you. Lai scratched the back of his neck, totally embarrassed, and replied, Nah, it's cool. You don't have to apologize. You're the one who helped me figure out my own internal bug. His tone was a little more upbeat, but that happiness buff lasted less than 3 seconds. Because Dujan continued, I used to think you were just a clueless noob. Completely useless. But now I see you're a useless dude with a mana bomb strapped to your back. I'm just praying that thing doesn't go off inside the tower. After dropping that gem, she let out a sigh of pure exhaustion. All Lai could do was scream back. I seriously cannot stand you. Meanwhile, Vucho, who was watching the sparring match between Lai and Dojan, was getting all hyped up. She turned to Yuan. Hey, Yuan, we should have a training duel like that. 2. She was totally inspired by the whole rival dynamic between Lai and Inspector Jan, and kept pushing. Yuan, we should totally do it. But he'd already detected an anomaly. Asterisk. What the hell was that just now? A sacred aura and demonic energy? How can two completely opposite affinities exist in one body? That has to be the root cause of his power overflowing. Asterisk. Is Lai even aware of this? Whatever. I'll talk to him when we get back to the Magic Academy dorms. Asterisk, Yuan thought, then turned back to Vucho. Oh. My bad. Vucho. Have you been talking to me this whole time? Sorry. I was totally away from keyboard in my own pocket dimension. Vo replied, looking a little embarrassed. Don't even sweat it. But hey, what do you say? We run a quick practice duel. Just you and me? Yuan got a sudden flashback of her insane berserker eyes and couldn't help but hesitate. Is this seriously a good idea? Vo quickly tried to explain. Look, it's not like I'm some S-rank prodigy. But you have that spell to seal my OP abilities. Right? That's why I need to master my mana once and for all. I want to be useful to the party too. That desperate plea was a critical hit straight to Yuan's soul. There was no way he could refuse. Oh. Alright. Bet. Oh. He nodded and headed over to the weapon rack. As he walked, he couldn't stop thinking. Dumb. Vo's got an energy today that not even a high-grade mana elixir could provide. Could it be that yesterday's incident triggered some kind of power awakening? He then tossed a wooden bakken to Vo and started laying out the ground rules. You're showing some serious initiative I've never seen before. Is it because yesterday's boss fight left that much of an impression on you? He then tossed Vo a practice sword and began with the rules. Look, I think we should go at our own pace. No need to put on the same barbarian show as those guys. Let's just level up the intensity bit by bit. Got it, Vo nodded. I totally get it. Yuan raised his sword. Perfect. Ready to start the match? Vo shot back. Yeah. I'm going all out. And right at that moment, it hit Yuan like a ton of bricks. Wait a sec. Now that I think about it, isn't this the Magic Academy life I've always dreamed of? The youth I always pictured wasn't about random, chaotic PK battles, but about a guy and a girl supporting each other. grinding together to polish their sword styles. This is it, ha ha ha. Talk about main character energy, thanks to Vo. My protagonist character development arc is finally loading. He thought to himself, so lost in his fantasy that the tip of his nose turned red. Vo, looking super concerned, asked, "Hey, so, should I start the attack now?" Yuan replied with the calm of a master. "Go ahead. Come at me with your full power." And immediately after, the pink-haired girl's aura shifted dramatically, entering a berserker state that scared the living daylights out of Yuan. After just 5 miserable minutes, Yuan had to frantically order, "Why?" his little spirit serpent, to transform into a sealing chain to immobilize. "Why? Why? Bind her with all your might. Don't you dare let her go for anything," Yuan screamed, in a full-blown panic. It all happened in a flash, as the chain slowly drained the overflowing mana from Vo's body, allowing her consciousness to return. You back with us?" Yuan asked, his eyes watery and on the verge of tears. Seeing Yuan's face, Vo realized she'd griefed the party again, and covering her mouth she asked, totally distressed, "Yuan, are you okay? Did I hurt you? How many times has it been now?" "You?" he replied, his energy bar completely in the red. "I've already lost count, but it was definitely more than 10 times. Don't worry, I'm still in one piece." Hearing this, Vo couldn't help but cry and blame herself. "I'm so sorry. It's my fault you're having to endure all this." Ugh. Vo's eyes filled with tears. Her expression, one of pure vulnerability. Yuan couldn't take it, and reached out to give her a comforting pat on the head. "Seriously. It's not a big deal. Emser, I promised I'd help you control your power. And I already knew this training quest wouldn't be a walk in the park. So don't beat yourself up about it." Yuan's warm voice made Vo's cheeks turn bright red. However, that cliché moment was cut short as Dujan's shout echoed through the air, startling them like they'd been caught in the middle of a romance scene. "Haha. While I'm out here grinding my ass off to level up. You're over here trying to rizz up a beast." "Yuan?" Dujan said, dragging an unconscious body towards them. Yuan instantly shot back. "What riz? Can't you see she almost sent me to my respawn point?" Dujan gave him a look that screamed, "I don't believe a word you're saying," whispering sweet little incantations to an innocent beast. Her voice was dripping with annoyance, and Vo rushed to explain. "It's not what it looks like. Yuan was just worried about me." Dujan eyed Vo suspiciously. "Oh. Really? Or maybe this beast has some kind of hidden agenda." Her words made Vo blush to the tips of her ears. Then, Daiko cut the jokes and got serious. "It's disrespectful to your opponent to get distracted in the middle of a sparring session. And Arten, beast. You better get those ideas out of your head." Meanwhile, Yuan was silently reflecting on Vo. Her aura used to be super positive, but now she's become so insecure, she's way too soft on Dujan. But, thinking about it, isn't she giving 100% in her cultivation? Yuan decided he had to do something to give the pink-haired girl a morale buff. So, he spoke up. "Hey, guys, I asked the teachers for permission to take one of you with me when I leave the floating island, and they just gave me the green light." Dujan flipped her hair back. Already lost in a fantasy. "Awesome, this Magic Academy lockdown is getting so old." Yuan ignored her and looked straight at Vo. "So, Vo, from now on, let's go out together. Let's have a date. What do you say?" His words left the other two with their jaws on the floor. Time passed. And just as planned, Yuan and Vo were on their date. Inside a clothing store, Dujan's voice, full of questions, buzzed through the magic communicator. "No. I already told you before we left," Juan explained. Annoyed. "We're not spending the night out. Ugh, it's just a quick recon quest. Promise. I'll be back before sunset." Hearing that, John's intense aura seemed to chill out a little, and he just replied, "Fine. Bro, were you isekai'd here or something? You really think it's normal for 2 cadets from the Magic Academy to just go on a night mission alone? No cap?" Meanwhile, in another corner of the barracks, Lai was absolutely losing it over the drama. With full-on tears and a cracked voice, he sobbed, "Yun, how could you betray me like this? You're going on a raid with someone else? I'm your main party member." But before Lai could finish his dramatic monologue, Yun just cut him off flat. "Brew, are you my mom or my personal quest log?" Just then, Woe stepped out of the fitting room, her entire aura glowing pink with embarrassment. Sorry. I tried on the set of artifacts you recommended. Does it look okay? I feel like the defense stats are a little low in certain places. And despite being super nervous, the outfit boosted her beauty to a legendary tier. Yun could barely breathe. He just gave a thumbs up and choked out. That's an SSS rank artifact for sure. An epic level beauty. Back on the other end of the call, Lai and John were absolutely mauling. Like they just failed a plus 15 weapon enchantment. Lee screeched. You were gonna pay for this when you get back. I want to go grind some EXP outside the academy grounds too, completely ignoring the rage quit from his party. Yun and Woe started their escort quest. It was Wuo's first time ever leaving the Magic Academy's protective barrier, and her hype level was off the charts. Whoa. This whole map is insane. I never imagined there'd be a massive NPC city like this right outside the academy walls, she said, her eyes scanning everything. Curiosity stat totally maxed out. Yun just smiled like a proud protagonist, watching his main waifu's character development, and nodded. Pretty wild. Right? I've only been to this safe zone like twice myself. Come on. Let's go a bit further. The merchant district with all the cool artifact shops is that way. Bet. Let's go, Woe nodded, trying to keep up with Yun. But she quickly realized the sheer horde of NPCs was overwhelming her. At this rate, I'm gonna lose my party leader, she thought, reaching out her hand in a panic. Luckily, Yun's perception stats are basically maxed out, so he reacted instantly, grabbing her wrist. My bad, you good? Didn't lose any HP. Did you? Sorry. I totally forgot this is your first time in a zone with this many player mobs. It's a lot. Don't worry. My health bar is full, Woe said, shaking her head. Seeing this, Yun gently took her hand and suggested, the shopping district is way too crowded. So we don't get separated. Let's just activate party mode and hold hands? After he said it, he totally looked away, trying to hide the blush debuff hitting his face. Woe just gave a tiny nod. Quest accepted. And so, the two spent the rest of the day exploring the city, basically on a romantic side quest. From trying out flavored potions at street stalls, to visiting a shop full of plushy familiars, to exploring the Central Park. Every little thing gave Woe a massive happiness buff, raising her mood stats to a whole new level. At the end of the day, they stopped at an outdoor food stall. Yun asked a little cautiously, You sure about this dish? The ingredients are literally just meat from low-rank monsters. But his concern was totally unnecessary, because Woe was devouring the loot like she'd been starving. This is why I love it. This flavor buff is insane. So good, she said, her face pure bliss, which made Yun just nod. Wow. The flavor stats are way higher than I expected. Woe kept enjoying her meal, even humming a little tune like it was the happy background OST for this part of her journey. I can't believe I get to eat monster meat this delicious just by coming to the city. It's all thanks to my protagonist, Yun. But then, her bright aura suddenly flickered and dimmed a sadness debuff that Yun's high perception picked up on instantly. What's wrong? Did the food give you a bad status effect? Woe answered sadly. No, it's not that. I just realized I was leveling up my excitement way too fast. It's the first time you've brought me to the city. Ever. You even got me a new set of armor and treated me to a meal that restores all my mana. But I haven't done anything for you in return. I'm just wondering if it's okay for me to be farming this much happiness. I don't even know if this little side quest is actually helping me learn to control my OP abilities. As she spoke, her voice got heavier, her aura swirling with confusion. Hearing this, Yun just processed the new data for a second. Then, he slowly raised his hand, materializing a speck of mana in his palm. He said, Yo, can you see this for a sec? That feeling you've got right now? That debuff. It's manifesting right here in my hand. Wu just stared, his eyes totally bugging out with confusion. He shook his head. I don't see anything on your interface. Yeah. Well, just trust me. Something's there, he replied, a little awkwardly, before diving back into his explanation. Until recently, my unique skill could only materialize the aura of anger. But it's finally evolved. Even though we've only been in the same party for a hot minute, I've been able to lock onto these emotions. If we get our affinity level up, I'm sure we can trigger a quest to fix your condition. Wall looked down, his whole face clouded by an aura of pure sadness, and mumbled under his breath, My curse. You already know. Don't you? I do. But all those worries just got purified. Yun said, crushing the mana orb of sadness in his palm, and then declared with total SSS rank protagonist energy, I promise you, I will complete the quest to solve every single one of your problems, so for today, just enjoy this event with zero worries. Your words hit like a high-tier support spell, totally buffing Wu's morale. He answered softly, All right. Before thinking to himself, This is wild. Your words are a straight-up incantation. Turning back to you, he sheepishly scratched the back of his neck, like he just realized his key manipulation went into overdrive. I think I might have gone a little too hard. Next time we have a quest together, I won't call it a date. No way. Wu cut him off instantly. You didn't go too hard at all. In fact, I want to close the distance between us. I want to understand you better. Just like I get Dujan. Her S-rank aura might be intimidating as heck. But real talk. She is down bad for you. You just shook your head. She doesn't like me. She just wants to own me like I'm some S-rank artifact. A legendary weapon for her collection. Wu burst out laughing. You really believe that? The look on your face was priceless. What's so funny? Wu replied sweetly. It's not that. It's just, I feel more at ease now. I used to see you as this legendary tier mage. A totally untouchable prodigy. But maybe I was wrong. And because of that, I feel like I can actually start grinding to level up and get on your level. Come on. If you're done farming health potions, let's bounce. You bought me a ton of items and new skins. So to pay you back, I'm gonna pick out a streetwear set for you that's next level. You smiled and nodded. Bet. Don't even worry about the gold. Let's just have a good time. Wu grinned. Haha. Going out with someone of your caliber feels like a luxury class buff. Meanwhile, in a different zone, during a meeting of the Magic Academy's faculty council, the mana in the air was heavy with tension. The tiny mechanical familiar on Professor Illuminina's shoulder looked seriously agitated. I'm fine, she whispered to calm it down. It's just a high-stakes situation. Not a full-on dungeon boss fight. Inside the meeting room, a shout shattered the silence. How is it possible that intel on the tower leaked on this scale? Who in their right mind would accept a ranking system like that tower leaderboard? How dare they set up a system like that? A female professor spoke up. The information is spreading at an absurd velocity. There's no way to contain this information debuff. Exactly. Because this doesn't involve internal faction wars. Another shot back. But a different professor slammed the table in a rage. His voice loaded with indignation. From the very beginning, we made a total rookie mistake by allowing those people from the lower world to act so recklessly. Amid the charged atmosphere of the meeting, a thunderous shout demanded silence. That is enough. Professor Illuminina, I don't care what your feelings are on the matter. The independent actions of your cadets have crossed every single line. This is a clear violation of the Academy's regulations. Is it not? Are you even aware of your responsibility for letting that? The purple-haired professor shot him a death glare, her voice dripping with criticism. But let's rewind a bit. To right before that faculty meeting, Illumina had been watching the video that Yu's squad recorded. She felt her head spin. I can't believe this. He actually recorded the entire exploration run inside the tower. At first, he just said he was going to try and clear the tower and would record his progress. I didn't object. Obviously. But not in my wildest dreams did I expect him to actually pull it off like this. I mean, for real. All electronic devices and magical artifacts become completely useless inside the tower. The mana flow is so dense it overloads them instantly. That's a fundamental rule of our world. But somehow he managed to glitch the system and brought back results nobody could have ever imagined. And the craziest part is, he probably has zero clue what kind of legendary achievement he just unlocked. Not only did he get footage from inside the tower, but he also created an artifact capable of operating in that hostile environment. It's completely insane. And the plan just leveled up big time. Illumina was lost in thought, remembering that chat with you when he pitched the whole wild idea. What? You're seriously planning to upload that recording to your channel? Illumina asked. Totally thrown. While you answered bluntly, that's right. I think it's going to farm a massive amount of attention. Rebel. That's what we call our clan. It'll help us level up our rep with the other cadets at the academy. Illumina didn't stop him. But meanwhile, Yu was in his own world, thinking about Vuo. She used to be pure energy, but now she's been totally nerfed and is way too soft on Dujo. But thinking about it, it's not like she's actually head over heels for him either. You decided to activate a side quest to boost the pink-haired girl's morale. So he announced, "All right, people. I already got permission from the instructors to escort one of you off this floating island, and they just gave me the green light." Dujo fixed her hair, already feeling like the main character. Awesome. I was so over this place anyway. You completely ignored her. His gaze locking onto Vuo. So, Vuo, what do you say we get out of here right now? Who? Let's go on a date. Okay? His words left the other two girls absolutely frozen. Just as planned, you and Vuo were on their date at a boutique when Dujo's voice suddenly crackled through the magic communicator. No. I already told you before we left. You explained. Clearly fed up. We're not having a sleepover or anything like that. Just a quick raid. I'll be back before the moon hits its peak. Hearing that, Dujo's overprotective radar seemed to power down as he replied. Aight. Bet. I trust your judgment. For real? You think just 'cause you got isekai'd, a guy and a girl can just go on a night quest? No strings attached? In another corner, Lai couldn't hold back the waterworks anymore, launching into some god-tier drama. His voice, literally crackling with mana and pure salt, broke. Yo. Dude. For real? You're going on a party quest with someone who I sent me? With your roomie? But before Lai could level up his tantrum, you shut that noise down completely. Are you my mom or the Magic Academy headmaster to be causing a scene like this? Just then, Vuo emerged from the fitting room, her shyness stats maxed out and her face glowing like a red potion. Sorry. I tried on the gear set you recommended. How does it look? I feel like it's a little low on def. Even though the design was making her cringe a bit, the outfit boosted her beauty to a whole new tier. You couldn't help but cover your mouth and flash a thumbs up, a full-on S-rank approval. That's some legendary grade drip. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Lai and Dujo were about to have a full-blown mana collapse from witnessing the scene. Lee screamed, "You just wait till you get back. I demand my own date quest." You hear me? Leaving that F-rank drama behind, you and Vuo started your exploration of the metropolis. This was Vuo's first time leaving the Academy's safe zone, and her excitement meter was about to redline. Whoa. This place is on a whole other level. I never imagined a city this massive existed outside the Academy walls, she said, her eyes doing a full 360-degree scan of the area. You just smirked and nodded. It hits different, right? Let's look around. The merchant district is over there. I bet we can find some totally OP artifacts for sale. Yeah. Let's go. Vuo agreed, rushing to keep pace. But she quickly realized the tidal wave of people was a high-level obstacle. I'm gonna lose him in this sea of NPCs, she thought, urgently reaching out her hand. Luckily, your perception stats were through the roof, and you instantly detected the anomaly. Grabbing her wrist without missing a beat, in an apologetic tone, you said, "Whoa. Careful, you good? My bad. I forgot this is your first time in an urban dungeon like this. Don't worry. I'm okay," Vuo replied, shaking her head as she caught her breath. Seeing how fragile she looked, you gently took her hand and dropped the perfect excuse. This shopping center is packed with mobs, so to make sure you don't get lost, let's just stay like this. Sound good? After dropping that bombshell, you turned your head to hide the sudden blush debuff you'd just been hit with. Vuo nodded too, her cheeks turning a deep crimson. Okay. And just like that, the duo spent the whole day exploring, just farming happiness points, from trying street food items with temporary buffs, to hitting up a shop full of plushy familiars, and taking a stroll through the central park. All of it made Woe's mood level up. She was feeling more awesome than ever. At the end of the day, you guys stopped at a restaurant with a terrace. You asked her cautiously, "You sure you're okay with this dish? All the ingredients here are sourced from hunted magical beasts." It seemed like a valid concern. But your worry was for nothing, because Woe was absolutely devouring it like it gave a permanent vitality buff. "This is what I live for. This monster steak is insanely delicious," she said with an expression of pure bliss, which made you nod in approval. Dumb. Her resistance is higher than my stats predicted. Woe kept on enjoying the feast, even humming a little victory tune. "I can't believe I'm eating A-rank beast meat. It's all thanks to you that I got to experience this outside the Magic Academy." But then, suddenly, Her bright aura dimmed a shift your high perception. Stat didn't miss. What's wrong? Did the food have a tasty buff or something? Woe answered in a tiny voice. No. It's not that. It's just… I realized I was getting way too excited. This is the first time you've guided me on a city raid. You even gave me an amazing gear set and treated me to this legendary tier feast. But I haven't contributed a single EXP point to our party. I'm wondering if it's really okay for me to have this much fun, without knowing if this is actually helping me unlock my ability's full potential. The more she spoke, the more her voice filled with static, like a corrupted data file. Hearing this, you paused to process the new information. Then, slowly, you raised your hand, materializing a sphere of pure mana in your palm as you said, "Can you focus your eyes here for a sec? The excitement you're feeling right now is visible in my hand." Woe just stared, her eyes filled with floating question marks. Before shaking her head, "I don't see anything at all. Just trust me. It's there," you replied awkwardly before continuing your explanation. "Until recently, my unique skill could only materialize the aura of anger. But now it's different. Even though we've only been in the same party for a short time, I've managed to sync up with these kinds of emotions. If our affinity level keeps rising, I'm sure we'll find the patch for your bug." Wall looked down, her face shadowed with sadness, and whispered, "My bug. You knew about it, didn't you?" "Yeah. But all those worries have just been deleted," you said, disintegrating the manosphere of her anguish in your palm. Then, with straight-up SSS rank confidence, you declared, "I swear on my mana core, I'm going to find the cure for all your problems. So, just enjoy the day. Zero stress. 'Kay? Use words?" Loaded with conviction, seemed to cast a calming buff over Wucho's restless aura. She replied softly, "Okay," while thinking, "That persuasion power is insane. It's like you're spell-casting an enchantment incantation every time you talk." He scratched his head, kinda embarrassed, as if he just realized his charisma stat had been over-leveled. "I think I might have gone a little overboard. For the next quest we do together, I won't call it a date." Wucho cut him off flat. "No, you didn't go overboard at all. In fact, I want to level up my affinity with you. I want to understand you better. Like Dujan does. Her aura might intimidate everyone like a raid boss. But deep down, she really vibes with you." You just shook his head, like she was talking about an impossible quest. "She doesn't like me. Not even as a joke. She just wants to add me to her collection. Like I'm some legendary sword or an S-rank artifact." A laugh escaped Wucho. "Haha. You actually believe that theory?" You looked like he'd just been hit with a confusion spell. "What's so funny now?" Wucho answered sweetly. "It's nothing. It's just… I feel more chill now. I used to think you were some S-rank archmage, a totally transcendental being. But I might have been dead wrong. So, I feel like I can level up, too. Come on. If you're done with your stamina potion, let's bounce. You've already filled my inventory with gifts and new gear as thanks." But just as they were about to hit that point, he turned to Professor Illumina and dropped the bomb. "Tell me, Professor Illumina, shouldn't you share a bit more of the recording logs so the other profs can get the full lore?" Instantly, every eye in the room locked onto the professor, their curiosity maxed out. "Is there some kind of Easter egg we missed? Professor Illumina, is there more data? Some unrevealed plot twist?" Faced with this sudden script flip, Illumina's face was a masterpiece of shock. She was speechless, completely bugged out. "What? What is he talking about?" Sho noticed her completely clueless expression and, with a spark of surprise in his eyes, he explained, Perhaps Professor Illumina isn't aware of this little lore detail. In that case, allow me to drop a spoiler. Banyu and his party are the only ones among all the Tower Raiders to be chosen by the Guardians." This absolute bombshell of information he just dropped made every professor in the room lose their composure. Professor Thalia even shot up from her chair and asked again, totally hyped, "You mean, the rookie who did his first tower run yesterday received the blessing of a constellation?" But before Sio could even answer, Professor Illumina instantly interrupted. "One moment. Vice Rector, syncing with a constellation is an achievement that depends on the cadet's personal stats. If you…" But Sio cut her off cold and said, "Then, answer me directly. This is a question I'm asking you as the Vice Rector of the Magic Academy. Is that clear?" Did Ban Yu and the other cadets sign a binding contract with any constellation? Faced with a question like that, a direct order from a superior to a subordinate, Illumina had no choice but to reveal the info. Whether she wanted to or not. No. Neither Ban Yu nor the rest of the cadets accepted a pact with a constellation. Back to Seo. Hearing that response, his face grew thoughtful, like he was putting together a complex puzzle. So, they rejected the offer. Just as I suspected, these kids aren't just some random NPCs. It must have been an S-rank willpower check for them to turn down that offer under the pressure of those higher beings. Thinking this, he snapped his fingers and made a decision. In that case, perfect. I will permit Ban Yu and all the first-year cadets to attend my special class. This decision of his caused the group of professors in the room to, once again, absolutely lose it. What? Wait. Vice Rector, didn't you just confirm that none of them accepted the contract with a constellation? So why do they get access to an elite class? Hearing this, Seo looked a little fed up as he explained it to the clueless professors. Look, colleagues, the key point isn't whether they signed the pact or not, but the fact that they were considered worthy by a constellation. Just being chosen by a constellation is an achievement that proves their stats are on a whole other level. And since they rejected the pact, they're definitely on the radar of other constellations now. So, aren't they precisely the kind of hidden talent that should be in my class? I am the mentor who guides the cadets blessed by the constellations. If Ban Yu was one of the chosen, then he also qualifies as my disciple. Understood. Professors? As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a faint glimmer of mana, and he shot a dominant glare across the entire room, simultaneously releasing a wave of mana pressure that left the other professors no choice but to submit. Yes, my lord. The group replied in barely a whisper. Seeing this, Seo continued. Good. Now, let's continue the meeting about the leaked video from the tower's inner dungeon. There's nothing we, as an academy, can do to sanction that cadet. As for his skills, individual requests and duels will be permitted. But if we find out in the process that someone tried to PK the cadet or played dirty in any way, the person in question, I don't care about their class ranking, whether they're an instructor or a cadet, will be permabanned from this magic academy. To everyone, I want you to burn this message into your mana core. With that, this disciplinary hearing is officially over. I hope you all have a productive week, free of any problematic side quests. And with that said, the vice principal, flashing a little smirk that screamed all, according to my master plan, dipped out of the room, while Professor Illumina finally had her breakthrough moment, piecing together the entire strategy. Asterisk, I see. The whole point of this meeting wasn't to hand out a punishment. The vice principal's real objective was to deliver a decree straight from the academy's director. This was a warning from the final boss, sent through his right-hand man. Nobody, and I mean nobody, better even think about touching a single hair on Ban Yuan. What a massive relief. Asterisk Ban Yuan. I never in a million years thought he'd scored such an OP favoritism buff from the director himself. I guess I don't need to be stressing out anymore. Asterisk. Thinking this, Professor Illumina let out a huge sigh of relief. And that's when, out of nowhere, Professor C slid up to the high-rank mage and shot his shot. So, Professor Illumina, what do you say? How about we go grab some potions down at the tavern? I'd love to celebrate your student's big win with you. In response, her little golem guardian hit him with a stare that was radiating pure killer aura, basically asking what kind of courage stats he had to even approach her after he'd been trying to PK the professor in every single debate. And now this clown has the audacity to invite her on a drinking quest. Next to her, Illumina also scanned him with a gaze that could read his entire character sheet. And without wasting a single drop of mana on words, she just turned and left the room. Witnessing this absolute shutdown, a couple of other professors could only let out a nervous chuckle and try to console the guy. Haha. F in the chat. My dude. You just got hit with an epic debuff. Professor C. You're better off grabbing those potions with us. After a quick time skip, we land on the next day. The scene shifts to the Great Hall, where, thanks to some weird server bug, Ban Yuan was getting absolutely swarmed by a horde of other cadets. Everyone wanted to get into his party. You're Ban Yuan, right? I'm Mira, from the Hater clan. You interested in joining the Student Council's elite guild? Yo. Yuan. Want to go grind some levels together for a bit? I'm Eureka. For real. You came from that F-rank world with 0 mana? Hey. Are you ghosting me? I'm inviting you on a couple's quest. Why do you say we link up tonight? Who? Should I log this? The Student Council Guild always has open slots for prodigies with S-rank hidden talent like you. A whole flood of pop-up notifications just slammed into him, leaving Yuan looking like his entire system just crashed. The poor guy was totally bugged out, completely lost on what to do. Seeing this random world event pop off in front of him, Dujo couldn't help but ask, what the hell is going on? Why did a whole raid boss mob form over here? To drop some lore. Lee stepped up, her voice practically bursting with pride. You remember that streaming channel we started, right? Well, it basically went viral and hit legendary status. Right after the VOD of us raiding the tower dropped, the subscriber count shot past 2 million, and the raid footage itself already has over 5 million views. As of right now, it's rarer than a legendary artifact drop to find a single cadet in this magic academy who hasn't seen our stream. Snapping back to his inner monologue, Dujo watched Yuan getting ganked by the crowd. Asterisk. Honestly, asterisk compared to his insane combat stats. I didn't think just filming him in action would be this epic. But seeing how all these NPCs are reacting, Banyuan's strategy and talent are on a whole other level. No cap. After a while, Yuan finally managed to use an escape skill to get away from the horde, collapsing at a table with his stamina bar deep in the red and complaining to his party. Damn it, it's barely Monday morning and my social mana is completely drained. Across from him, Vuo just smiled and cast a moral support buff. Good work, champ. But Lai wasn't about to miss a chance to hit him with a taunt debuff. Well, look at you. A whole famous streamer. Enjoying that popularity buff? Yuan shot back an ironic smile. Hey, it's probably better than being the target of every hate debuff in the game just for existing. Then, a random memory popped up in his head, and he turned to Lai. Oh. Hey. You've got a ton of followers too. If any of those NPCs try to talk to you, maybe try to be a little nicer to them. They're saying your key manipulation is so intense your aura hits them with a fear debuff, and they're too scared to even get close. Lai just gave a chill smile. If they aren't hostile mobs, there's no problem. However, not everyone was a fan of Yuan's party. A few hater NPCs started spitting venom from the sidelines. This is ridiculous. All this hype for a video that's probably edited. There's no way they cleared 4 floors of that dungeon that fast. Especially not a party of noobs from some low-rank world. And look at the size of that spider mob. That's obviously CGI. How do they even let cheaters like that run around the academy? Just you wait. Their whole act is gonna come crashing down tomorrow. Chung shot Yuan a look loaded with pure poison. And those words hit Yuan like a sudden quest notification. Asterisk. Oh. That's right. Tomorrow's the day of the epic showdown with that trash-tier tank after all this drama. Asterisk. Everyone who doubts the video or is just one of my haters. They're probably dying to see me get nerfed into the ground tomorrow. Asterisk. Hearing this, you could practically see a worry debuff pop up over Lai's and Vuo's heads. But still, besides giving Yuan a constant stream of moral support buffs, there wasn't much else they could do. At the same time, Du Hoyun, who had just finished his meal, wiped his mouth with the grace of a noble family heir, and said with a smug little smile, "Aight. Bet. Guess you just gotta put on the performance of a lifetime for the haters times and times the stands. Am I right?" Yun chuckled. Haha. You ain't wrong. Bro, at the same time, he figured tomorrow was a golden opportunity to farm some new subs for his channel. Time flew by like someone cast a haste spell, scene swap to the dueling arena, where Yun and his opponent, Hector, are already in position. The ref announces, this combat magic duel will be live streamed on the official Magic Academy channel. Do both parties consent? If so, please sign the mana contract. And just like that, a system window materialized in front of both of them. Yun couldn't hide his shock reading the terms of service. Asterisk bro. What the heck? What's with this if you get unalived? That's on you clause? Asterisk. If a combatant taps out or gets their mana flow completely shut down, the duel ends. Attacking vitals or the mana core is a no-go. But when it comes to injuries, you're on your own dime for potions. Asterisk. So they're basically telling us to fight until one of us gets permanently nerfed? Asterisk. The more he thought about it, the less he understood the policies of this elite magic academy. But then, Hector broke the silence. His voice loaded with all the aggro in the world. Yo. You. Yun? Totally thrown. Shot back. What do you want? Hector kept up the trash talk. Getting cold feet. Pleb? If so, you might as well just call good game and get it over with. All you gotta do is crawl between my legs and bark like the little lapdog you are. And I'll accept your surrender. Those words sent Yun's rage meter through the roof. Asterisk, this meathead, what kind of generic NPC dialogue just came out of his mouth? Asterisk, nearby. The same generic mobs that Lai had already farmed for EXP were also there, ready to spam more insults from the sidelines. That F-rank pleb has the audacity to cause such a scene. Go on. Hector. Show him the stat difference. Over in another corner. Optima was watching from the stands, looking all analytical. Not that anyone noticed. Du Hojin turned to his buddy Lai, who was also streaming on his own channel, and asked, "What's the vibe in the live chat?" Hearing this, Lai's face was tense as he replied, "The viewer count is already over 10,000, but most of them are just spamming massive hate at Yun." Seeing how things were going, Vuo chimed in, worried. The whole server is ganging up on Yun. It's so unfair. For real. Meanwhile, Du Hojun didn't seem to be sweating it. He just thought to himself, totally unbothered. Asterisk. Honestly, I'm not surprised. You can count the people in our guild on one hand, so this reaction was totally expected. At this point, with this many viewers, asterisk, Yun has no choice but to prove he's not some side character. After all, if he wants to show off his real power level, he's got to do the grinding himself. Asterisk back in Yun's point of view. Hector's words just made him laugh out loud. He thought, asterisk, kneel, crawl between my legs, and bark like a dog. Pfft. Pfft. Yeah, right? In his dreams? My guy. I never thought I'd hear a line that cliché. It's straight out of the F-rank villain for dummies handbook. Yun felt like if he didn't clap back at this clown's taunt, he'd be left with some serious regret. Yo, did you rehearse that little incantation just for me? That line sounded super tryhard. But do you even have the power level to back it up? Hector shot back from across the arena, a look of pure defiance on his face. I wonder how long you can keep up that unfazed main character act. Yun just shrugged, turning and walking away while saying, whether I'm calm or not, why don't you come find out my combat power for yourself? With that, he summoned a sword from his inventory and hit Hector with a classic, come at me, bro gesture. That move made Hector grind his teeth, letting out a furious growl as his rage bar maxed out. Instantly, he yelled at the ref, Senza Yun, hurry up and start the duel. Let me turn this F-rank scrub into space dust right now. His killing intent was so strong it made the professor start sweating bullets. And he rushed to agree. All right. Then, Hector from Class 1 versus Ban Yun from Class 11. Let the class ranking tournament match begin. The second the match started, Hector just Leroy Jenkins'd it, charging forward with zero strategy. He clenched his fist, swinging his massive arm like a club, aiming to one-shot Yun. Die, he roared, trying to send Yun straight to the game over screen with one hit. Meanwhile, Yun was watching this whole display with the chill of a seasoned isekai protagonist. He thought to himself, you're way too cocky, my guy, but with that golem tier speed, what are you even gonna do to me? And with one slick sidestep, he effortlessly dodged, twisting his torso to dodge Hector's charge. In the same motion, his sword landed a clean critical hit right across the giant's face, making his head snap around a full 180 degrees and sending his massive body collapsing like a sack of potatoes. To deal with a high HP tank like him, the most OP strategy was to use that movement skill he'd been grinding non-stop. Yun's mind flashed back to that night, right after his date with Vuo, out on the Class 11 training grounds. It was when Hojan started teaching him the secrets of key manipulation. His master's voice echoed in his head, like an incantation for cultivating his hidden talent. But to master this arcane technique, you gotta be grinding XP like a madman. Pure trial and error. Otherwise, it's just a noob-tier skill. A totally half-baked spell. When you're up against a new mob or an attack you've never seen, you gotta use your brain. Like, instantly. You might panic. For real. But you have to keep your cool and analyze your opponent's attack patterns. To truly master it, you have to keep grinding until that footwork becomes pure muscle memory. With this artifact staff, I'm gonna spam a whole storm of attacks at you with different speeds and patterns, each one glowing with a different aura. If you manage to land a single counterattack, you pass this quest. Faced with Hojan's sharp voice, poor Yoon was trembling like a level 1 slime, about to shed a tear. Knock up. But now, in the present, Yoon was analyzing the training grounds with legit S-rank perception. This walking pile of rocks has 0 chance of hitting me. If he keeps spamming these basic tier attacks, he's gonna show me a blind spot real soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Irregular was still lagging hard. What the hell? How did that hit even connect? Hold up. What just happened? Out of nowhere, a shriek of pure pain erupted from Irregular. But right as the scream left his mouth, the stone armor on his face suddenly fractured, causing the dude to clutch his face and screech in agony. Yun saw the whole thing, nodding with a just-as-planned look on his face. Huh. Looks like my new ability is pretty broken. Right before he launched the attack, I imbued my sword with vibration energy. A body with a physical defense stat as busted as yours seems to be a perfect conductor for this type of mana, which is why it's hitting you with a massive pain debuff. The only response to Yoon's combat magic lecture was Irregular's completely unhinged glare. The dude roared like some out-of-control magical beast. How dare you damage my sacred body? Yoon just turned around, giving the screaming Irregular that cold isekai protagonist look as he got closer, and dropped. Yo. My bad. Could you stop the whining and attack me already? If you don't want to keep taking damage over time, you better just tap out. Now. Irregular was a guy with an ego the size of the sky and maybe 2 brain cells to his name. How was he supposed to handle being trolled this hard? His entire body was vibrating with pure rage. All of a sudden, with 0 warning, he swung his giant arm toward Yun, trying to straight up pancake him. But with that turtle-like speed, how did he even expect to graze Yun? With a simple sidestep, Yun dodged the attack with some real assassin-class agility. This just made Irregular activate his berserker mode. You. Trash from an inferior dimension. You dare look down on a supreme being like me? His eyes were dyed with an abyssal darkness, and from his mouth and the cracks in his head, white steam began to pour out uncontrollably. And then, he activated a skill that made his already colossal hands inflate even more. They were bigger than Yoon himself, and he yelled, "I'm gonna turn you into paste." "You insect," Irregular roared, raising that hand to the sky and bringing it down with legendary power. The impact was so brutal, it shook the entire tournament arena. But making his arm bigger just nerfed his speed even more. That attack didn't even tickle Yun. He even smirked to himself. What a total noob. After taking a hit with that much destructive power, the least you could do is switch up your attack pattern. If you keep spamming the same useless move, you're giving me no choice but to end this boss fight real quick. Having absolutely no idea what was going through Yun's head, Irregular was now completely out of control in his berserker mode. He lunged like a madman, attacking without any rhyme or reason. Meanwhile, Yun moved with the fluidity of a martial arts master, concentrating his mana into the sword. Just before Irregular's giant hand could impact, Yun's blade rose and grazed his stone arm. With a single slash, countless fissures spiderwebbed across the massive limb, causing Irregular to squeal like a pig in a slaughterhouse. Elsewhere, Vice Principal Zoe was watching the combat from his office. He let out a low chuckle and shook his head. What an utterly unnecessary beatdown. And he wasn't the only one who thought so. Even the haters who were trashing Yun before were now just spamming question marks in the chat, which had Lai feeling extremely satisfied. Haha. They're not going to believe it even seeing it with their own eyes. Vortiplied. Just as hyped. That's right. Compared to when he was a total F-rank noob who just got to the Magic Academy, Yun's power level has skyrocketed to absurd levels. The little group of bullies that Lai had put in their place were now scratching their heads, completely confused by the result. Is this for real? How did Irregular get clapped the second the duel started? And by some underdog from a lower world? Were the OP abilities they showed on that channel just fake hype? They blurted out, looking totally lost. Meanwhile, Professor Jun, the referee for this class-ranking duel, was completely floored by the brutal display of mana in the arena. Only one question was echoing in his head. What in the world is going on? Just a week ago, his power level was straight up F rank. What kind of cultivation did he do these past few days to get a breakthrough this massive? Under his stunned gaze, Yun was now manifesting a golden aura so bright it could burn your eyes. One that was radiating pure S-rank power. However, right before he could scan his mana flow, an urgent notification popped up from the council system. When he locked his eyes back on Yun, he noticed that a certain Erector was lying stiff on the ground, his HP bar in the red, and his body a total wreck. Yoon wondered to himself, so, what am I supposed to do now? Farm some dude with his HP in the gutter, who's not even moving? That's some total noob behavior. Get up and fight. You scrub. But before Yan could even process the nerf, Professor Jun raised his hand to intervene. That's enough. Stop the combat immediately. By the decision of the Council of Master Overseers, we declare Cadet Erector is no longer fit to continue. For the safety of both contenders, this class-ranking duel is hereby concluded. This announcement left both Yan and Erector completely shook. Especially Yan. He felt like the system was totally bugged. Like pausing the fight at such a key moment reeked of favoritism. For real? Are they trolling me? If I was the one on the ground, I bet they'd just let me get deleted without lifting a finger. Yan thought with pure sarcasm before speaking up. Professor Jun. Hold up a sec. But Professor Jun shut him down instantly. You have zero right to object to the system's decision. Yan. The duel is over. Leave the training grounds now. His authoritative tone made Yan grit his teeth, feeling his mana boil with pure, unfiltered frustration. Even though the injustice was burning him up inside, he couldn't go against a decree from the council. Yan turned around and started to walk away, thinking to himself, the combat ended in a forced draw. Solame. But hey, at least it's not a loss. So my win streak is still intact, I guess. Just then, Professor Jun's panicked shout echoed through the entire arena. Wait. Eric. Don't move. Your stamina is at 0. You can't fight anymore. The duel is over. Instantly, Yan spun around to see Erector, his health bar in the red and stacked with debuffs, trembling as he forced himself to his feet. And he roared, Who the hell says this is over? You expect me to bow to a mere earthling and swallow this humiliation? You damn off-world trash. I'm going to grind you into dust. With that, he activated his ultimate skill, buffing his right arm until it looked like a tank cannon, and launched himself at Yan, the pressure from his aura cracking the arena floor. Meanwhile, Professor Jun could only stay back, screaming like a panicked NPC. Stop. Erector, get out of the way. Yan, but after being treated with so much favoritism, Yan was already over it. And now this scrub, Erector, was launching a suicide attack. Yan decided it was time to turn off pacifist mode. He summoned a sword from his dimensional inventory, while muttering, Dodge? And why would I waste stamina on that? That guy, Erector, is coming with the full intent to PK me. I'm sure he heard the warning. Right? But of course, since his opponent is a commoner from Earth, he thinks the system's rules don't apply to him or something. The masters themselves started this duel. Then they ended on a whim. And now this extra throws a tantrum because of his noble ego. The way things are run in this magic academy is seriously bugged. With that thought in mind, Yuan's killing intent froze the air. He swung his artifact sword at a speed that broke the sound barrier and, in the blink of an eye, Ector's right arm was cleanly unalived from his body. Sent flying through the air, Ector's eyes went wide in pure shock. Then, he grabbed his stump, letting out a scream that dropped the morale of everyone present. In the stands, all the elite students' minds went blank, as if they'd been hit with a paralysis debuff. Professor Jun rushed towards them, trying to calm him down. Calm down. Ector, your arm can be regenerated with a high-tier healing spell. I'll take you to the infirmary right now. As he said that, he quickly opened his system window. At that exact moment, a notification from his own system flashed in Yuan's face. Just out of nowhere. System notification. Do you wish to execute the pillage ability on the following traits from Ector's arm? Superior Vitality, Titan's Physique, Magma Core, Berserker's Strength. This notification sent a chill down Yuan's spine. What is this? My system has a pillage skill? While Yuan was still processing this strange glitch, Jun, after typing coordinates into his system window, used a warp scroll to transport Ector's body and his severed arm to the infirmary. Once they were gone, the assistant professor turned and faced Yuan. Can you explain what that was? Ban Yuan, I ordered you to stand down. Or did you not hear me? Yuan, with an infuriatingly calm vibe, sheathed his sword, shrugged his shoulders and replied, Me apologies, Professor Jun. But since everything happened so fast after the duel had ended, my body moved on pure survival instinct. Jun wasn't buying that explanation at all and yelled, And that's the best excuse your intelligence stat could generate? Just then, a holographic comms projector appeared beside him, and the calm, powerful voice of Vice Principal John echoed. Silence. Professor Jun. I will take over this quest. Upon hearing this, Jun's angry aura dissipated as if it had never existed, and he replied with total submission. Yes, my lord. Understood. The holographic screen turned towards Yuan and John, spoke with a severe tone. Hello. Ban Yuan. I speak on behalf of the Academy's council. We have witnessed the entire incident through the system. From now on, I ask the questions, and you answer. Choose your words carefully. Do not try to hide anything. Chan paused, his gaze feeling like an armor-piercing skill. Regarding Hector's suicide rush. You're not going to tell me you couldn't have dodged it, are you? With your level of power, dodging that attack would have been child's play. The power level gap between you two was so massive that the Academy's council decided to end the combat. So spill it. Give us an answer that makes sense. Why didn't you parry that martial arts technique? Cadet Ban Yuan? The pressure in Sun's question was so dense. It was practically squeezing the mana right out of Yuan. Our boy doesn't just blurt something out. Nah. He dives deep into his mind palace, running all the calcs. For real. I've been grinding my speech skill like crazy. But I never thought words could come with a pressure debuff this insane. Yuan could feel the vice principal's aura crushing him, pinning him behind his own status screen. Bruh, what kind of raid boss is this old dude, he thought. Totally tweaking. Finally, Yuan activates his S-tier Riz. Just like everyone suspected, I didn't dodge Hector's martial arts. Instead, I decided to return the favor with a critical counter, because I figured a cadet with the guts to challenge an instructor's rank, and who looks like he's actually enjoying it, deserved to be humbled with a serious lesson. Sun raises an eyebrow, his expression giving major, I'm not buying it vibes. The rank of the instructors, you say? Yuan nods with that pure main character energy. Affirmative. And not only that, in an official tournament duel, where the Colosseum rules are sacred and meant to be followed to the letter, I wanted to make it crystal clear to everyone that no cadet, no matter how elite they think they are, can just ignore the game's 2S, or even dream of pulling a sneak attack and getting away with it without catching a massive nerf. Sun cranks up the pressure a little more. And what's the reason for this? Passion? Yuan replies with a chill that no ice elemental magic could ever match. Because countless cadets and sponsors from other dimensions were watching the stream of today's duel. Hector deliberately ignored the system's signal that the match was over and kept spamming his ability on me. If I had just dodged like some coward, the message sent would be that when you're up against cadets from so-called low-rank dimensions, the rulebook is basically optional, even though it was a split-second decision. A real-life quick-time event. I am 100% certain my play was the right one. I acted to defend the honor and the code of the Magic Academy. Yuan finished, his voice so calm it was like he had a confidence buff active. His brilliant response, using the Academy's prestige as the ultimate shield, actually made Vice Principal Sun crack an internal smile. Heh. What a clever prodigy. He knows there are tons of viewers watching and just turned a personal PK attempt into a guild quest involving the entire Academy's honor. There's no way to beat that logic. That's an SSS rank argument right there. But just as he thought that, Sun's aura went ice cold again. Cadet Ban Yuan. Ignoring a duel's code is, without a doubt, an offense that deserves a debuff. However, applying that penalty is a quest for me and the Academy's elite student council, not for a mere first-year cadet like you. Or am I mistaken? Sun's words hit Yuan like a curse spell, and his face instantly darkened. On the side, Assistant Instructor Run let out a smug little villain smirk. Haha. Take that. You asked for it, no matter how good your Riz is. You just tried to outplay the final boss. It's GG's for you. Ban Yuan. The bootlicker thought. However, our protag read the room instantly. There was no way to tank the Vice Principal's powerful aura. So, he opted for a tactical retreat and bowed his head. You are absolutely right. Vice Principal. If my actions unintentionally lowered the reputation points of the instructor's authority, I offer my sincerest apologies. Whatever the penance, I'm ready to accept the nerf. Hearing this, Sun let out a little chuckle, and his oppressive aura faded big time. Haha. A nerf. You say? Nah. Not at all. Kid. From the start, I never even considered talking about punishments. I was simply curious about your combat logic. With that, Sun paused, and his gaze became so sharp, it was like he was using a system skill to scan Yuan's hidden talent. Dumb. He's got an S-rank persuasion skill, and an iron will for grinding favor with the constellations. Sun thought, considering the matter closed, whatever. The main fault lies with Cadet Ector. He ignored the system signal, ending the duel, and still went full kamikaze on you. Therefore, I'm classifying your actions. Ban Yuan as a legitimate self-defense counter. In the stands, Lai and Vucho started celebrating like they just hit the gotcha jackpot. Only assistant instructor Run was left looking like a shocked Pikachu meme, completely stunned, before scrambling to protest. Vice Principal. But what he did was, before he could even finish his whining, Sun spun around and shot him a glare that shut him up instantly. Enough of this circus. Assistant Instructor Run. You should stop this pathetic show right now. If you had stepped in to calm Ector down from the beginning and hadn't let him activate his berserker mode, then today's disaster might have been avoided. That's right. You also share a percentage of the blame for this whole mess. All the color drained from Assistant Instructor Run's face, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Sun declared the discussion over. Reattaching Ector's arm with a high-grade potion or a restoration spell is no big deal. So, we'll consider this quest completed. All cadets who were spectating, please return to your business and focus on the next missions of the day. As for you, Yuan, good combat. You earned enough experience points. You're dismissed. And speaking of our protag, seeing he dodged the nerf so easily, he was shook for a few seconds before bowing his head in gratitude and turning to dip. But, right at that moment, a whisper, like a secret system message, echoed in his mind, the barely audible voice of, "Then, I'll see you in the next dungeon." This line left Yuan with a massive mental cliffhanger. He threw a quick side-eye for a second at the status screen floating behind him. Afterwards, he linked back up with his party. Seeing how Yuan absolutely nerfed a Rector without even breaking a sweat, Lai and Vuo were totally hyped. There he is. My dude, so glad you're back. That sword skill you dropped at the end of the epic showdown was straight-up legendary power. Lai gassed him up. Vuo, on the other hand, just let out a sigh of relief. All that matters is you didn't even drop a single point of HP. As Yuan replied, to them both. He gave a slight nod. Thanks for the support. Squad, farming those elite mobs in the tower was a solid grinding session to level up. Don't you think? Meanwhile, the Swordmaster, Ho-Jan, decided to join the chat. For real. I loved that duel. Your combat power just went through another breakthrough. Didn't it? And how does it feel to unlock a new skill? Is it even more OP? Hearing her, Yuan just scratched the back of his neck and turned to face her. Thanks. It's all because you're always training me with those secret martial arts techniques of yours. But Ho-Jan cut him off, her tone suddenly getting dead serious. That's not it. Kid. That guy's arm. You absorbed it like it was some kind of artifact. Didn't you? Ho-Jan's words hit Yuan with a heavy tension debuff, and he started getting flashbacks of what just went down. Yuan had decided to absorb the life essence from Erector's arm, figuring it was better to farm some extra stats. You know, just in case. Let's see what this does. Yuan thought to himself and smashed the confirm button without a second thought. Instantly, the system popped a notification, draining vital force 22.9. Constitution 27.9. Teton stat 14. Volcano stat 14. Super strength 14. Titan and Volcano are attributes that human players can't unlock. After reading that, Yuan totally lagged out for a few seconds. Snapping back to reality, he confessed to his party. So far, I still can't really control draining the stats of living beings on command. But it seems like I can absorb specific body parts if I detach them first. So, in the end, I decided to absorb the power from Erector's right arm, Yuan said, a depression debuff clouding his face. Catching that vibe, Ho-Jan hit him with the cold, hard truth. And that's not a good thing? Why the long face? Like you're completely out of mana? Yuan tried to explain. At first, I was mega hyped about the power-up, but after I processed it, something felt off. At the end of the day, I took an arm from a human player, not some random mob. Feeling stoked after mutilating someone just to farm their stats feels kinda messed up. You know? His voice had a deep sadness debuff. Obviously. This made Vuo, who was right next to him, get all down in the dumps too. But Hojan hit him with a verbal stun to get him to focus. What kind of garbage are you spouting? Get your head up. You idiot. He was the one who tried to PK you. An arm was the price he paid. You won. He lost. The outcome of the PvP is crystal clear. It doesn't matter who the player is. If some dude tries to drop your HP to 0, you don't pull any punches. Got it? Hojan's harsh words instantly cleared Yuan's debuff. His mind slowly cleared up, and letting out a small laugh. He nodded. Yeah. You're right. Haha. My bad. Guys. I just kinda bugged out and started overthinking everything. Seeing that Yuan had basically respawned back to normal, Hojan huffed. Worrying about that kind of nonsense is a complete waste of mana. So, what if I just go around and politely ask for an arm from every single one of those rankers at the academy? What do you think? You farm their power, spare their lives, but you nerf their morale into the ground forever. Hearing that totally try-hard intention, Yuan could only manage a forced smile. Haha. You almost made my whole system crash from the shock. Lai also shook his head, scolding Yuan. Don't even trip. Compared to Hojan, you've still got some points in your humanity stat. This totally triggered Hojan, who shot them a death glare on par with a raid boss. Hey, what are you two whispering about over there? Then, all of a sudden, a system window popped right into Yuan's face. He yelled, Are you kidding me? What quest just triggered now? His shout immediately grabbed the attention of the other three. In front of Yuan was a notification for a class with Professor Zhou. This instantly hit him with a cold sweat debuff. Oh. No. It's a mandatory supplementary class quest. It's unskippable. The Babylon Constellation. By Professor Zhou. For all fourth-year seniors and above, Professor Zhou's voice boomed from the holographic screen. How to attract sponsorship from the constellations. How to negotiate contracts with them to get the best possible buffs. Knowledge and preparation to avoid getting nerfed by a constellation. How to switch sponsors without getting hit with a banhammer. And much more. This course gives a special welcome to all players from Class 11. Time flew by, and Yuan's party started to head out. But the NPCs and other players around them were throwing some serious shade. Look. Here comes that party of noobs. Look at that main character walking around with that S-tier skin. It's giving me major cringe. What a tryhard. One guy muttered. But another had a different take. For real? Even if he's an underdog, he's not looking half bad. And his combat magic build during that PvP was completely broken. But what are these players even doing on this map anyway? Yo. Isn't this the fourth-year floor? Some random NPC muttered. Bet. This is senior territory. On this level, the only available dungeon is Professor Zhou's enchantment class. Cutscene over to Yuan. Our MC noticed his whole party had basically activated stealth mode amid all the gossip. To cancel out that toxic atmosphere debuff, he decided to break the ice. Yo. Have I dropped this piece of wisdom on you guys yet? Back in my home world, there's a saying, the more curses people throw at you, the longer your HP bar gets. Hearing that, Hyun just shot him a look that screamed. Are you trolling me right now? Like he was staring down a level 3 slime. Oh. For real? Then I bet you've got the immortality passive skill unlocked. Huh? He clowned. Meanwhile, Lai just scrunched up her nose, throwing shade at those cowardly mobs who only know how to backstab. Like, what? They think we have the perception stat of a stone golem? Vivi, the party's resident cinnamon roll, tugged on Yuan's sleeve and whispered, Are you okay? After all the chaos yesterday, I was worried everyone would hit you with a social isolation debuff. They haven't even joined your party, and they're already spitting poison. Her eyes started welling up with tears, like she was spellcasting Lament of the Small One. Yuan clocked that maybe Vivi was the one who needed a cheer-up buff. It's cool. Vivi. Yeah. It nerfs your morale a little. But it's 1,000 times better than being treated like some trash-tier F-rank like before. Thanks for spending your mana worrying about me. As he said that, he gave her a few gentle head pats, and her status bar started to regen. But the momentary happiness buff instantly vanished, because the sound of Hyun grinding his teeth was like a raid boss alert going off. Huh. You guys go on one weekend quest and you've already maxed out your affinity level. Huh? His words hit Lai with a chill debuff, and she immediately dodged out of the way to avoid getting caught in the attack's AoE. Hyun shot Vivi a total death glare and snapped. You really like that armor set Yuan dropped for you that much? If you want to farm affection points, go find another grinding spot. Monster, Vivi shot back, shocking everyone. What? Did you get hit with the critical envy debuff or something? Her words slapped Yuan with a stunned by surprise status effect, while Hujin activated his full-on berserker mode. Looking like a magical beast about to unleash its ultimate, wasn't getting completely owned in the class ranking duel enough for you. You freak? Yun growled. Vivi immediately used Yuan as a human shield, hiding behind him. But her eyes were still glowing with a maxed-out determination stat. Yuan had no choice but to step in and cast a calm the waters spell. Hold up, take your rage mode down a few notches. Hyun, class is about to start. This is not the time for a PK. Vivi shot Hyun a little troll smirk and said, You're talking like you weren't the one griefing me first. Those words made Hyun tremble with rage, while Yuan shot Vivi a look that screamed, I'm about to nerf you. You too. Cut it out with the taunts. Time flew by, and the party made their way to the Babylon Constellation classroom, right at the dungeon door. Yuan asked, This is the Babylon Hall, right? We're not going to be late and lose rep points. Are we? Lai asked, her face looking like she was staring at a game over screen. They already had their first class last week. If a bunch of newbies like us join in the middle of the quest line, what are the elite students going to think? Yuan just smiled. You worried about what they'll say? Worried? No way. Obviously. They're just going to think we're some prodigy rookies with S-rank hidden talent. Right? Yuan pushed open the door, and as they stepped inside, every single pair of eyes in the room locked onto them, releasing a crushing aura that felt like a major stat debuff. Even Hyun had to admit that, as expected, these were some high-level veterans, and not even he could underestimate their skills. But unlike Hyun's calm demeanor, Vucho, hit with a full-on panic debuff, grabbed onto Yuan's arm, his face paler than a ghost. And that's because, unlike his friends, he was perceiving way more. Holy crap, I knew this was a class for the elite. But what is this insane key manipulation in front of Yuan's eyes? A flood of system notifications popped up, all of them completely blurred, revealing the absolutely OP abilities of the seniors. Yuan's current level wasn't high enough to even scan their mana reserves. The system announced, You have successfully comprehended and interpreted a fraction of the concept of a transcendent being. Your mastery of the grimoire of all poisons has leveled up to 137. Unable to read Yuan's mind, Professor John noticed the party of newbies had arrived and raised his voice to welcome them. Welcome, new recruits. I'm very pleased you've decided to join my class. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chan, your instructor. Please, feel free to take any available slots. As for Yuan, he instantly recognized the voice as the same one that guided him during the raid against Director. After Yuan's party settled into their seats, the professor began the lesson. In the quest guide I provided, the objective of this course is crystal clear: to understand the origin of the tower and the constellations. And since we have some newbies in our party today, we'll start with a tutorial on the tower. At first glance, the tower might seem like a dungeon with no rules and no final boss, but in reality, it's like a living organism. To level up to the next floor of the tower, we must overcome its trials and find the legendary artifacts hidden within. You might think you receive rewards just for clearing the trials, but the system's mechanics aren't that simple. It's not like you're just out there hunting for treasure randomly, but rather that the tower itself has prepared them for you to obtain as loot. Its entire purpose is to select the most pro players and hand over the items with the highest rarity, more unique grade artifacts and transcendent tier magic. The tower is out here looking for those with the right attunement to vibe with it, and it unlocks more lore for the players who can figure out its mechanics. It's like a base stat for any being with 2 brain cells to rub together and a decent central processor. But back to you. As you were listening to the vice principal's speech, you were totally clowning on him in your head. All talk. A system so fragile that any irregular with an off-meta build could just come in and glitch it out. And this dude says the tower chooses its players. Bro, to be for real, that's some next-level copium. Who even falls for that fairy tale? But then, out of nowhere, you actually started thinking. You started reviewing the raid logs for the tower and thought, hold up, wait a minute. The period when the principal was spamming admission letters was right after an intruder snuck into the tower. So, we just blamed that random event with the spider swarm on that. But now that I'm actually theory crafting this, the difficulty on the first floor was super unbalanced. The mob that instantly deleted Louis was Nokep, an elite monster. If the tower only started getting weird after our party reached the fourth chamber, and the intruder started bugging out the system, then the hell mode difficulty of chambers 1, 2, and 3 makes absolutely zero sense. What the heck is even going on here? Could the tower be like a sentient AI? Low-key sounds like I'm tripping. But if I reset the parameters of my hypothesis, let's assume the tower's difficulty didn't change because of the intruders, but because of another variable. Could it be because of times that asterisk? Think about it. Did the tower really configure this insane difficulty level just for us? Or is it because I'm the heir to the tower's admin? Was that it? Ugh. What an ego trip. That's so cringe. The algorithm just isn't making sense. The more Yuan thought about it, the more his brain started to glitch out. So much so that his buddy, the demi-human, had to ask him, "Yo, Yuan, what's up?" Up front. Even though the vice principal was still giving his speech, he kept his target locked on Yuan. Seeing the kid's totally stressed out expression, he suddenly cracked a little smirk. Like an NPC who knows the entire plot. He glanced over at Yuan, who was still stroking his chin in full-on analysis mode. No need to overthink the quest. If the tower itself chooses its players, like the prof said, then there's no better scenario than this one. At the very least, our party got handed an SSS rank quest and a completely different instance from everyone else. They say the higher the risk of the quest, the more epic the reward. The loot the tower has prepped for us has to be legendary tier. Minimum. Why can't I figure out the mechanics of this? What's the hidden class for this course? Across the room, Vice Principal Zhou caught Yuan's lost-in-thought gaze and let out a gasp of amazement. Did you already feel the fluctuation? The mana barrier that envelops it? Some students don't even notice its existence for years. And you, a total newbie, detected that orb on your first day just auditing the class. That's right. You have a god-tier perception stat. Bannon. It's insane. Even as a first-year student, you are completely worthy of receiving this masterclass. And as he said that, the prof reached out his hand and casually brought down a purple mana orb that was levitating over the party. It continued. I'm giving you a dialogue quest. Bannon, what do you perceive inside this artifact? The cryptic question made Yuan stare intently at the orb, but his system was just throwing him corrupted data. Yuan, a little thrown off, answered, my interface isn't showing anything. Prof. Hearing this, Zhou smirked. You need to sync your aura better. Scan it again. Still no data? Yuan shook his head. Try channeling your mana again. You have to be able to see something. Try to crack the orb's code. Zhou encouraged him. After a moment of careful observation, Yuan started to decode some skills inside. Shield. Cut. Protect. But I can't read anything beyond that, he said. Looking like a totally lost noob, Zhou realized he'd hit his processing limit and didn't push him any further. Excellent performance. You can lower your mana output and rest now. Yuan let out a huge sigh of relief. Zhou couldn't help but be blown away. I didn't expect you to uncover 3 of the orb's skills. You're really not just some random NPC. Are you? Now, I get why the principal put you on his favorites list. He continued with the debriefing. Do you have any clue about the nature of this item? Not at all. Yuan replied with the pure honesty of a shonen protagonist. That answer made the vice principal lag for a second. Wow. You're honest. Good. But you should probably farm a few more intelligence points before answering. I want to emphasize to all of you that, both in your grinding and in life, leveling up your perception and nurturing your ability to improvise is mega important. Expanding your mind is directly connected to expanding your mana core. If you want to use your skills at a higher tier, you need to develop your analysis stat and work on focusing it like a laser beam. You must grind your conceptual processing ability. Even if your awakening isn't immediate, never stop analyzing. Bro. Those words literally gave Yuan a system error, leaving him totally glitched out. And what the heck does that have to do with the power artifact, he wondered, before just dropping the question with zero filter. Professor, if a cadet has super high mana affinity, or some insane manifestation power, could they master that thing? The question caught Exo off guard, but he nodded. Precisely. The day you manage to decode the very essence of creation, break it down, and awaken the ability to expand your domain, this artifact will boost you straight to divine rank. The auditorium went dead silent. Like everyone's mana core just short-circuited. Zoe let out a mocking little laugh. Right now it probably sounds like some ancient incantation. But with the right training, your magic circuits will get it. This is the fundamental pillar of my class. And it's all connected. Now, for the main event, the Constellation War Simulation. Today's lesson is over. For your quest, I want you to theorycraft the potential applications of this principle. See you next week. Meanwhile, Yuan still hadn't grasped a single thing from the lecture. He scratched the back of his neck, muttering, "No cap. This is way too out there. A god is a god. But what even is a pseudo-god? Like, a demigod or a false absolute? What's the cheat code to transcend? Is it that our power levels are just that different? This class is on a whole other tier," Yuan thought, feeling like his head was about to explode. As he was spiraling, the other cadets started filing out of the auditorium. Lai turned to the group and said, "All right, squad, let's dip." Once outside, Yuan was more lost than a noob in a high-level dungeon and desperately needed someone to drop a tutorial. "Can someone please explain that class in easy mode for me?" His question made Lai's eyes pop. "What? Bro, I thought you were going to be the one to give us the 4 dummies version." Just then, a disgustingly familiar voice echoed next to the group. Well, look what we have here. The class for the first-year newbies is finally over." Hearing that, Yuan flinched and spun around to yell, "Optima, what the hell are you doing here?" For an answer, the blonde noble just gave him a look of pure disgust. "You, low-level commoner. Shut your mouth. I'm the only one asking questions around here." He scanned the area and snapped. "Where is she?" The whole squad just stared back with confused meme faces. Lai asked cautiously, "She? You don't mean?" The image of a certain take-no-prisoners girl instantly popped into their heads. At that exact moment, Hojin's voice cut through the air. "What's with all the noise?" She walked over, glancing at the crowd curiously, but her predator-like gaze immediately locked onto Optima, and she commented with monumental laziness, Well, and here I thought a proper duel was about to go down." Locking his eyes on Hojin, Optima didn't hesitate and planted himself right in front of her. He looked her dead in the eye, with a seriousness that could freeze your aura, and said, "You're Hoyan, right?" Hearing him, Hoyan, with a calm that was seriously unsettling, crossed her arms and shot back. "The one and only. What's it to you?" Optima pressed on. "I need to discuss something with you." His words seemed to make the swordswoman's eye twitch. "Don't tell me you're here asking for a rematch?" she sneered. "If you're that eager to get sent to the infirmary again, I'm down. Even though starting combat magic on academy grounds is against the rules. However, what Optima did next left everyone's jaw on the floor. Out of absolutely nowhere, the dude dropped to one knee and pulled a massive bouquet of roses from his dimensional inventory. He offered the flowers to Hojin and declared with the gravity of a sacred vow, "Hoyan, I want you to go on a date with me." And as soon as he dropped that bomb, he turned as red as a ripe tomato. Yuan's crew, who were spectating from the back, stared with wide eyes as a cold sweat ran down their spines. They were literally trembling for this poor simp. Optima, who had the sheer audacity to confess to Hojin herself. And don't even get me started on her. Her face instantly darkened, releasing a murderous aura so dense it threatened to crush them all. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. The color drained from Yuan and Lai's faces. They couldn't believe this guy's taste was so extreme. "So, he's into the girl who almost made him respawn," Lai said with a deadpan calm. "There's your answer." "You've got to be kidding me," Yuan yelled in horror, looking like he was about to be eaten by a golem. Meanwhile, Jian commented with her usual chill vibe. "You guys are all the same. Cut from the same cloth. Zoe, stop fighting. I'm genuinely curious what his real strategy is." The 3 guys instantly looked at her with question marks popping up over their heads. "What strategy?" Jian, completely unfazed, just said, "You guys really don't get it, do you?" And she started walking toward them, explaining, "He has to have an ulterior motive, because I don't see a single spark of romance in his eyes." Yuan gave her a tired side-eye and replied, "Not at all. It's not what you think. Although, now that you mention it, you look pretty cute yourself." Hearing that, Jian, who gets flustered by literally anything, started blushing up to her ears. Her whole body started to shake as she stammered, You Why would you suddenly say something like that? I already know I'm beautiful. You didn't have to say it so loud. You idiot. Some dude next to her leans in and tells Zeon. Yo. Don't even sweat his moves. That guy's got a rep as a total heartbreaker. Zeon. Totally blushing. Just mutters. Do. I know that. I'm not an idiot. Yeah. Yeah. I get the memo. You don't have to say it twice. Nearby, Ducho is overthinking it like, is he actually plotting something else? But that main character gaze, no cap? It was aimed right at her, rewinding to a flashback from a few minutes ago. Zeon had just absolutely friend-zoned this blonde dude with a glacial aura and a voice that could literally freeze your mana. You're not part of my party. So don't even think about showing up on my quest route again. She dropped with some S-rank coldness before dipping, leaving the poor side character still kneeling. Right at that moment, Ruo turned her head and scanned his face. It was obvious his emotional HP bar was at 0 after that critical hit. He was rocking a broken heart debuff and could barely peel himself off the floor. Like, why even bother with these romantic side quests? They drain all your stamina. Better to just farm anime recaps and call it a day. A moment later, out on the training grounds. Boom. A system window pops up in his face. System alert. You have manifested your aura before multiple entities, engraving your existence into their perception. You have awakened a new title. Title acquired, charisma and prestige. Stat value 10. And our boy thinks, no way. I unlocked a new stat right after dropping this week's recap on my channel. Charisma, 10. A passive skill for charming and influencing others. Prestige, 10. A stat that grants authority when recognized by other entities. These stats sound totally OP. But are they gonna help me clear the challenge tower? Doubting the utility, he immediately turns to Ducho and hits her with, hey, you think my character skin has had an epic glow up lately? She just gives him a total what? Face. Completely bugging out. But eventually she gasses him up, saying yeah. His visuals definitely leveled up. Our MC's ego instantly inflates with that new buff. But this just activated Zeon's berserker mode, who unleashed an aura of jealousy so potent it hit everyone with a paralysis debuff. And she yells at them, you two lovebirds. Focus on the training. Save that romance scene for your own quest line. Her eyes were glowing with a dungeon boss level killing intent, and she was holding poor Lai, using him as a training dummy to vent her stress. Our MC, completely missing the vibe check, asks Ducho if she notices any other buffs on his aura. But before he can even finish the sentence, slam. Zeon plants her hand right across his face, blushing hard. She tells him, are you deaf or something? I told you to get back to farming experience points. Then she totally lectures him, completely fed up. At this rate, we'll be grinding until the sun respawns. Yun saw the potential in the situation and called Ruo over for a duel. Meanwhile, Lai, with his HP bar in the red, was pleading. Please. A break. I need a potion. Looks like the system gods heard his prayer, and he just logged out right on the floor. Meanwhile, over in the training grounds arena, Yun was in the middle of a sparring match with Ruo. They were dodging and counterattacking at supersonic speeds, their combat stats leveling up with every exchange. The clash of their martial auras was absolutely brutal. From the sidelines, Lai, acting as the resident commentator, drops his analysis. Yo, Ban, your power level has spiked hard. I think you're ready for the next training arc. Something more hardcore. But Zeon immediately nerfed his ego. He's not ready yet. Leaning against the wall, she explained with her typical Ice Queen vibe. Yeah, he's leveled up, but he's still several ranks below you two. The only reason he's even lasting this long is because Ruo is intentionally nerfing her own power. She watched him fight, her mind running a tactical analysis skill at full speed. We've got the tower raid tomorrow. You got a strategy for that floor's boss fight yet? Ban? If not, it's gonna be an instant game over, just like last time. If we don't find a counter soon, the whole quest is gonna fail again. Meanwhile, Yoon activated his ocular ability, Analytical Eye. Golden flecks of mana flared in his pupils as he analyzed the situation. After a solid week of grinding with Ruo, I'm finally starting to understand her combat mechanics. Her Berserker's Fury ability is triggered by her emotions, and her elemental state shifts depending on the feeling that's fueling it. When it feeds on negative emotions like rage, she enters a corrupted state and becomes totally uncontrollable, like a legit raid boss. But on the flip side, when she gets buffed by positive emotions like joy, her fury state gets purified, and her aura stabilizes. The problem is, in the middle of an intense combat situation, getting hit with rage debuffs is pretty much inevitable. And that's the one weakness keeping her from mastering her OP ability. He dodged her attack with insane agility and, using the flat of his blade, disarmed her with a clean strike that sent her flying. With a heavy thud, Ruo's body slammed into the ground, taking her out of the fight. Seeing this scene left the other two spectators completely shook. Ruo was starting to enter her berserker mode, but our boy just had a major breakthrough. In that instant, his hands traced a transmutation circle as he silently ran the incantation's formula. He'd spent the entire week with Ruo, basically farming fragments of her positive emotions. Happiness, calm, tranquility, not the surface-level stuff, but her pure essence, a legendary rank crafting material. In his hand, he materialized the crystal of serenity he had just crafted from those emotions. Without hesitating, he lunged forward to imbue Ruo with his own feelings of happiness. In complete silence, Yuan was high-key confident. His close-quarters combat technique was foolproof. But just as his hand was like 1 centimeter from landing, Ruo just parries the attack with a single smack. She flashes her fangs and, without a second thought, pulls aggro and tackles him with a totally wild aura, slamming them both to the training grounds floor. In this position, Yuan was completely at her mercy, totally mana-drained and unable to defend himself. All he could do was watch, absolutely petrified. As a berserker mode, Ruo rears back for a claw strike aimed right at his face, which sent the rest of the squad scrambling onto the scene, fully panicking. But right at that critical moment, the little snake's magical shackles materialized, wrapping around her arms at lightning speed and completely sealing her legendary power. And even though Ruo was roaring like an absolute beast, she couldn't break the containment spell. Luckily, her aura finally chilled out, and she reverted to her base form, letting Yuan finally breathe again, feeling his soul literally re-enter his body. Whew. Thank God her bloodline awakening didn't last long. But for real, is this the only training method we got? It's like an S-rank risk every single time we unleash her hidden talent. Something about her has definitely changed. But, what's the catalyst that triggers her OP ability? Just then, the girl walks up to him with a smile and goes, "Thanks. Because you helped. I can channel way more mana during combat now. This alone is a massive power-up. I'm so happy you're part of the team." Meanwhile, our boy is already rubbing his hands together, thinking about that sweet reward from this training quest. Then, out of nowhere, John just materializes like a ghost, giving Yuan the jump scare of his life, who immediately starts trying to explain himself. It was just an intense sparring session to get her aura under control. Nothing sus was going on. She just replies with her usual calm vibe. "I know. I'm just glad nobody ended up in the infirmary. But the most important thing is that everything was." And then she just goes silent, leaving the sentence hanging and everyone's brains buffering. What's her deal? Anyway, today's cultivation session is officially over. The next day, it was time for the raid. Time to once again challenge the Tower of Trials. What's coming next will be revealed in the next episode. And with that, Arc 1 comes to a close. Let's go. My people, don't forget to channel your mana into that like button and subscribe.